the BJP. So if you look at the top and the bottom in terms of north and the south, where there will be the opposition in dominance, the heart of Bharat and the maximum number of seats and the base of population, the BJP will claim that they have it under their sway. The problems in the northeast notwithstanding. But Nalin, do you think the voter will come out and vote? Is there confusion there? How do you see Maharashtra?
So I think Maharashtra this time around is a different election from just 3 months ago in the Lok Sabha election. Because there, as Rahul said and Aman said, the issue was around the constitution. And the emotionalism around the Shiv Sena. There was also a strong counter mobilization in Maharashtra on religious lines. What's happened? First, the stakes in this election are huge because after the dent the BJP got in the Lok Sabha election, it's pulled all of that back with Haryana. So will that continue with Maharashtra? That's the big question, right? So if the BJP goes across the finishing line or the alliance goes across the finishing line now in Maharashtra, that kind of completes the circle that started with Haryana. The Congress will want to kind of pull oneself back because the Congress has lost momentum after Haryana. So that's why this election is very important. The second thing is that in the Lok Sabha election, the BJP alliance was just a little bit short of the opposition alliance. You know, but the vote share was basically like 43%, 43.7, 43.3%. But they were slightly ahead the opposition alliance, right? So even in that contest, where the BJP lost so many Lok Sabha seats, the vote share was basically almost the same. So and now the dynamics have changed. So that's why. So this is now 288 different local contests because there's no one theme across these regions.
But is there merit, let me just throw it out to all of you, is there merit in this entire vote jihad claim that Devendra Fadnavis made first with us here at CNN News 18 at the town hall, Razaka, if you remember, and then he's continued on that because he says there are 14 states, we've done 14 Lok Sabha seats, we've done the analysis where a combination of 4 or 5 assembly seats and 1 assembly seat, the Muslim vote voted en masse against the BJP and they consolidated, and that's what he termed as vote jihad, and he said that was the differential if you were to look in terms of the conversion of Lok Sabha seats. We won 4 out of the 5 assembly seats, 1 assembly seat, like he spoke about Dhule, and he said Malegaon, 1,19,000 votes, all votes voted en masse against the BJP, and we lost Dhule by a margin, even though we won the 4 assembly seats. But now if you spread the assembly seats, he says we are in a much stronger position. So your thoughts, Rahul and everyone.
15 Lok Sabha votes hang on the which direction the Muslim vote swings.
15 seats you mean
15 seats. 15 Lok Sabha seats hang on the Muslim vote. Now, if you look at the numbers, in some of these 15, at least in 12 of these 15 seats, the BJP lost by less than 5 to 10,000 votes. And the Muslim population exceeds that number. So if the MVA starts with an advantage of about 15% in some of these seats, then it's pretty much curtains, at least in these areas for the BJP. That's
but
why
here when but Lok Sabha is like a 15 seats, it's a combination of, let's say, about 75 assembly constituencies.
So it comes to a good percentage, you know,
in the individual assembly constituencies.
Of 60 to 70 seats in Maharashtra Assembly will be really decided by the Muslim vote. And this is the problem.
I don't agree. I don't think the numbers bear that out. I think, look, the Muslim vote may have been a factor in 1 or 2 constituencies. I don't think it is 15. 15 is almost a third of the state. I think, in fact, we can look up one second. We can look up the Muslim seats. One second, we can look up the Muslim. So Muslim seats, which are more than 20%, it boils down to about 38 seats. All right, it's not 75 constituencies, so it's not as big a factor. A couple of seats in Vidarbha, a few in northern Maharashtra, a lot of seats in Mumbai. Obviously, as you'd expect, there is a substantial minority population.
If you take it at 20, I said 15%.
This is 15%. This has been the case for the last many elections.
This is the CSDS data.
I think we're misreading.
At 15%.
I think we're misreading the Lok Sabha election result. It's not just the Muslim vote that moved away, or the Muslim vote. Look, vote jihad has been said for political reasons, for polarization reasons. That is what politicians say. I think what happened in the Lok Sabha election was a combination of the 3 M's. It was Marathas, Muslims and Mahars. Mahars are the biggest Dalit community. All 3 of them came together. That's how you're able to make substantial changes in a state like Maharashtra. It's a big state, 9 crore. It's the second biggest state after Uttar Pradesh. 38 seats don't determine that. If you look at the Maratha factor, for example, that is substantially higher. It's almost 90 seats. That's a third of the state. Of course, and again, the reason why the Maratha vote is important is because they're concentrated. They're in Marathwada,
But the Marathas
they're in
don't
Western
vote as a
Maharashtra.
block, Zaka. They are
Well, they
also
did in the
split.
Lok Sabha.
No,
They
look
did
at
3 months
45
ago.
to 38. I don't
No,
know.
this is
from last
2019.
19,
From
but if you were to-
2019.
No, but if you were to
This is
bring
from
out, but
2019.
even if you were to bring out
Yeah.
the Lok Sabha projections, the Maratha vote, about 42% of it went to the MVA. The remaining vote was splintered. The problem that the BJP found, please just give me 30 seconds, that the problem that the BJP found was that its OBC and Maratha and Dalit voters, the Mahar voters you're saying, splintered much beyond its own expectations. That was the problem. The Muslim vote, the reason why he posed the question of vote jihad, and we're only talking about why they came out with this sort of diffusing slogan, was because the Muslims have tended this time to vote as a bloc, and especially in Maharashtra, this was observed very clearly. That is the reason why this sort of shrill campaign around
I
these
think-
sort
I
of
think
two
that
factors-
has
two
been
factors, if you
completely
might say.
overstated. In fact, in Bengal, it's reasonable to say, okay, Muslims vote as a bloc, and therefore they are in numbers where they can make a difference. Not
okay,
in
I'll just
Maharashtra.
put out
here-
the
here-
CSDS
here-
data that
here
we
what
have
I-
been-
don't bear itself out.
I'll
Okay,
put out
okay.
the
Here on the
CSDS data that
CSDS
we
data,
itself have
and
been
what
putting out on the channel.
what Devendra Fadnavis also came out and said is that in these 14 seats, their numbers showed that if there were 5 assembly constituencies, 4 assembly constituencies, the BJP won. The 5th assembly constituency, because the Muslims dominated that assembly constituency, they voted en masse and the differential was there. That's what the numbers bear themselves out. He said, yes, the other factor would have been that the splintering of votes.
In these 38 seats, one second, in these 38 seats, I'm going by 2019 assembly election results. BJP Shiv Sena had 20 and Congress NCP had only
Correct.
17. What difference does it make? It doesn't make that much of a difference.
The situation changed this time around in Lok Sabha is what he's saying. See, the point is, it's not whether it's going to
I
affect
don't
them in
think
the
that-
assembly,
Anand,
but in the Lok Sabha, that's what he said. Yes, Nalin.
I think a significant part of the momentum against the BJP in Maharashtra and the Shiv Sena started in October last year with the Maratha agitation, and that was with Manoj Jirange Patil.
Jirange Patil.
So that is what led to that was the beginning of the entire discontent. To that you add the Mahar factor. To that you add the
Muslim
counter
consolidation.
mobilization and so on. So it was like a bit of a perfect storm against the BJP at that point of time.
Yeah, so
What
the
has
Maratha
happened since
Mahar
then-
splinters and the Muslim vote consolidates.
So what
these
has happened, and then, in fact, that is one of the reasons why he's now initially announced candidates and now he's withdrawn them because they don't want the Maratha vote to be splintered against the BJP. What has happened? I think it's a bit analogous to Haryana, where there is a dominant community which the BJP has not lost control of it, or the BJP is not absent in that, but a lot of it is against the BJP, just like the Jats were in Haryana, right? So what the BJP is now doing is gone back to a pre-2014 strategy, which is trying to build a non-Maratha coalition. Right,
Okay.
it's building an OBC coalition, and in that, and you have castes like Malis, Dhankars, Vanjaris, all of that, and the Maratha, and it's also got some totem pole Maratha leaders, so that to give the impression that you also have Marathas on your side. Whereas if you look at the Maratha agitation, they're specifically focused against Fadnavis, right? So there is a whole caste factor in this.
Yeah,
So-
the
so
Maratha
just
Brahmin
one
aspect, and that's why.
I'm just quoting Indian Express, and that's where this number of 14 to 15 Lok Sabha seats has come from. Okay. According to the Indian Express's analysis, the Mahayuti alliance, okay, loss in 14 Lok Sabha constituencies arose because of Muslim consolidation against it. Okay. That is the reason why Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis blamed vote jihad for the Mahayuti alliance's loss in these 14 Lok Sabha constituencies. These are exact the words, quote unquote, from there.
Rahul, the
So-
data doesn't lie. The data.
No, the CSDS
CSDS
data.
you're not
CSDS
getting it.
Logniti.
You're not
One
getting
minute.
it. You're not getting it.
CSDS Logniti data.
I go by the data.
Zach,
No,
you're
this
not
is
getting it.
2019.
38
No,
seats
this
is
is about-
just 10%
No,
of the
but
This
state.
is about swing
2019 to 2024 Lok Sabha, the CSDS Logniti also bears out some of
The
the claims
state
that they are
doesn't
different.
change.
The fact of the matter is-
Anand, the
There were
state
two
is the
things.
same. The
Guys,
280
the fact of the
seats
matter
are
is-
the
But the
same.
consolidation
fact
of
of
the
the matter
votes
is-
and that pattern
Both
is
Zaka and Rahul Singh has merit in a way that the BJP thinks so.
Yeah.
If I saw the RSS campaign like on the ground, the RSS pamphlet said, remember what happened in Dhule. We should not allow a repeat of that to happen. So definitely the BJP thinks so. I think what happened in the Lok Sabha is that there was Muslim consolidation, but along with that, when you had Mahar consolidation and when you had Maratha consolidation, it became a very, very significant
Consolidation
jump. Not
or
just that,
splintering away?
Not just
That-
that, Anand, even the OBC vote moved away from the BJP because not only were the Marathas angry with BJP because reservation didn't happen, OBCs thought that the BJP was being too soft for the Maratha reservation cause. That is why you see that in this election, from the top stages, be it the Prime Minister, be it Mr. Amit Shah, nobody has spoken about Maratha reservation from any rally because they don't want to offend the OBCs, they want to get the OBCs
No, but the
back.
Maratha reservation of 10% has already been given, so that issue is actually...
stayed by the court.
No, the 10% they have allowed, it's the 16% reservation where the Supreme Court has, the stay has come, but the 10% reservation, Fadnavis, the recently when he spoke with us, he said the same thing. He said 10% we've already given. So from there and his address, he is saying that it's the UBT and it's the Maha Vikas Aghadi who have steered clear from this entire Maratha issue altogether. Even Sharad Pawar has not wanted to say much about it overtly because the claim is that it was under their rule that the Supreme Court stay happened and they couldn't defend the reservation in the Supreme Court.
I want to make a point here on the question of the Muslim factor. See, the fact of the matter is that there is no one overarching issue across the state this time, right? So in such a contest, when you're fighting, when there's no one large issue, you think that the BJP is basically gambling that if you do the polarization gambit, it can pull you across perhaps it can pull you across in sharp contests. You only have to see the rhetoric, right? You see the
but you have
importance
to
of Yogi
understand,
Adityanath in this
Nalin,
campaign.
what the slogan is about. The slogan is that one particular flank is going to give your quota to one community. Don't forget what the dog whistle is on the ground. It's not just about consolidating, at whose cost is the vote being consolidated. So the constant refrain from whether it's right or wrong, I'm not getting into the ethics and the morality, is that your quota, your share is going to be given to a particular vote bank by the MVA. That is the reason why the Muslim factor has been over-amplified by the BJP. The idea is to ensure that the OBC and the Mahar suddenly say, oh no, we've got another competitor, a community competitor in the mix, and we can't let go of our share to this community competitor.
But even if you look at the angle, explain why the Marathas and the Mahars voted for the MVA.
Also is that
I mean,
you're not getting this.
I think somebody needs to give him a cup of coffee. He needs to wake up. He's had a long night.
Wow. So that is intellectual arrogance.
I think we settle it there.
Intellectual arrogance coming out of where
Really?
it was, I don't know.
See, one of the reasons why the BJP is doubled down on
this is definitely going to wake everybody else.
Look,
That's
one of the
right
reasons why
dose
you
of
have
entertainment for us.
and you have the Prime Minister with a
listen to
sanitized version
Zarustra
of that,
tonight.
which is ek hai to safe hai. One of the reasons is that the BJP was hit by caste divisions in 3 months ago. So the idea is to have Hindu consolidation fundamentally.
Exactly.
But then the flip side to also
that's what
some
it is.
in the BJP also feel that this too much of ek hai to safe and batenge to katenge will also lead to counter consolidation.
Let me ask a question here.
The point is the counter consolidation
Who
is
has led this charge?
the
Yogi
counter
Adityanath.
consolidation.
If BJP does well, who will get the
That's the point. It's already happened.
The counter consolidation has already happened, and the fact is that it's not that there are not sectarian rifts or furqas within the Muslims. If you look at the Ulema Council letters and all of them are also saying that let's not go based on our firqas and let's not be divided because we have to consolidate as a community, as a grouping. That's the messaging there. So the same messaging is going from the BJP saying that the Hindus, because they are far more divided based on caste, based on their groupings, and it's a far bigger divide there. And they say unless you consolidate, it's not going to happen. But the larger question is who's going to suffer among these 6 parties? Who's stronger on ground? Do you see a weak link within the Mahayuti and do you see a weak link within the Maha Vikas Aghadi? And how strong is their campaign? Because it's a survival for Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray's party and UBT. It's a survival race. Milind Deora is fighting an Aditya Thackeray in Worli. That itself is a big statement. Eknath Shinde and for them, Shrikant Shinde, that grouping, Ajit Pawar, Parth Pawar, and on the other hand, Supriya Sule, Rohit Pawar, there is a lot at stake at this election even for the regional Chhatraps because their own existence will be... And let's not forget, Raj Thackeray, Amit Thackeray, that grouping is fighting 70 seats. against the BJP, against the Maha Vikas Aghadi. So they are all at different levels. I'm going to check if some of our reporters are on ground. Supriya Sule has gone to cast her ballot. That entire voice recording. A day before, from both camps, there is also controversy. If there is Vinod Tawde on the one hand, late in the evening comes this purported audio recording of a conversation that a former IPS officer claims is Supriya Sule speaking to some Bitcoin dealer, Hawala dealer about moving money, etc. And Ajit Pawar this morning says, I know both the voices. So is this all going to affect the voting pattern? This is after campaigning has ended. This is on the nth hour. What is the voter thinking when they go into the ballot box? So the larger question is, did you get a sense that the voter will go out to vote? Okay, we got Mayuresh from Bandra East, Yesha live from Thane, Pallavi live from Baramati, and Payal is in central Nagpur. Morning to everybody. Supriya Sule is speaking. Let's just see what we can hear from them. Let's just go to that.
पोलीस यंत्रणा या सगळ्यांचे आभार मानते की त्यांनी खूप तयारी ह्याची केलेली आहे आणि दिवसभरात ते शांततेच्या मार्गाने व्हावं एवढीच विनंती करते आणि प्रत्येक मतदाराला विनंती करते की त्यांनी
She's urging every voter and she's hoping that it's a peaceful polling day. Everybody's worked very hard. Let it all come to a fruition where the voter can come safely and comfortably to the polling booth. And she's asking everybody in Baramati to come out and vote.
प्रश्न मला काल भारतीय जनता पक्षाने केलेत
5 questions they asked me last evening.
उत्तर देते. पहिला प्रश्न त्याचा आरोप आहे नाही माझा एक तर ती ऑडिओ क्लिप मध्ये माझा आवाज नाही.
So first, it's not my voice. My voice in the audio clip.
कुठल्याही संबंधात नाही आणि
I have got no connection with these people.
त्रिवेदींनी अशी मला सांगितलं की सुप्रिया सुळेंनी बाहेर येऊन यावं. मी काल रात्रीच बाहेर आले आणि आज तुमच्या माध्यमातून अतिशय विनम्रपणे मी त्रिवेदीजींना विनंती करते की ते म्हणेल ती जागा, ते म्हणेल ते चॅनल, ते म्हणतील तो कॅमेरा, ते म्हणतील ते शहर, तिथे मी येऊन मन मोकळेपणे ते स्वतः किंवा त्यांच्या पक्षाचा कुठल्याही व्यक्ती.
So she is like, you name the place, you name the channel, you name the reporter. I am happy to sit down and debate and answer every question that you have to ask, and perhaps somewhere indicating towards what Ajit Pawar had to say in the morning.
हाँ, रवींद्र पाटील एक IPS ऑफिसर आहे आणि तुमच्याच सगळ्यांच्या चॅनलवर असं सांगण्यात आलं की 2 वर्ष ते जेलमध्ये राहून आले. बरोबर? 2 वर्ष ते गृहस्थ जेलमध्ये राहून आलेले आहेत. त्यांनी काही माझ्यावर आरोप केलेले आहेत. एक खोटी.
So an IPS officer who spent 2 years in jail and just come out, are you going to give credibility to the allegation and claims that he is making?
कॉपी मिळाली आहे का? हां. तर काल संध्याकाळी माझ्याकडे जेव्हा ती क्लिप मीडियाच्या माध्यमातून आली, मी त्याचं एक कंप्लेंट ही सायबर क्राईमला केली.
I have already filed a cyber crime complaint after last evening via the media channels itself, a purported audio clip claiming to be mine and my conversation has out. I have already claimed, I have filed a complaint.
पुण्याचे कमिशनर ऑफ पोलीस आहेत, त्यांना मी फोन केला, 2 वेळा फोन केला. दोन्ही वेळा आमचं बोलणं झालं. मी त्यांना काय प्रॉब्लेम हे सांगितलेलं आहे. मी त्यांना एवढीच विनंती
So I have called the Pune commissioner
माझा आवाज कोणीतरी
and
हे करते, मला न्याय मिळावा. त्या म्हणते
and she said that I have spoken with him twice and I have urged him to give me justice and speedy justice. A complaint has been also filed on my behalf, alleging that this is a purported audio deliberately aiming to defame me. It's not me, it's not my voice.
गोष्टींवर पार्लमेंटमध्ये सगळ्यात जास्त विरोधात कोण बोललं असेल तर ते मी बोलले.
So I am being deliberately targeted because I was perhaps the most vocal voice in parliament against the government, against the center. Try and understand this entire chronology.
ती फेक माझ्याबद्दलची फेक बातमी आली. ती बातमी आल्या मी क्रोनॉलॉजी सांगते तुम्हाला. काल संध्याकाळी माझ्याकडे ती फेक बातमी आली. मी फेक बातमी आल्या लगेच मी पोलीस कमिशनरला फोन केला.
Last evening, this purported fake audio of mine came. She's explaining the chronology. Soon after that, I have immediately filed a complaint.
त्यानंतर तुमचे सगळ्यांचे फोन आले, त्याच्याशी मी बोलले.
After that, all of you called. I have responded. About 11 p.m. last night.
पक्षाने दिल्लीला एक प्रेस कॉन्फरन्स घेतली.
BJP does a press conference late evening.
5 प्रश्नासाठी
asking me 5 questions.
ते म्हणतील ते चॅनल, ते म्हणतील त्या प्लॅटफॉर्म.
And I am willing. Wherever you want me to come, whichever platform, whichever place, I am willing to come and answer each of your 5 questions.
कारण काय हे हास्यास्पद आहे हे सगळे आरोप.
It is a laughable matter, all these allegations against me.
माझ्या वकिलांना रात्री फोन केला.
And after all of that, I have called my lawyers.
डेफमेशनची नोटीस ही त्यांना पाठवली.
To send a criminal defamation notice to the BJP.
मतदानाच्या आदल्या दिवशी
पण आता ही टायमिंग कसं काय?
हां बघा तुमच्या प्रश्नातच माझं उत्तर आहे. एक
So she's like, the question is, what do you think about the timing? She says, your question has my answer.
आवाज आहे आणि बिटकॉइन क्रिप्टो ह्याच्या सगळ्यात जास्त विरोधात मी पार्लमेंटमध्ये बोलले. मी त्या
I have been the most vocal against Bitcoin and crypto. And they are making allegations that I myself am dealing in them.
कुठेतरी डायव्हर्ट करण्याचा प्रयत्न होता आहे. बीसी घेण्यात आली. रोहित पवारांचे पण बरेचसे समोर आणण्यात
Now, the question on Ajit Pawar being asked at this point. Mayuresh is joining us from Bandra. Yesha is with us. Pallavi and Payal also with us. Mayuresh, will this have an effect, knock-on effect on ground? Because Ajit Pawar this morning said, I know both the voices and it sounds like my sister.
I don't think so that it will have that much effect, especially if we talk about the Baramati constituency, because whenever we roamed in Baramati constituency, the division was very much clear that for centre it was always Supriya Sule, and people of Baramati have always posed their trust for the state in Ajit Pawar. But now it will be interesting to see the way Ajit Pawar has held this campaign, and this time kind of a split in his own family, where his own very own nephew is contesting against him. So there people are talking more, even in Lok Sabha also, Anand, when I was personally had gone there, people are more talking about the issues, people are more talking about the water issues, people are more talking about the industries have not come except Baramati in other areas. So certainly these issues are basically their main concern, apart from this what is right now happening. And Supriya Sule has made it clear that it is not her voice, and she has already filed a complaint. So people do trust Supriya Sule and Ajit Pawar, the entire family they do trust. So it would be interesting to see whom they select this time. Earlier they have already selected Supriya Sule.
Right. I'm just going to say a small correction at the bottom of our screen where Supriya Sule says, I was asked 5 questions by the BJP. And she's not asked 5 questions. She says those 5 questions, any platform, any place, I am ready to answer those questions. And she's also said that I'm somebody who's been most vocal against Bitcoin and crypto, and they're alleging that I'm dealing in the same. But Bandra East, Mayuresh, quickly coming back to you before we go across to Payal and Nagpur and Thane. Yesha is joining us from there. Are the voters coming out to vote? Will Mumbaikars come out to vote? Because Mumbaikars crib a lot, but they don't come out to vote. Overall voting percentage in Mumbai is far below the Maharashtra average.
Exactly, and Mumbai has always disappointed the entire nation when it comes to voting. But I'll show you the visuals outside here, and you can see most of them are senior citizens who are here. And we are here since 6:30, and people started pouring in, or people started coming in at 6:45. And most of them were senior citizens. We asked them that why you came early here. So they said that it is our responsibility, and we are urging especially the young crowd, the young people, to come in large number and perform their duty. Unless you cast your vote, you have no right to crib about or to complain about it. So you can see in the visuals also, this is Sahitya Sarvas. You know the area better, Anand, where exactly I'm standing. So people over here as a kind of they are from the literature background, they are from the art background, and all of them have come here to cast their vote, and we are expecting that this line will remain there. Or the
Matosri is also not so far away from where you are currently standing, and not so long ago I used to live quite close by. In fact, I have even voted at that very place where this was
VIP fight. Zishan Siddiqui is standing, and this has happened a few weeks after his father got killed. So Zishan Siddiqui versus Varun Sardesai.
Varun Sardesai, and both sides will have a certain level of legacy behind them. But in this case, this time around, we have to see how, which way the voter swings. But Bandra East voters are early risers, and they come out and vote. Those who come out and vote, the rest, well, we have to pull them out of their comfort areas. Payal Mehta is in Nagpur. What's happening? There is a lot that hinges around Nagpur at multiple levels, because Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from there. Nitin Gadkari ka gad kaha jata hai, RSS ka gad kaha jata hai, and then of course the entire voter base itself is quite diffused. What's the situation, Payal? You've spoken to a lot of leaders. You've travelled extensively across Maharashtra.
Well, of course, this is a booth which is a stone's throw away from the RSS headquarters. This was this very booth where Mohan Bhagwat, came in sharp at 6:50, voted, was one of the first voters to have cast his vote. You can see people coming in. a lot of people are coming in to vote as well, because remember, a huge responsibility this time around, Anand, on the election also lies on how effectively the RSS workers are able to bring people to the polling booth on ground. That's effectively been what has been their strength as well, because remember that the RSS workers actually worked around their magic in the Haryana election, and there is no reason for the BJP, especially Devendra Fadnavis, to believe, who is a big stakeholder from this region, to believe that they can repeat the magic in Maharashtra as well, because the buck stops with Devendra Fadnavis when it comes to this election as well. आप मुझे बताइए, you tell me, what are the issues that Nagpur is really voting for this time?
इश्यूज़ तो बहुत है एंड इट कंटिन्यूसली गोइंग ऑन, हम बोल सकते हैं, बट हम चाहते हैं कि यहाँ पे एक स्टेबल प्रतिनिधित्व रहे, और आज मैं अपने हक का यहाँ पे वो स्टेबल प्रतिनिधित्व को चुनने के लिए मैंने अपना वोट कास्ट किया हुआ है, आप देख सकते हो, एंड आई एम पॉजिटिवली लुकिंग आफ्टर के फ्यूचर में जो भी आने वाला 5 साल रहेगा सेंट्रल नागपुर के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के लिए और अपने देश के लिए कहीं ना कहीं ये हम बोल सकते हैं कि
this huge argument that you've seen in the narrative, whether it's going to be vote jihad versus dharma yuddha, do you think it's going to cut ice with the people?
Actually it is, but it keeps on going. It again depends upon the parties also, because they need to focus on that parameter only, but we need to focus on कि individual जब भी वोट दे रहा है तो they have their own sense of belongingness and they are basically focusing on कि उनके जो भी problems है, whatever the problems they are coming up with in coming future, they need to be addressed and solved in a time.
Well, of course, we'll try and get in a couple of more voices, because a lot of senior citizens, Anand, are coming here as to come out and really vote. We'll try and wait for them to actually come out and vote. But like I said, this is where the RSS belongs to. This is their headquarters. Mohan Bhagwat sent a very strong statement by saying that no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, it is your responsibility to come out and vote.
Good to see.
He in fact cited his personal example, saying that he was in Uttaranchal. Yesterday just came back to cast his vote, and so did the other RSS office bearers.
Well, let's hope that everybody does this, goes ahead and also go ahead and dispenses of their responsibility, and very responsibly they do go out and vote. Maharashtra must vote. We'll talk about Jharkhand also in a bit.
Is very critical. Is very, very critical for the fortunes of both sides. It's also got the largest number of one-on-one contests between Congress, BJP. And if you really look at the map of Maharashtra, I've had my coffee, but I must tell you, if you look at the map of Maharashtra, the 5 other regions pretty much will vote according to party affiliations, and they're pretty much split down the middle except for a couple. But Vidarbha is the unknown quantity. That's where the BJP really lost the election in 2024. So the BJP will be hoping that all the farmer distress, all the sops that they've given really hit home.
See, they promised...
Actually the flip region.
Anand, to give you context,
region. Yeah.
in 202014, the BJP won 44 of the seats in Vidarbha. Out of 62. In 2019, that number went down to 29, right?
Okay.
And in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, the major reason why the BJP's number went down was because of advances by NCP, Sharad Pawar, and the Congress in Vidarbha and Marathwada.
In Vidarbha and Marathwada.
So that's why
two
Vidarbha
areas
is fundamentally crucial.
where they had to
Vidarbha has
focus.
62 seats, Anand, and out of the 10 Lok Sabha seats in Vidarbha, BJP could win just 2 in the Lok Sabha. That was the major reason. If the BJP has to win Maharashtra, Vidarbha needs to flip for the BJP, because Vidarbha is a region, 62 seats, as Rahul was saying, 36 seats. There is direct contest between the BJP and the Congress. There are 2 major issues in Vidarbha.
Right.
Number 1, of course, farmer distress, cotton, soybean farmers. Number 2, the Mahar vote is in big numbers in Vidarbha. So these 2 issues need to flip, and it is a big challenge for the BJP. All their top leaders come from Vidarbha. Devendra Fadnavis.
But I'll come back. We'll come back to Vidarbha in a bit. Just quickly going across to Yesha, who's been waiting for a while. Yesha, you're in Thane. Now, this entire Thane district, again, Eknath Shinde would want to come out and show Thane, Mumbai, that region is very, very critical for the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde. What is the mood on ground? And will what happened with Vinod Tawde in the Vasai Virar region, will that have an impact?
So Anand, I'll show you the mood of what it looks like here at Thane. It is a slow start at all the 18 Vidhan Sabha constituencies which come into the Thane area. But here of course we've seen an early morning start, but a slow start. Particularly at Pink Booth, we saw how the first few voters were given a small plant as a gesture of coming in and being among the first people to have casted their vote. But apart from that, it's a slow start. We'd expect the Chief Minister to be coming in here in the next half an hour or an hour from now. And of course, like, discussing about what happened with Tavre earlier, we in fact heard how even Mahayuti spoke about this. So yes, there have been several allegations, counter allegation comes to cash for vote, but whether coming into the voters is something that's a little skeptical about this, because when you speak of these charges, they were still under investigation until late last night. Cops said they would take a couple of days to understand whether these allegations were actually true or not. So, that would not really be playing on the minds of voters, because as of now, those were just allegations. And usually, we've seen that even during Lok Sabha elections, for several of such candidates in Mumbai itself, there were allegations that were leveled just 1 or 2 days before people could in fact vote. So these kind of tactics are usually played out by both the parties a day or two before people actually cast their vote.
You're saying that the
Yes,
voters
Anand.
are wise to all of this. Interestingly, Vinod Tavre said that the Thakur brothers or the Kshitij Thakur himself dropped him later on after making all this ruckus and hangama. He says they only dropped me to wherever I was. So all these allegations are baseless. Daniel Francis with us. Daniel Francis, let's circle back. Morning. We were having a conversation in the studio about Vidarbha and Marathwada. These are two critical areas, and they also carry a huge bulk of the seat share with respect to sending MLAs to the Vidhan Sabha. How critical is this time around? Between June and November, do you think there is a change? And where do you see the direct fight spanning out between the Congress and the BJP? That is again a dominance ki ladai, because the Congress will have bragging rights if they steal a march on the BJP. The BJP will turn around and say the Congress has been decimated by us again.
Yeah, means both these regions, Marathwada and Vidarbha, are critical for government formation, and particularly for the numbers of the BJP. If the BJP has to do well, it has to do well, particularly in Vidarbha, which has been a stronghold shared by Congress and the BJP. During the Lok Sabha, the BJP was decimated in Vidarbha, in Marathwada also, and the Congress performed really well. If you talk to Congress leaders, they think that they will repeat the performance, a marginal improvement for the BJP in both these regions. And if you talk about the overall mood from what it was not just Samvidhan Bachao or 400 Par in Vidarbha and Marathwada. It was Marathas versus BJP. It was also soybean. It was cotton, Kunbis, and a lot of other factors that went against the BJP. This, and also a collapse of the BJP leadership in Marathwada and there in OBCs in Marathwada and in Kunbis in Vidarbha. So I really feel that there'll be a marginal improvement as I hear, but no much improvement for the BJP there. And will bring down
if there is not going to be much improvement for the BJP, then they have serious worries. Then to get up to 145, 150 for the BJP is not going to be easy. And then the MVA should be looking at things. As of now, they say that the Mahayuti has played some amount of catch-up in the last 4 or 5 months to the MVA, who had stolen a march during the Lok Sabha elections. Is it 50-50, or does someone still have the edge? The Maratha, Vidarbha conundrum for the Mahayuti. Which are the strong areas and must-win regions for the Maha Vikas Aghadi? On the wall with our guests, the conversations, even as we urge the voters to come out for a vote and come out and vote in Maharashtra. Plus, we'll also talk Jharkhand very, very soon. Stay with us in our continuous coverage here this Wednesday morning on polling day. Back after a very short break.
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also the constituencies where the Mahayuti is in fact, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should there be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, lots of reactions coming through. We'll play that out in a bit. We're going to be here for a while taking you through polling day in Maharashtra and also the second phase in Jharkhand. 288 seats in the Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha, 81 seats in the Jharkhand Vidhan Sabha. Let's focus on the two big regions, Vidarbha and Marathwada. How critical is it? How did they perform in 2019? Compare that with the performance in 2024 Lok Sabha. What matters to both sides? Zaka.
So Vidarbha is the biggest region, has 62 seats. This is where it's a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress. Out of those 62 seats, let's take a look at how it played out last time around. The BJP United Shiv Sena alliance got 33 at 40% vote share. The Congress NCP only 22. There were 11 seats behind and about 6% behind in vote share. But if you look at the direct contest between BJP and Congress in Vidarbha, almost half of it, 35 out of 62 are direct contests. Last time around, the BJP Shiv Sena had 19 of those. The Congress had only 12. The vote share difference, though, was 2%. As Rahul was saying, in an election where 1% can make the difference between who gets majority and who doesn't, a 2% vote share in direct fights is hugely important. But this was in 2019. If you were to extend the same thing in terms of Lok Sabha leads that the Congress got, remember 8 out of the 13 MPs that the Congress had in 2024 were from Vidarbha. If you look at the Congress leads, the Congress's number would have gone up to 18. So 18 from 12, so that's a 6-seat gain for the Congress. The BJP would have gone down to 7. So the point is that if it exactly translates from how it was in Lok Sabha, which it will not, and we shouldn't be saying this after what we saw in Haryana, because Haryana was the direct opposite of what happened in the Lok Sabha. But if it does translate, then the Congress will win a bulk of these direct fights. But like I said, two elections are completely
Marathwada?
different. Let's look at Marathwada as well. Marathwada, again, 46 seats, I think, 46, almost 50 seats in that region. Yeah, 46 seats. The BJP Shiv Sena last time had 30, almost 30 seats at 42% vote share. There's a 6% vote share difference between the Congress-NCP alliance and the BJP United Shiv Sena alliance. If you look at the Congress or the NCP's leads in 2024 in the Marathwada region, it would have gone up to 14. So they had 12 last time, they would have got 2 seats more. The BJP would have come down to 8. Now, one critical factor in Marathwada, maybe to a lesser extent in Vidarbha, is the Shiv Sena, the United Shiv Sena, the Maratha vote. The Shiv Sena is primarily a Mumbai, Thane, Konkan party, but the Marathas, significant chunks of Marathas vote for the Shiv Sena, the United Shiv Sena. This time around, there's also the factor of the Shiv Sena versus the Shiv Sena. It's not just Congress BJP direct fights, but the Sena versus Sena UBT, because ultimately I believe this is a fight for survival for both the Sena and the NCP. There are 51 seats where there are direct fights between Sena UBT and Shinde Sena candidates. Of these 51, and look at this, 45 of those 51 last time were won by the BJP Shiv Sena combined. Again, I think this is also going to determine which, not just the result, but also the
So these
legacy.
51 seats where there is a direct fight, these are legacy fights, because Eknath Shinde claims that the entire Shiv Sena core vote of about 19% voted for Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena in the Lok Sabha, and it was actually the Congress NCP votes that helped Uddhav Thackeray in Mumbai. That was the allegation, that it was the Muslim vote again consolidating along with some of the core Congress and NCP votes, Sharad Pawar votes. This time around, what do you see happening?
Anand, this situation changed completely in the Lok Sabha. 6 months ago, see what happened. There are 10 seats, Lok Sabha seats in Vidarbha, 9 seats in Marathwada. BJP could win just 2 in Vidarbha. Marathwada was a complete wipeout for the BJP. Only 1 seat the alliance could win. That was also Shiv Sena Shinde winning the Aurangabad seat. So out of 19 Lok Sabha seats in these two regions, the NDA, the Mahayuti, could just win 3. So that was the reason for the big drop in the performance. This time, now there are 62 plus 46, 108 seats at stake in Marathwada and Vidarbha.
Right.
BJP is hoping that it will make a comeback in the Vidarbha region, primarily due to 2 reasons. Number one, the relief it has given to the cotton and the soybean farmers in Vidarbha, which was a big issue last time. They have promised above MSP procurement, and that in a way should soften the blow when farmers are still upset with the BJP, but not that upset as they were in the Lok Sabha. The second thing I feel what will happen in Marathwada is that the Eknath Shinde has this huge, maybe you could say, goodwill in that area. I went to Marathwada, all I could see is just Shinde posters. This is one region where I saw less Fadnavis posters and more Shinde posters. Yeah. BJP is banking totally on Mr. Eknath Shinde to get it something back in Marathwada, maybe 3 seats to get back in at least 2 to 3 Lok Sabha seats, accordingly about 15 to 20 assembly seats if BJP can win Marathwada. The other, I think the big factor which could swing in Marathwada and Vidarbha is the women's scheme. Now I will cite you 2 anecdotes. I went to the cotton belt.
We'll talk about Ladki Behan one by one, because that's a huge conversation point in itself.
Issue, the BJP was able to break the Congress hegemony by breaking the Congress's key vote. Now, the Congress's key vote used to be Dalit, Muslim and Kunbi, the DMK formulation. The BJP managed to make inroads into Dalit and Kunbi votes. Can it continue to hold on? Because in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, these voters moved away. The Muslims stayed with the Congress, but these voters moved away, which meant that there was a problem. Now, remember, we constantly talk about overemphasizing, this Muslim factor, etc. But in Maharashtra, across the state, Muslims are 11.5%, the Dalits are 14%. There's nothing much between them. Yeah. Okay, the DM consolidation has to happen, and that's the reason why the MVA will hope that the Muslim vote gives them that 14%, in totality, in a large number of seats, where it can start with that advantage. The BJP and, of course, the Mahayuti will hope that the counter consolidation of Hindu votes happens, and jeopardizes this enterprise.
And a lot of those who splintered in June 2024, they actually come back.
That's right.
Anand,
That's exactly
Anand,
what the point
to
is.
come back to the Marathwada and Vidarbha point. See, I just want to take a step back from this debate and look at the larger picture of Maratha politics historically.
Right.
See, since 1960, or since the rise of the BJP and Shiv Sena in Maharashtra from the early 80s, late 80s onwards, the Shiv Sena was always the dominant partner, right? All that changed from 2014 onwards. Up till 2014, from about 1992 onwards, the Shiv Sena always had roughly 4 to 5% vote share more than the BJP. So the BJP was always the junior partner. Now what has happened is that when 2014, which was largely because of Amit Shah and Narendra Modi's strategy, that when BJP became the dominant partner, so that's the first time it became, it won more seats than Shiv Sena, that was fundamentally possible because of the inroad BJP made into Marathwada and Vidarbha. So it's not just in now. For the last 10 years, this region has been important to the BJP's dominance. So the BJP is now positioning itself as the preeminent Hindutva party in Maharashtra, as opposed to the earlier pattern where Shiv Sena was the Hindutva party and BJP was like the tag-along party. So therefore, and this is where the Congress made a comeback. This is where the NCP, Sharad Pawar made a comeback in the 3 months ago. And that's why the BJP is... See, if you look at the last two elections, 108 seats in Marathwada and Vidarbha, the BJP won 59 of these in 2014 and 55 of these in 2019. So basically around half.
Correct.
So this is where the election is going to be won and fought this time.
So this 50% conversion for the Mahayuti is critical. Devendra Fadnavis, while speaking with us at CNN News 18, said that the issue of kapas and also soybean was addressed. Soybean, the moisture content was 18%. As soon as the soybean was dried, it was all bought back, and the farmers are not so distressed now because 12% moisture is when you get the MSP. The manifesto promises 6,000 rupees, but the Maha Vikas Aghadi has countered that with saying we'll give you 7,000 rupees. Now, will that make a difference on ground, or the fact that the money has already come, a certain amount of money for cotton and soybean, previous installment, previous crop has already come? Plus the Ladki Bahan Yojana. We have not spoken about the woman voter and this big Yojana where there seems to be confusion what position to take with respect to the Maha Vikas Aghadi. It's polling day. We'll talk about all that's played out in the campaign and the run up to this big day, ladies and gentlemen. But most importantly, as we take yet another break, please get up, go out and vote, and then come back and watch us.
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also in the constituencies where the Mahayuti is in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should they be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against Supriya Sule, and she of course rebutted it. She should be here at around 8 a.m. we are told to cast her vote over here. She's accused the BJP of dirty politics.
जगाने आया हूं आपके लिए, मैं लड़ने के लिए मैदान में आया हूं।
हर परिवार को सालाना करीब 3 लाख रुपए का सहयोग मिलेगा। हर महिला को 3,000 रुपए प्रति माह मिलेगा।
हम एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे।
Good early morning, ladies and gentlemen. The coverage continues in the battle for the states. I'm Anand Narasimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, 288 seats in the Vidhan Sabha of Maharashtra will be going to the ballot today. The voters have to go out and vote. More than 9 crore voters have the right to exercise. It's their fundamental duty to go out and vote and decide the fate of the state over the next 5 years. Not that what you do and what happens soon after you vote, and when the ballot is cast and the results are out, things cannot change. There are many people on ground who believe that that should not be allowed to. जो विधायक जिस पार्टी से चुन के आया है, अगर पार्टी छोड़ता है तो वापस जाए वोटर के पास और फिर से चुन के आए. Many voters have said that, but that doesn't change the fact that you must go out and vote, ladies and gentlemen. Maharashtra goes to the polls. The second phase of polling in Jharkhand, 81 seats. The ruling Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra featuring BJP, Ajit Pawar's NCP faction, and of course Shiv Sena, Dhanush Ban with Eknath Shinde faces off against the opposition, Maha Vikas Aghadi, coalition of Congress, Sharad Pawar's NCP. He's playing the emotion card. ये आखिरी election है मेरा. Help me, back me, will that work? Uddhav Thackeray, legacy issue, survival issue and also relevance issue. Will they be wiped out? 51 seats where the Shiv Sena are at loggerheads with each other, the Dhanush Ban versus the Mashal. But let's look at some of the X factors quickly, ladies and gentlemen. The X factors in Maharashtra, one of the biggest aspects is the doles. Many will call it freebies, others would call it welfare schemes, smartly thought of. The women-centric schemes called the Ladki Behna, announced by both, but the Ladki Behan seems to be a game changer. That's what the Mahayuti believes for them, because there are many, many women talking about it and happy about it. The dole out a promise to youth, farmers, and of course, assurance of MSP on soya bean, kapas and some of the other produce, jobs, skills and of course more investments coming through, those promises. There is also the loyalty test. There is factionalism, which is also an important aspect, because there is the loyalty test for both Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde, and of course Uddhav Thackeray also. Relevance for Supriya Sule, Rohit Pawar, Sharad Pawar. Big question, the next generation within the Pawars, the next generation within the Thackeray's who will carry forward the legacy. There is the rail engine of Raj Thackeray in 70 seats active. What will they do? We have to wait and watch. NDA believes their Neta have been wronged. Will this entire infrastructure boost, will that resonate on ground? Big ticket projects, opposition putting projects of focus on the projects being shifted out of Maharashtra and those that have gone to Gujarat. These questions have been asked of multiple leaders and they will all put forth their point. But what is going on in the mind of the voter? No mention of the word Maratha or Maratha quota in either manifesto, although the ruling NDA claims they have already given the 10% there. The bid to consolidate OBCs, Dalits to counter the MVA. All of this, these caste combinations, the regional combinations, the various regions that get active over these 288 seats in Maharashtra, all of this will contribute towards the eventual victor, ladies and gentlemen. Supriya Sule, after casting her vote in Baramati, has spoken with Pallavi Ghosh.
The timing is something you've been talking about. 5 questions thrown at you by the BJP. Your response to the BJP on this?
I'm very happy to answer them. I'm more than happy, because I'm somebody who believes in complete transparency and I live by the Constitution of India. So I'm very happy to answer any question that the BJP asks me.
Gaurav Mehta is someone they're linking you to. Nana Patole they're linking you to. All of this happened a couple of hours before polling began in Maharashtra. Do you know Gaurav Mehta? You, I remember, correctly said just now that on Bitcoin, you have been very vociferous inside the parliament.
I have spoken against Bitcoins. Yes. I have spoken against cryptocurrency. I am somebody who has raised very serious issues about all this. So when I have raised, I am spoken against something. And I am with full humility, honesty and transparency and my commitment to the Constitution of India. All the 5 questions, I'm happy to reply to them. A place of their choice, a time of their choice, and a platform of the BJP.
Ajit Pawarji, your own relative, of course, in the family, insists that it's your voice, it's not AI. Your rebuttal to him and a criminal defamation against him as well?
I am first making a criminal defamation case against Mr. Trivedi, who's done 2 things I've done. First, I've lodged a cyber crime complaint. I've spoken to the Pune Commissioner. I have told him, and I requested him when I spoke to him. I told him what had happened, and he has assured me a fair trial. And I've lodged a cyber complaint. That's one. And second, I've sent a defamation notice to Mr. Trivedi.
What would you want to say to Mr. Ajit Pawar?
I'm going to first hear what Mr. Ajit Pawar had said, but he's Ajit Pawar. So Ram Krishna Hari, he can say anything.
He is Ajit Pawar, Ram Krishna Hari, he can say anything with a smile. Pallavi Ghosh, what does that imply? Because Ajit Pawar rules Baramati when it comes to Vidhan Sabha. The Baramati had always had a logic. If it is Vidhan Sabha, it is Ajit Pawar. If it is Lok Sabha, it is Supriya Sule. What's going to be the impact of this controversy, nth hour, these voices, and Ajit Pawar saying, मैं दोनों आवाज़ें पहचानता हूँ और दोनों उन्हीं की हैं. It's not AI. Pallavi.
I'm going to just quickly give you a recap of what really is happening on the ground. You can see Mr. Sharad Pawar right over here, just little away from where Supriya Sule cast her vote. He's just, of course, speaking to the media, and I hope to catch a bit of that. But essentially, this is Sharad Pawar who's just given his vote over here at Maregaon, Baravati. And apart from that, well, just to go back to the Supriya Sule factor, we know that this is the bastion or the turf or the ilaka of Sharad Pawar and the Pawars as it's called. In the Lok Sabha elections, it was a huge aggressive battle which took place between Supriya Sule and of course Ajit Pawar's wife. And at that point of time, Sharad Pawar was out and about. I mean, he had to ensure that this prestigious battle is won by his daughter. Similarly, this is also a prestige battle now for the turf of the NCP, for Sharad Pawar to prove his mettle and also to show that he very much resonates on the ground as far as the Maharashtra politics goes. Some within the MVA, particularly the Congress party, look at him as a possible kingmaker in case it's a hung assembly. But as far as these allegations against Supriya Sule and Nana Patole is concerned, well, the MVA's rebuttal to it is with the kind of controversy which was there around Vinod Tavade. The timing is being questioned by both the sides. Will that resonate on the ground? Ladki Behan Yojana, the women voters, I saw a lot of them early this morning coming out and voting, no surprises over there. And of course, the corruption issue, does that really matter? And of course, the kind of promises which are being made on both the sides.
But let me ask you, Pallavi, what is the sense that you get with the next generation within the Pawar? This is also a legacy battle both within the Shiv Sena and also within the NCP. Eknath Shinde, the true heir of the Dhanush Ban, versus a matter of relevance for Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray. On the other hand, Parth Pawar, Ajit Pawar combined on the one hand, Supriya Sule, Rohit Pawar, Sharad Pawar combined on the other. Is Sharad Pawar yet again playing the emotional card that this is my last election, I'm retiring after this, back me up, help set up Rohit and Supriya? Is he saying that on ground?
Yes, and also a very quick update. I mean, we are hearing Sharad Pawar has just stopped right here, in just over here. You can see it. Going to try and catch up with him, but we are going to get that soundbite of Sharad Pawar. It'll be interesting to hear whether he does break his silence on the Supriya Sule controversy. But you're absolutely right, and I would also say it's a little ironical for a party which is often accused of being dynastic in nature. The Congress is not fighting a legacy
just pause. I think Sharad Pawar is
no
speaking well. Let's see what he
here.
says. Let's listen to what he says.
मतदानाचा हक्क हा बजावला पाहिजे. मध्यंतरी लोकसभेची निवडणूक झाली त्यावेळेला महाराष्ट्राचं मतदान 67% आसपास होतं आणि नॉर्थ ईस्टमधली लहान लहान राज्य ही 70-75-80% सुद्धा पुढे गेली होती.
Sharad Pawar talking about the voter turnout. He's urging people to come out and vote, saying that states in the northeast aggregate 75% voter turnout, whereas Maharashtra has never crossed 67%. So I'm urging the voters of Maharashtra to come out in larger numbers, greater numbers, and set an example. He's urging every single person, voter of Maharashtra, to come out and do their matadan or vote.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा आढळून येतो, कुठेतरी गाडीवरती हल्ला होतोय, जीव घेणे हल्ले होत आहेत. हे जे रूप आलेलं आहे तर याला म्हणजे कुठली यंत्रणा कुठेतरी कमी पडते असं म्हणायचं का?
साधारणतः महाराष्ट्रात मतदान नेहमी शांततेने होतं, पण नागपूर जिल्ह्यामध्ये माजी गृहमंत्री अनिल देशमुख यांच्यावर हल्ला झाला.
So he's talking about the Anil Deshmukh incident.
हल्ला होता. असे प्रकार सहसा म्हणजे कुठं छोटे मोठे कचकची होतच नाही असं नाही, पण यावेळी थोडंसं त्या जादा दिसल्या पुन्हा त्या होऊ नयेत अशीच अपेक्षा.
So he said that there should be no violence during polling day. What happened with Anil Deshmukh is perhaps unfortunate. Let's hope that we don't have to witness similar scenes on polling day. Now questions on Supriya Sule and the allegations on her with Bitcoin trading.
जे बडतर्फ झाल्यानंतर त्यांनी केलेले होते ते आताही पुण्यामध्ये पत्रकार परिषद करतात.
जी व्यक्ती एक महिने तुरुंगात होती त्याचं म्हणणं काय याची नोंद तरी कशाला घ्यायची. माझ्या मते त्याची नोंदही घेण्याची आवश्यकता नाही.
भाजपनं फार त्याच्यावर केंद्रीय पातळीवर पत्रकार परिषदा वगैरे घेतल्या.
याचा अर्थ भाजप आणि त्यांच्या एकंदरीत सगळ्या कॅम्पेनकडं बघायचा दृष्टिकोन किती खालच्या पातळीचा आहे हे स्पष्ट होते. यापेक्षा अधिक त्याचा मला भाष्य करायचं नाही.
So Sharad Pawar laughing off the allegations and saying it looks, it just shows the desperation. There is no need for us to do any of resort to any such measures.
बदल अपेक्षित करतात. मतदानाचा निर्णय ते त्या संदर्भात घेतील असं मला पायमाफीची दिसतं.
काल विनोद तावडेंच्या ज्या बाबतीत जो प्रकार झाला भाजपच्याच माणसाकडनं आम्हाला सांगितलं गेलं होतं टाकून.
Now questions on Vinod Tavde and the incidents around him.
माहिती नाही तुम्ही जी काय माहिती दिली ती बघितली पण लगेचच मी त्याच्यावर काही भाष्य करणार नाही कारण ज्यांच्या उद्देशाचा आरोप केला जातो त्यांना मी बरेच वर्ष ओळखतो त्यामुळे माझ्याकडे ऑथेंटिक माहिती असल्याचं मी भाष्य करतो.
So Sharad Pawar saying he doesn't want to say much. It is individual party and how their leaders and what they conduct themselves, and it is for the election commission to investigate the matter. I don't want to say much about it. Somewhere he's saying I want voters to come out in large numbers and vote, and if the voters have already made up their minds, I don't need to bother myself with some of these issues that are being raised. Laughing off the entire Supriya Sule matter, wanting to stay clear about making any strong comments on what happened around Vinod Tavde, but very clearly urging voters to come out and vote, saying Maharashtra must set an example. We cannot be one of the states that votes comes out poorly in poorer numbers compared to some of the other states who, despite the adversity and the issues, come out and vote in large numbers. A big message coming in from Sharad Pawar. How much of an influence is he going to be? Let's just bring it back in here. We'll try and go back to Pallavi. Pallavi said she'll aim to try and attempt to speak with Sharad Pawar also. Supriya Sule coming out and saying, I'm willing to come out and answer all the questions. Defamation notice has been charged. But in terms of the legacy aspect, how critical, how important is Sharad Pawar in the mix of things? Because in June he was very critical.
The one who's taking on Ajit Pawar has been the MLA in Baramati since 1991. He's not lost a single election since 1991. Yugendra Pawar is the son of Sharad Pawar's brother. So it is again really a matter of legacy. But in Western Maharashtra, which is really the gud of the NCP, Mr. Pawar, the reason, I mean, you go even in 2019 where the Congress-NCP alliance lost and lost quite badly to the BJP United Shiv Sena, in Western Maharashtra, the Congress-NCP was higher in terms of seats. They were almost 10 seats higher than the BJP Shiv Sena. And if you look at the breakup in the Congress alliance,
the vote share is the same.
Yeah, the NCP is higher than the Congress. Again, twice, 21 to 10 of the Congress. The NCP's vote share was 26%. And the reason for that is Mr. Sharad Pawar's vote is concentrated. It's highly concentrated in Western Maharashtra, in, in Sangli, Satara, Kolhapur, Solapur, anything south and west of Pune is basically his stronghold, and his vote is much more concentrated than the BJP's vote or the Congress's vote, which is spread across regions, which is why even in the 80-odd seats that he's fighting this time around, a bulk of those seats are in Western Maharashtra. 58 seats, like I said, he has to get in the numbers in this region and, of course, whatever spillover that he will find in Marathwada or in Vidarbha, but his vote is far more concentrated. For example, in Mumbai, I don't think the NCP Sharad Pawar is even fighting a single seat. So they have hardly any votes in Mumbai. So the point is that his vote is restricted largely to this 58 seats in Western Maharashtra, where it is one part is Maratha politics, there is the sugar cooperatives. He's controlled the sugar cooperatives for the last God knows how many years. But really this battle, this time's battle, is really about who will take forward his legacy. Will it be his nephew or will it be his daughter?
Well, in the fight within the family, somewhere Ajit Pawar had said soon after the Lok Sabha elections that it was a mistake to field my wife against Supriya Sule. I shouldn't have done that. But then he now finds that his own nephew is fighting against him. He's laughed that off and he says, I'll go ahead and do my work. Some people got back to campaigning, got back to setting right things in the Mahayuti. In the Maha Vikas Aghadi, Sharad Pawar this time around is a reluctant campaigner compared to the Lok Sabha where he had found that second wind, that energy. After that book launch where he said, I want to retire, and the whole drama that played out, and they said, no, you cannot leave this party. And then the split that happened, Sharad Pawar took it upon himself to teach Ajit Pawar a lesson perhaps at that time. What's the situation this time around on ground?
Well, Anand, I think even the BJP's assessment is that Sharad Pawar is the strongest pillar in the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Even now, two reasons. Number one, they think that in this whole seat distribution which has happened in MVA, Sharad Pawar has smartly picked the best seats. His strike rate could be higher than even Uddhav or the Congress. That's what the BJP's own assessment is, that Sharad Pawar will be strong in this election. In fact, they believe Ajit Pawar may not be able to make that big a dent in Western Maharashtra when there is Sharad Pawar is involved. So that is number one. They also feel that amongst the number 5 and number 6 party in this election, which will end up, there's a competition maybe between Uddhav Thackeray and Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar could do well. Second also is the strategy part. You know, whether Sharad Pawar may have campaigned less, but I think still the backroom strategy of Sharad Pawar, even in Vidarbha, you know, he's traveled a lot there, in fact, has been good. They have fought a good election. The Sharad Pawar faction has fought a good election, and Ajit Pawar also has been at odds with the BJP on various issues, be it the slogan "Batenge to Katenge," or even he went on to say that voting for my candidate doesn't mean voting for BJP. He's even made that statement. So in a way, Ajit Pawar has been at odds on certain matters with the BJP, but in the MVA faction, Sharad Pawar is like the fountainhead.
Have they very smartly played good cop, bad cop within themselves to keep the fight within the Yuti itself rather than bringing the MVA? Now, this is something which DK Shivkumar Siddaramaiah did very smartly in the Karnataka elections. But here, with respect to Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, Rohit Pawar, Yogendra Pawar, is this going to be critical? And let's look at that in terms of, as the dust settles on the 23rd, will each party look at their strike rate to try and claim relevance and perhaps hold? Is the Congress now in a weaker position compared to Lok Sabha on ground in terms of campaigning because it's Vidhan Sabha elections? Or is this the chance, right time for the Congress to come out and say, we deserve the maximum number of seats, even though we were the third party in 2019? What a turn of fortunes for the Congress between 19 to 24 in Maharashtra itself. Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. Yes, Nalin and then everyone.
One of the things that I am hearing from the BJP is that the Congress may have done better. It may have missed a trick by contesting in lesser seats this time.
Yeah.
You know that because of the gains they made 3 months ago, they seem to have given up a lot more.
Because of what happened in Haryana, right? Did the Haryana aspect allow the Chhatrabs to flex a little more muscle?
102 seats.
Yeah.
So
if you look at the seat distribution or who's fighting how many seats, BJP is fighting 152, the Shiv Sena is fighting 80, NCP is fighting 52. But remember, the BJP has 17 more candidates who are fighting on their allies tickets. So you know which side they'll go. So there is a lot of micromanagement in this election.
But for the Congress party, do you believe, let's talk about the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Who do you think is the weakest link in the Maha Vikas Aghadi? Who do you think will come out and focus? Everybody is going to focus on strike rate. But who's perhaps given up the most or will gain the most this time?
Well, you know, it's very interesting that you should bring up this factor, because if you look at Jharkhand, and you know, we forget that there is a second phase going on there. It's very crucial also. That phase for the BJP specifically. But to be very honest, there has been a lot of rumblings within the opposition alliance, of course, within the JMM alliance there, where JMM and RJD feel that the Congress hasn't quite done enough. And they feel that it's a bit of a liability. It's a bit of a stepney, you know, a spare wheel. A large number of people who've been sort of talking to various journalists, etc., and I've been watching on our channel, on other channels also, seem to be suggesting that even within the Mahayuti, there is this worry that the Congress may not be able to carry its weight.
Maha Vikas Aghadi.
Yes, sorry, Maha Vikas Aghadi, that the Congress may not be able to carry its weight. And that is something that is at some level playing on the minds. Now, when you talk about the three main players in the MVA, look, I think the Shiv Sena under Uddhav did have a good strike rate. The NCP had a so-so strike rate. The Congress actually also didn't do very well. It didn't outperform itself. Even within these three, it was the third party, even during the
Rahul,
Lok Sabha.
I mean, did you get your shot of coffee? Congress got 13 out of the 18 seats it fought. It had the highest strike rate amongst the Maha Vikas Aghadi in Lok Sabha 2024.
Okay. So sorry, I stand
What
corrected there.
what happened?
I stand corrected there. Okay.
Is everything
I stand
okay?
corrected there. It's fine.
They were number 3 in the Vidhan Sabha in 2019.
Yeah.
But 2024
Yes.
Lok Sabha, they were the
Vidhan
best
They were
within
the
the
single
Maha Vikas
largest
Aghadi.
party in the
fundamentally-
2024 Lok Sabha.
Okay.
BJP had 9, Congress had 13.
Okay. Yeah,
So
sorry.
that's why I said the turn of fortunes for the Congress
Yeah,
between
the
19
turn
to
of fortune.
24.
So,
Ji.
yeah, sorry about that.
Ji.
The fact of the matter is that fundamentally speaking, this time after Haryana and the so-called reversal in Jammu, there is a fear that the Congress may not be able to go up against the BJP in straight contest. That's the worry.
But the straight contest, BJP straight contest, maximum number of contests are against the Congress again in Maharashtra. 75. Correct me if I'm wrong. Daniel Francis is also with us. Daniel, your thoughts? You've been listening to this conversation. Strike rate, who's the weakest link, who's the strongest one on both sides, and especially within the MVA, what do you think are going to be the critical aspects?
It would be not right to underestimate the Congress in Maharashtra. One is that Lok Sabha has shown that a certain caste base, which was the original Congress caste base, has come back to them. Secondly is that Congress at least had 40 to 50 micro satraps, who control their talukas, who control their regions, who control their districts. And most importantly, the alliance, this MVA, this Uddhav and Sharad Pawar and the Congress and their vote coming together is a workable alliance. You have seen in Lok Sabha that it works on the ground. People come, Muslims can join with Uddhav, the backwards can join with Marathas. So there is a lot of combination, permutation. It's a real threat to the BJP in particular.
You believe the Congress should have contested more seats?
The Congress wanted to contest more seats, but they couldn't contest more seats. There was a lot of...
Did the Haryana reversal have to have a role to play there
I don't think Haryana,
what
Jammu Kashmir
they
has
could
any
actually
impact.
command?
Haryana, Jammu Kashmir has any impact on this election. Haryana is a very different election.
No, not the impact. I'm saying the perception of the party. In the sense, had they won Haryana, would they have been able to flex muscle over UBT and NCP Sharad Pawar and say over the Mashal and
now you
this
take Congress on one side and the BJP on the other side. They cannot do without the regional parties. Cannot do without the regional parties. Do you think that if Mr. Shinde...
No. I'm not. What I'm asking is very clear. The Mashal and the Tutari would have had to bow to the hand. Had the hand demanded 120 seats. Had the Congress won Haryana. Since the BJP won Haryana, then did the Congress have to backtrack, and did the NCP and the UBT thereafter get more seats?
Each one is getting the vote transferred to one another, and each one is benefiting. The Congress party wanted to contest on more than 100 seats, but they couldn't contest because the regional parties didn't allow them to posture the way they wanted to posture.
Why didn't they allow them? That's what I'm saying. Did the Haryana reversal...
It's because of the impact, the psychological impact, not the psephological or the electoral impact of the Haryana and the Jammu election to some extent. But look at the vote shares. Okay, even in this last 2024 election, it's very confusing, but in the last 2024 Lok Sabha election, the Congress only got about 16.9% of the vote. The BJP got significantly more than the Congress did. I'm not saying that it was, the seats and all of that. Forget about that. My point is that the Congress, even beyond the Shiv Sena, UBT didn't do much better on vote share terms. I think one was 16.9 and the other one was 16.3%.
Yeah, but
or something like that. So
but when it
they were
comes
in
to
the same ballpark. What I'm trying to say is that the Congress, even in 2024, even when there was this massive wave in its favor and it did very well, in vote share terms, didn't dramatically increase its number.
No, but please educate me here. Are there too many multi-cornered fights in this election, or despite it being 6 parties, largely most of the seats are direct fights?
I agree with you. I think even though there are 6 parties, I think the choice really before the Maharashtra voters is twofold. It's either Mahayuti or it is.
So then that
Maha
means
Vikas
three
Aghadi.
parties combining their vote share and transferring the vote towards one candidate. Whoever can do that better will have the advantage.
Yeah, absolutely.
What happens to a Raj Thackeray who's contesting in about 70 seats? What happens to the BVA? What will the impact they'll make? There are also independents, about 30 independents who are contesting. What is the impact that they will have?
See, Anand, there are two very important factors, I think, which will determine this election. Number one is these 76 direct fights between the Congress and the BJP. Congress is contesting 102 seats. Out of that, in 2/3 of the seats, it's going up against the BJP. BJP is only going up against Congress candidates in half of the seats it's contesting, about 150.
Correct.
So who wins these 76 seats ka battle could determine who is the single largest party, because higher the strike rate of the BJP, lower will be the strike rate of the Congress.
See,
that
in
could
Lok
reverse from
Sabha
last
also
time.
the BJP claimed that they had a 60% strike rate against the Congress across the seats they contested.
Absolutely.
So the Congress's claim that it's actually clawing back and it's got the better of the BJP perhaps fails. That's what their aggregate. So 69% I think was their conversion.
Yes, absolutely. So that is very important. Who wins the 76 seats ka battle? BJP's assessment is it could win over 50 out of these 76 seats. So the Congress is expected to do badly in the seats it's directly contesting with the BJP. Second, I think the important point,
So that
who
means
can
they are saying
ensure
that out of 102 they are contesting
76
50%.
against the
yeah,
BJP.
no, I'm saying 50% of their seats
Yes.
they may not win at all. So their conversion
Absolutely.
ratio will be less than 50% by default.
So that is the BJP's calculation.
Yeah.
Congress strike rate could come down by a big way in this election. Number two, I think very important point that you said, who can ensure a better vote transfer? You know, who can ensure, because parties can be very strong independently, but can you ensure a vote transfer inside your alliance? In that way, I think the BJP is better placed because there is a more coordinated strategy rather than on the other side.
Is it better placed, Rahul, or if does the Lok Sabha and Nalin, does the Lok Sabha actually show the MVA had a better vote transfer than the Mahayuti did?
So, firstly, when it comes to the BJP the BJP Congress direct fights, which Aman was talking about, in the last election, the BJP had a strike rate of 64%. The Congress had a strike rate of 29.9%. But that's also because the BJP now bear in mind that in Maharashtra, BJP is the only party that has an even spread across every region. See, the other parties are far more concentrated. Shiv Sena, NCP,
Western
Congress,
Maharashtra,
right?
BJP,
if you look at the last two elections, 2014, 2019, and Lok Sabha as well, including Lok Sabha where BJP had reverses, its vote share is evenly spread across regions. So it is the pan-state party. Now, in terms of vote share transfers, I think that's a tricky one. Simply because on the ground also there's a lot of confusion about both symbols, and very often people have been changing sides so much, people often get confused on the ground, right? So it's so, but in. So we don't really know the answer to that. I don't think anyone can predict that because the equations in Maharashtra have been changing so much in the last year and a half. It's a very difficult election to call.
Okay, let's say, I'm not even going to get into the bellwether seats per se, but is there a bellwether region? If this region votes in a particular pattern, this could actually shape the result. Because the race is for 146 seats. Now, last time also 2019, the BJP plus or the Mahayuti got 162, if my memory serves me right. 162. So correct. So, but this time around, which region could decide?
I think it's not one. Election? I think it would be three regions. To my mind, it would be Vidarbha, which is the biggest, 62 seats. It would definitely be Marathwada because of this whole Maratha agitation, and Western Maharashtra because again it's 58 seats. It's the second biggest region. So essentially about 160 seats. In these 160 seats, if BJP and its Mahayuti alliance runs away with it, they had a 14-seat lead in this 160. If they run away with it in Vidarbha, in Marathwada and in Western Maharashtra, then they are winning. The other two regions are much smaller. Mumbai, of course, if you add Mumbai, Thane, Kalyan, the outskirts, it's about 50-odd seats. But it doesn't necessarily reflect the rest of this state. The issues that matter here, whether it is agrarian distress or whether it is Ladki Bahin, it's not so much voters in Mumbai who depend on Ladki Bahin. It's the people who are in the rural areas. If you see higher women voter turnout, for example, in many of these seats, again, this will have an impact. In these 160-odd seats, if you were to look at, again, the direct contests that we've been talking about, Congress versus BJP, there are 75 across the state. There are 35 of them in Vidarbha alone. But in these three regions, there's a direct fight of 75. 43 the BJP won last time. Only 27 the Congress alliance got. Congress, again, I'll break up that, of which the BVA had 2, the NCP had 1. This time the BVA is fighting separately, Mr. Prakash Ambedkar's party. The NCP had only 1. The Congress had 24 out of 27. If you look at the BJP, the BJP out of the 43, the alliance 43, all 43 were won by the BJP. There was only a 3% vote share of the United Shiv Sena in these seats. And if you look at where those seats are, a large number of them are in Vidarbha. There are a few in northern Maharashtra and a few in Marathwada. So again, the point I'm coming back to, just like Mr. Sharad Pawar's vote is concentrated in western Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena's vote was largely a Mumbai vote, a Thane vote, a Konkan vote, and some pockets of Marathwada, which is why even when you look at the direct fights, the transfer of the Shiv Sena vote did not matter as much to the BJP versus Congress direct fights when you're talking about vote consolidation. Right. The opposite is what we saw in the Lok Sabha election in 2024, where you had Congress votes, what Rahul was talking about, the DMK votes, the Dalit votes, the Muslim votes, and some section of the Marathas. They moved even when a UBT candidate was fielded. And I think in Mumbai, you saw this in the Lok Sabha, where people were talking about Muslims voting for Mr. Thackeray's party.
And the numbers came, and Eknath Shinde very clearly said that the 19% vote share, almost just about a 0.5% dip, but the entire core Shiv Sena voter voted for the Dhanush Band with Eknath Shinde, and UBT got its benefits because the entire Cong NCP voter base, they voted for, and that's where the vote transfer actually happened. Interestingly, gentlemen, LADKI is Ladki in Hindi, that means girl, and Bahin or Behen. But in Marathi, Ladki becomes dearest. So it's Ladki Bahin. So it's the dearest sister. So the whole Yojana, it is, and there is something which is very interesting. The BJP says Ladki Bahin Yojana, and the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde says Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana. The reason why is because this is Eknath Shinde's thought process, and it was started by him, this Ladki Bahin Yojana. So the Shinde faction claims credit for this, and this they many believe will be a game changer. And it is inspired from what Shivraj Singh Chauhan did in Madhya Pradesh. How much of an impact will that have on ground? Gentlemen, yeah.
So I think
I'll bring in Daniel also on this after
this scheme is a very important scheme. This turnaround thing for BJP in Maharashtra, similar version, in Madhya Pradesh, similar version in Haryana. No, but you see, apart from this scheme, I think apart from this scheme, there are 4 or 5 things that have happened which have allowed the BJP to pull back the distance it was encountering. Number one, if you see the National Commission for Backward Castes on October 9th, it announced that 19 new castes and subcastes should be part of the OBC classification. On October 10th, the government announced that the creamy layer, the benchmark should be lifted from 8 lakh rupees to 15 lakh rupees, which again is seen as an outreach towards OBCs. There has been if you see there were MLC elections soon after the Lok Sabha elections. The Mahayuti won 9 of those 11. Out of the 5 that BJP won, 4 were OBCs. Right? So what's happening is that the BJP is focusing very specifically on the OBC vote. And 3 things are different in this election compared to 2024 Lok Sabha. The first is that the RSS is on the ground much more than it was earlier. We also saw that in Haryana. There is also a much more concerted effort by the BJP organizationally. You see that also in the fact how much Yogi Adityanath is campaigning. For example, this is not his state. And then these correctives the BJP has taken both on the constitution Khatre Mein Hai issue and the outreach to different castes. So that's why there is a different election from 3 months.
See, the women voter are not so far away from the male voter. It's 48 to 50% in terms of the strength.
When you're talking about the conversion of votes, etc., I just want to quickly weigh in here because there's some corrections that need to be made. First of all, the highest strike rate within the MVA was the NCP Sharad Pawar, which was 80%. So they contested, if you look at the number to assembly, 48, they won out of 60 seats they contested. So that's the 80%. So it wasn't the Congress that did the best in that side. It was actually the NCP Shiv Sena, NCP Sharad Pawar, which tells you that basically a large amount of conversion did actually work in its favor. A large number of others did funnel their vote to the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP.
Sharad Pawar sentiment.
That's right. Plus, its vote is concentrated in one particular area, and as you know,
you're saying transfer to assembly seats out of 60, they won 42.
They won 48 out of 60, which is 80%.
80%.
Then came the Congress, which contested 102 seats, out of which it won 63, which is a roughly 60% conversion rate. The laggard here was SSUBT. Now, that only won 45% of the seats it actually contested, 57 out of 126. So I think we all got it a bit wrong. The point is that fundamentally SSUBT didn't get the benefit of the other alliance partners and their vote because there was suspicion clearly about its credentials amongst a large number
would you
of
say that, or would you say that it only got the others' vote and it did not have its own core voter voting for it, and it actually moved away from it to Eknath Shinde?
That may be a bit debatable.
Yeah.
I don't know if a large number of Muslims actually did eventually vote
They
for
did,
the
and
SSUBT.
the numbers have been put out.
Okay,
yeah,
so maybe that's what explains it.
Especially in
But
Mumbai.
clearly, maybe the Shinde Sena then really ate into the UBT vote. I don't know, but I can't hazard that.
Now, that's why from whose prism you speak, because
Yes.
Eknath Shinde believes the core Dhanushban voter retained with him. So 19% came away. So Uddhav Thackeray,
basically-
did not move with Uddhav Thackeray. That's their point of view.
Obviously something didn't work for them.
Correct.
The other two parties seem to be fairly decently placed in the MVA to either transfer
See,
votes
interestingly,
or
the
retain their votes.
63% strike rate of the Congress party over 102 assemblies constituency. It's the same 102 seats that is it the same 102 seats that the Congress is fighting this time, which will be very interesting.
No, he's made a Lok Sabha to Assembly
No,
conversion.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but that's
I don't
the
know why
only
he's
one-
doing that even after Haryana.
But that's the only one we can do.
Absolutely.
No, I think it's flawed. I think we should not do a Lok Sabha to Assembly conversion.
See, Anand, coming
no two
back
elections
to
are the
the-
same.
We'll keep the cameras rolling even after the break, during the break, for you
Anand-
to know what's
Anand,
happening
focus
here.
on
Coming back to the Ladki Behan
why
Yojana
are we
impact
doing
which
the
you were
2019 to 2024 when nothing applies? So,
No,
I
No,
mean,
it's
you know,
assembly to assembly.
fundamentally-
I mean, that's how the comparison
Yeah,
should
but-
be.
but-
It can
but
never be
I'm-
Lok Sabha
I'm-
to...
I'm just very keen
If
to
it was Lok Sabha
understand-
to
Zach,
Vidhan
No,
Sabha,
what
Congress would
I'm
have won
interested in
Haryana.
understanding
Now you're
is that the
stressing the point.
Congress is
Come on.
fighting 102 seats this time. Is it somewhere reflecting the 102 seats where they were actually in action? If we were to translate from Lok Sabha seats into assembly seats for 2019, June 2024, where they had a 63% strike rate, have they come back to those 102 seats
Yeah,
trying to
that's all
capitulate?
that's
We'll
the
have to
point I'm making.
capitalize. We'll
That's
have to
the
wait and
point
watch.
I'm making.
Yeah,
Coming back to
Ladki
the-
Behan and also Ladki Behan and with Daniel also. Yes,
See,
Aman
coming
and
back
then
to the
Daniel.
Ladki Behan Yojana, the impact, I think, Anand, on the ground. See, 2.5 crore women have got 5 installments of 7,500 rupees. There are about 4.7 crore women voters in Maharashtra.
Yes.
So, effectively, every family, because it's not going to every woman, every family in Maharashtra has got the money. Now, my experience of this schemes in other states is whoever gives it first has the advantage, because once you give the money in somebody's pocket, the people feel that this money is like coming for sure. Our budget is made. We don't want to trust another party promising another amount. वो आएगी नहीं देगी कुछ पता नहीं है. 1,500 to 2,100, I think was also a master stroke by the BJP, because when I went to the ground, some women who got 1,500 were complaining कि 700 का cylinder आ जाता है, 500 का तेल आ जाता है.
By Eknath Shinde.
By so
They
Eknath
are
Shinde or the
touchy about it.
Mahayuti. The Fadnavis also seems he's the architect of the scheme. He also claims. Anyways, so that is the major point. I think the impact of this on the ground, what the BJP is hoping for, that this scheme can transcend caste barriers. I will cite you quickly 2 anecdotes. I went to the cotton farmers in Vidarbha. Farmers were angry with the BJP still saying cotton ka price, but I saw these women cotton farmers who plucked the cotton saying, no, we have got the money. And it is a good thing. Second anecdote, I went to this Dalit colony, Ambedkarite Dalit colony in Nagpur. Again, people were saying that, we don't vote for the BJP, we don't. But women there were saying that this money has come, and we are very sure if another government comes, this money will not come. So I think BJP is hoping that this scheme can transcend caste barriers. It can work like the way it worked in Madhya Pradesh, like the promise worked in states like Odisha and Chhattisgarh, where BJP promised this money. So I think who gives it first matters. What is the counter promise? People really don't believe in that
The women
much.
vote matters. It always did, and it's mattering more now. That's what's happening. 4.7 crore voters. If a bulk of them vote one way, they can change the election.
Vote matters in this election is that after the Ladki Behan Yojana was launched, look at what the Congress has promised on the women vote. The Congress said, we will give you 3,000 rupees a month. The currently women are getting about 1,500 rupees a month. The BJP is in its manifesto said will increase it to 2,100. Look at the promises the Congress made apart from that too. So just the women vote itself. Free travel in buses, similar like Karnataka. Free vaccines for cervical cancer. 2.5 lakh government jobs and 6 cylinders in a year, and about 2 days leave for menstrual leave for women, and 1 lakh for girls who reach 18. Now that is a direct attempt to get at the women vote, right? Exactly taking on what the BJP has done. But I think Aman is on to something here, that in the in direct benefit transfers, it is the party which has first mover advantage or often takes it all in that election at least.
No, and not just that, in other Congress ruled states, have all these schemes been implemented to the way they have been committed, or has there been some backfire? There was also a lot of dissonance on ground with these guarantee credit cards, which they say, which a lot of women went and queued and they said, sorry, it's not going to be honored. Daniel, 1 second, Jets. Let's just get Daniel in and then I'll come back. Yes, Daniel.
The schemes that Eknath Shinde government has launched after the Lok Sabha did change the narrative a little bit, the kind of negativity that was there against the NDA in Maharashtra, that really changed, and the focus was completely on welfare schemes. And there are many schemes that for women in particular that they launched, keeping in mind the women voters, which I feel is having a decisive impact on the electoral fortunes of this government. But you know, and they have been able to, I agree with Aman that they've been able to break some of the Muslim women, some of the Dalit women in particular through this scheme. Also, the whole credibility of Eknath Shinde also plays out. You know, somebody who understands poverty, somebody who's come from the kind of who speaks the language of the poor and the women in particular. There's a lot of resonance in that, and the impact of this scheme, how much it will have an impact, we'll have to assess after the results come. But will it surely sure have an impact? Yes, because it's a massive rollout, very well rolled out scheme, very well implemented scheme, and very well marketed scheme. So I think that Ladki Behna will be a game changer against all the caste and other combinations that we see.
Well, so the Ladki Bahin could play a role of a game changer. We're compelled to take a break. We'll take this conversation forward. I'll just leave you with a thought, ladies and gentlemen. Does the voter always want to vote those who are not just the underdog, but in whom they see someone who struggled hard, worked on the ground and made a name or carved a name for themselves, and those who have not forgotten where they came from or what their origins are? Does that actually matter to the voter, irrespective of the political party? And should that also matter to the Neta? They should never forget their roots and where they came from, and always remind themselves and the voter too. Stay with that thought. We'll see you after the break.
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also the constituencies where the Mahayuti is, in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should there be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against Supriya Sule, and she of course rebutted it. She should be here at around 8 a.m. we are told to cast her vote over here. She's accused the BJP of dirty politics. The BJP hit by the Vinod Tavre, hit by those allegations of distributing money among the party workers and the voters. So those factors are going to be important. But I think at the end of the day, the local factors, Baramati is pretty well developed, is the sugarcane hub or bowl of Maharashtra. In that sense, there's a lot of development on the ground. But people are also deeply divided. The Pawar.
बढ़िया बात है, इंतजाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है। अरे मेरे को क्यों ढका? बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है। मैं देख रहा था कि सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है, बहुत सफाई रखी हुई है, एंड बस आज यही है कि सब लोग आएँ, वोट करें, दैट इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट।
इलेक्शन हो रहा है और क्या हो रहा है?
एक मिनट सर, किसकी सरकार आएगी? महायुति, महा विकास अघाड़ी?
महा विकास अघाड़ी की आएगी सरकार।
क्या अनुमान है सर आपका, कितनी सीटें? एक मिनट सर,
अभी ये अनुमान तो न्यूज वाले लगाएंगे, हम अपना एक ही अनुमान है जो लगा रहे हैं आज।
आपके दो भाई चुनाव में हैं, इतने बड़े पॉलिटिकल फैमिली से आप हो, तो कुछ तो आपका कैलकुलेशन होगा।
नहीं, जो मेरा कैलकुलेशन है पर्सनल कैलकुलेशन है, उससे मैं यही कह सकता हूँ आपको कि महा विकास अघाड़ी की सरकार बनेगी।
कितनी सीटों का सर आकलन है?
आइए वोट कीजिए, ये हमारी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। ECI का मैं आइकन हूँ, तो बहुत समय से मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, लोगों को यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि आइए वोट कीजिए, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। यहाँ फैसिलिटीज़ भी अच्छी है, और जैसे कि मैंने अभी कहा कि सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने यहाँ पे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ की है, सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, मगर मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सारे लोगों के लिए अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहेंगी। पूरा जो पीरियड है, वोटिंग पीरियड, वो पूरे समय तक अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहे, यही मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ, और किसी को तकलीफ़ ना हो। आइए ज़रूर वोट कीजिए।
लोग जो करने आए वो वोटिंग है, और वो सबका राइट है, वो सबका अधिकार है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये आज का दिन जो है वो वोटिंग के हिसाब से है। तो जो गरीब है, जो भी है, यंग ओल्ड जो भी है, वोट करना ज़रूर है।
उसमें आजकल महिलाएं ज़्यादा लाइन में खड़ी होती है, वोट परसेंट में भी महिलाएं या तो इक्वल होती है या ज़्यादा होती हैं। तो महिलाओं में आजकल डेमोक्रेसी को लेके, वोटिंग राइट को लेके ज़्यादा समझदारी है, ज़्यादा अवेयरनेस है।
शायद हो सकता है।
आप कुछ अपील करेंगे, क्योंकि अभी पूरा दिन बाकी है वोट के लिए?
नहीं, मैंने तो अपील किया, आज का दिन जो है इम्पोर्टेंट दिन है, आप प्लीज़ जाके वोट कीजिए, ये आपका राइट है, और you can make a big difference.
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also the constituencies where the Mahayuti is, in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS you know, office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but you know, no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should they be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against Supriya Sule, and she of course rebutted it. She should be here at around 8 a.m. we are told to cast her vote over here. She's accused the BJP of dirty politics. The BJP hit by the Vinod Tavre, hit by those allegations of distribution.
जगाने आया हूं आपके लिए। मैं लड़ने के लिए मैदान में आया हूं।
को सालाना करीब 3 लाख रुपए का सहयोग मिलेगा। हर महिला को 3,000 रुपए प्रति माह मिलेगा।
हम एक रहेंगे तो सेफ रहेंगे।
It's the battle for the states. Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Phase 2 in Jharkhand across the 81 seats. Phase 2, Jharkhand, which way will it go? Maharashtra, single phase polling. Today is the big day. 288 Vidhan Sabha seats. All going to the ballot till 9 a.m. The voter turnout is less than 7%. Voters, get out. Go ahead and vote. Your vote matters. The ruling Mahayuti alliance featuring the BJP, Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena, Dhanush Band with him, the Ghadi with Ajit Pawar, but kya unka waqt theek hai? We have to wait and watch. Facing off against the Maha Vikas Aghadi, a coalition of the Congress party, the NCP, Sharad Pawar, kya unki tutari bajegi? Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray with the mashal, will that light the way forward or will they be torched out? We have to wait and watch, ladies and gentlemen. What's at stake for both these sides? The BJP, OBC consolidation is a big factor. Will they be able to replicate the Haryana model and counter this entire Maratha anger, or has that now simmered between June and November? Big question, ladies and gentlemen. Test for ek hai to safe hai. This Maha Mantra, as Devendra Fadnavis has called it, will that get them or help them a certain level of redemption? The opposition had the edge over the NDA in June 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Will they be able to reverse that? Will the opposition be able to keep the momentum going, or will the BJP be able to keep the Haryana momentum going into Jharkhand and also specifically into Maharashtra? Will they be able to expand their influence, prove their mettle against the regional Kshatraps? Will BJP yet again emerge as the single largest party? We have to wait and watch. Is there scope for breaching some opposition bastions, because the opposition crept in to a lot of areas where the BJP had their or held sway in 2014 and 19? With the allies, it's also the test of the Hindutva pitch versus the caste census push. Freebies. Well, let's look at the test of Ladki Bahin. Women voters, 4.7 crore of them out of the 9 crore voters in Maharashtra. Will they make an impact? 9.7 crores in Maharashtra. Impact of loan waiver. And of course the Kisan. Are they all right with the kapas and the soya bean ka bhugtan? And of course the ashwasan that there will be more coming their way. What's at stake for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, for the Congress party? The biggest hurdle is their straight fights with the BJP. Can they return a higher strike rate? Can they say that in straight fights with the BJP, nearly 75 seats, if my memory serves me right, will they be able to get more than 50 to 55% conversion? That's when the Congress can say, we can thump the BJP. That's the big test. These 75 seats. Counter the BJP influence in Vidarbha. They were able to do that in Lok Sabha. Can they do it in the Vidhan Sabha? That's the big question. Prove that the Haryana loss was an aberration. And of course, the big brother bragging right. Will they be able to say, we are the ones who are the fulcrum of the opposition of the INDI alliance? Will the LOP be able to stand up and say in the winter session of Parliament that Congress hai to Indi hai? That's the big question. The track record vis-a-vis allies. And well, then the Congress then have to play a meeker role if they don't perform. Factionalism within their ranks. A lot of senior leaders have made their way out. Electoral losses, high-profile exits, and of course, the challenge to rebuild this organization. Will they be able to do the same with Nana Patole? What they couldn't do with Bhupinder Hooda, can they expect to do with Nana Patole? And of course, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra will come into the focus. The Congress test also has consistently promised caste census. That's a big test. But then again, they seem to be confused with their own reservation narrative. That's what the opposite or the BJP is making it out to be. Will they be able to then, this Samvidhan Khatre mein hai, take this forward? And more importantly, ending reservation. Rahul Gandhi has been defending that over the last few days, ever since he made that statement, and then the BJP went to town with that. In the studio with me, Zaka Jacob, Managing Editor, CNN News 18, on the magic wall, but on the seats, Consulting Editor with Network 18, Rahul Shivshankar. With him, Rohit Chandravarkar, Senior Journalist, joining us. He's flown in from Mumbai to Delhi, and he's going to be here through us with us. Nishtula Hebar of The Hindu with us. Nalin Mehta of Money Control, Managing Editor with us. And of course, Rashid Kidwai joins us. मध्य प्रदेश छोड़कर कुछ दिन हमारे साथ बिता रहे हैं. Till result day, if you are going to be there. Rashid bhai, let's start with you. We'll not start with Zaka on the wall, let's start with you. Which do you think are the 2-3 critical regions? Let's get into that.
I think Vidarbha is going to be most important region. Direct fight between Congress and BJP, lot at stake. The kind of that pro-Hindutva pitch that BJP unleashed during the campaign. So I think Vidarbha is make or break. I won't go even over 2-3 regions. Of course, Western Maharashtra continues to be very important, but that's where Pawar versus Pawar kind of narrative. Will they come together? That's one region. Of course, every region has its own importance. Anand, but it is Vidarbha which is going to decide the fate of Maharashtra.
He's got Rahul Shivshankar as an interesting projection of the leads. Lok Sabha seat strike rate, nahi, Lok Sabha to Assembly constituencies, the leads. Vidarbha was critical for the Maha Vikas Aghadi.
Yeah, in fact, the Vidarbha, the Maha Vikas Aghadi won 42 out of 62. The complete sweep. The Mahayuti only had 20 of those seats. That's really where this election was won and lost. And of course in Marathwada, where the Mahayuti had 11 out of 46 when the MV had 32 out of 46. Those are the most significant. Between them, they have more than 100 seats between those two regions. If that number holds, then...
Well, just a few days ago, the News 18 Lokmat, and I was talking with the managing editor Mandar Farse and also Dhruva Jyoti, the cluster editor, and they had done an internal conversation with journalists and their own reporters. And they said the Maha Vikas Aghadi, Mahayuti, it's quite neck and neck. Across Maharashtra. And some said 5 plus minus 10 seats, either ways you were to see. But there were about 40 seats, 40-45 seats, which they said are critical, because nobody knows which way they will go. And they said that a lot of it comes in the Vidarbha, Marathwada, and some seats in Mumbai region also. Rohit, agree, disagree with this kind of assessment? Is that possible?
I can say that this is but the most unpredictable election that I have seen in 30 odd years, and that's very evident if you go around in Vidarbha area, Marathwada region, or any other place, mainly because of the alliances being very odd. Nobody imagined, what I mean to say is nobody imagined just 3 years ago that Ajit Pawar and BJP would be together, right? And we don't know whether the vote transfer is going to happen. In fact, in Lok Sabha, that vote transfer just didn't happen between Ajit Pawar and BJP. Similar is the condition on the other side also. We didn't imagine that Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar will be together. Now, this brings that unpredictability because you don't know what the voter is thinking. We don't know what is going to happen on the ground.
Is it so difficult to get clarity? Can they establish Mashal, Tutari, etc.? But if we have to go by Lok Sabha, it actually didn't matter.
Anand, the only thing that I could see when I went there was that this was not the situation that was there on June 4th. So there has been some recovery by the Mahayuti. And there has, just as reporters and observers are looking for clarity, political parties were also looking for clarity because they're as much in the dark as the rest of us on whether this vote transfer is going to happen or not. So what we now see towards as the campaign season came to an end were these two overarching narratives which were kind of sought to be placed on the two alliances. So you have the Mahayuti with the Ladki Behin, which is, giving an income support of 1,500 per month to women, much like in Madhya Pradesh. That's the Madhya Pradesh model, and that was credited by turning around the Madhya Pradesh election. This was adopted by the Mahayuti pretty like a few months ago. And you have the agrarian distress Chhattisgarh model, which is being taken over by the Maha Vikas Aghadi, which is that they promised rupees 7,000 per quintal bonus to soybean farmers. So soybean farmers have been really troubled. They're saying that we're not getting enough remunerative prices for our crop. It depends on the moisture content of the soya plant, and that is determined by whoever is procuring it. So their income was pretty stagnant or low.
12% to 18%. Fadnavis himself said that.
So there's an agrarian distress with regard to them, the onion farmers and the cotton farmers. And whatever the Mahayuti government had done, obviously that didn't seem to be quite enough for the farmers there. So I think the Maha Vikas Aghadi saw what they did in Chhattisgarh in 2018, which is that they promised a paddy bonus and managed to vote out a 15-year BJP rule in that state. So they said, okay, we are going with agrarian distress. Mahayuti says we are going with women. These are two big overarching constituencies that can be carved out or carved above that of caste cleavages and those kind of categories.
Interestingly, what Devendra Fadnavis said when he spoke with us at News 18 is that this 12% moisture rate, it was 18%. We asked the Kisan to go ahead and dry out the soya because there was excessive monsoon, the moisture content was high. And it says, we've bought the soya now. So the dried up soya has been bought and we'll buy more. And that money is gone. That's what he said. Now, whether that distress remains or not, we have to wait. And then in their manifesto also promised 6,000. The Congress or the MVS promised 7,000.
Yeah, but in Chhattisgarh, they waited, if you recall.
Yeah, correct.
And they said, okay, let the election be over. If the Congress comes, we get more money. So, you know, some
we
of that
don't know
happen.
which way it swings. And this Vidarbha Marathwada, largely Kisan belt, so you will have a lot of impact there. Yes, Nalin.
So in many ways, Anand, this is a post-ideology election in Maharashtra, right?
ये सारे celebrities vote कर रहे हैं नलिन. ये वोटर क्यों नहीं वोट कर रहे हैं? 7% at 9 AM. क्या बोलेंगे आप बोलो?
So, well, see, the point I'm trying to make is that the voter is also confused, just as political parties were, as Nisola was saying. This is a post-ideological election. You know, despite the narrative of batege to katenge on top and you know the garib and mahila on the bottom, it's like a jigsaw puzzle and it keeps shifting. You know, after the election, like Zaga was saying a few minutes ago, you don't know who will switch sides immediately after. This is an election where Ajit Pawar, who's allied with BJP, has said, I don't need Prime Minister Narendra Modi to campaign in my backyard.
Yeah.
He should campaign elsewhere.
I don't need
unheard of any ally of the BJP in the past to say this so publicly, right? So, therefore, it'll boil down a lot, I think, to micromanagement and local contests. Now, and I completely agree with Rashid, Vidarbha is critical because in the last 10 years, when the two elections where BJP became the single largest party in Maharashtra for the first time, Vidarbha was critical. Out of 62 seats in 2014, BJP won 44 and the Congress won 10. In 2019, the BJP won 29 and the Congress won 15. And in 2024 Lok Sabha, this is where the Congress made gains and so did the NCP. So therefore, what happened in Vidarbha, I think, is critical more than what happened in other regions.
Yeah. What happened in Vidarbha happened in Maharashtra.
Well, I think there are pictures of Nana Patole and Piyush Goyal going out to cast their vote. So they are doing their job. So the leaders, the celebrities, the known faces, they are all going out to cast their vote. Devendra Fadnavis should also be going out to cast his vote at about 10:20 in Nagpur. But point is, where is the voter? The bulk voter is not coming. Now, how much is that going to affect? Let's come back to those 166 seats, what you put together. And
you know, I was saying that Vidarbha is important. I'm not saying it is not. 62 seats is the biggest region. Marathwada is important as well. It's 46 seats. This whole narrative about Maratha versus OBC, will it have any impact? Will Jarangi Patil have any impact? We'll have to wait and see in those 46 seats. And of course, the 50-odd seats in Western Maharashtra, which is Sharad Pawar's Gad. Whether the concentrated vote that he has in Western Maharashtra will continue to come his way like it did in Lok Sabha 2024. So that's about 160 seats. Another way of looking at it, you know, in football, there's this term called man-to-man marking, right? You've got Ronaldo on one side, you've got somebody sort of man-to-man marking him. I think this election is also going to be about man-to-man marking. We talked about BJP versus Congress direct fights. It's also about Sena UBT versus Shinde Sena direct fights. So let's take a look at those. Those are about 50-odd seats, I think 55 seats if I'm not mistaken. 51 seats. There are a large number of them are in Mumbai, Thane, some of them in the Konkan belt as well. There are a few in northern Maharashtra, in the Nashik belt, in the Nandurbar belt. There are very few outside of that. There are very few. If you look at Vidarbha, there's only one constituency, or two, I think, two constituencies where there is a Sena versus Sena fight. So there are about 50 odd seats where it's Sena versus Sena. The BJP United Sena won 45 of those 51 last time around. The Congress NCP had only 2. So again, this is going to be a critical factor. There is also NCP versus NCP. Let's take a look at that. This is Chacha Bhatija fight, as they say. NCP versus NCP Ajit Pawar versus NCP Sharad Pawar. The Sharad Pawar Congress, United NCP Congress won 37 out of these 37 seats. So you're basically looking at 75 direct fights Congress BJP, 51 direct fights Sena UBT, another 37 direct fights NCP AP versus NCP SP. That again is 160 odd seats. So whoever wins, so this is basically literally man-to-man marking. There are very few seats, for example, where NCP Sharad Pawar, for example, is taking on Shinde Sena, or Shinde Sena outside of the Mumbai region is taking on a Congress candidate. It's, I think, man-to-man. Whoever wins these individual battles in the straight fights between Congress and BJP, whoever emerges victorious in the straight fights between NCP Sharad Pawar and NCP Ajit Pawar, in the straight fights between SSUBT and Shinde Sena, whoever emerges in those mini fights ultimately will
So you said three regions could prove bellwether that had Maratha, Vidarbha, Marathwada, Vidarbha and also Western Maharashtra. That's about 166 seats. You say the street man-to-man marking, again 160 odd seats that come into play. I'm just saying it. Some of these seats will overlap. Some of these seats will overlap
on the ground.
Yes.
It's actually the candidate that's going to pull in the votes. It's not so much the party and the alliance, but the candidate will all come down to a large connect with the candidate.
Rahul, see, point is, Amit Thackeray is contesting, right? Amit Thackeray, किसका वोट खींच रहा है? मनसे का वोट खींच रहा है? Is he pulling all of the Mahayuti vote? Eknath Shinde in Thane will get, perhaps the BJP vote also will transfer. That also was not transferring as far as Vashi, Navi Mumbai, Nerul was concerned. During Lok Sabha, there were people who had a problem with that. Is that going to happen, Rohit? That this vote transfer happens, and in both sides there is a problem. Congress vote transfer will happen for NCP, NCP vote transfer will happen for NCP Congress. But will the UBT get any votes, transfer votes, core Shiv Sena votes, will it transfer to Congress, NCP? Or will they do that? Same thing with Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde and this one BJP.
Anand, that's what answers your question on voter apathy till now. The voter is probably thinking, हम किसी को भी vote करें ये जाएंगे कहीं और ही, you know, they're going to like suit their own purpose.
Mean you don't vote.
So let's not take the trouble.
No, but
let's
that
just
doesn't
watch
mean
what
you don't
happens.
vote. That then belies the mandate.
Or is
this a factor?
has had a toll
19 में तो मैंने
taken a
जिसको vote किया, see, some people in Mumbai told me this. When I was in Mumbai and I had a chat with some of the community there, and they said, क्या जिसको vote किया वो तो किधर और चला गया. ECI should make a rule. And there should be a rule in the Representation of People's Act also that if you get elected from one party and you go in and then you do a Dal Badlu Giri, you have to rescind, go back, get voted and then come back. You can't do otherwise.
That law exists, by the way. It's called the anti-defection law.
No, not the anti-defection law.
The problem is nobody takes it seriously.
No, what they are saying is not the anti-defection law. They are saying even if you have the numbers to do defect with the anti-defection, you should go back to the voter and get elected and then only come.
I'm not sure whether that can happen. But, I agree with Rahul that candidates matter when it comes to Vidhan Sabha. See, we saw the Lok Sabha election recently and we know it was fought on ideology. It was fought with Narendra Modi's face or BJP's, ideology and all of that. At the Vidhan Sabha level, I think it's much more about the candidate because it's day-to-day matters that work. For instance, development, construction of roads, electricity supply, water supply, and all these things, especially in rural area. Coming to the voter apathy part, I think we have to, look at Maharashtra as a very industrialized, advanced kind of a state, but also backward in certain aspects. For instance, you have the most rich people of this country living in Mumbai, but you also have the poorest people living in Gadchiroli. That's in the same state, right? So you see this voter apathy in Mumbai, in South Mumbai, in Central Mumbai, where the voting percentage is just 45, 49. It's high in the Vidarbha region. It's high where politicians matter to people. It's high where, in a place like Marathwada where drought conditions are there and government schemes make a difference. So you will see in Marathwada the voting percentage is 71 in the Lok Sabha polls. In South Mumbai it is 45. So voter apathy is not, general. It is not random. It has to do with, whether the place is developed or it is backward. That is how it works.
So, just to add to that point, look, also where various candidates are contesting from, which parties have got the region, also will matter this time. See, the reason why Congress is fundamentally crucial this time to the MVA is because it's in Vidarbha that most of its seats have been allocated and the Khandesh, which is the North Maharashtra region. Now, if you look at, again, once again,
work in my constituency, and how the turn of fate happens, the tragic incident with Gopinath Munde, and suddenly 3 weeks later,
Gopinath Munde
4 weeks later, in fact, within a month, Devendra Fadnavis was actually Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So things turn around differently, and he is one of the few. Nitin Gadkari speaking. Let's go.
सर ये नागपुर की जनता के लिए और महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है इलेक्शन है, कितना इम्पोर्टेंट नागपुर की जनता के लिए और महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए ये इलेक्शन कितना बड़ा है?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र ये देश का एक प्रगतिशील, समृद्ध और संपन्न राज्य है और ये राज्य को सबसे ज़्यादा फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट मिलती है, इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट अच्छी हो रही है और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात है कि महाराष्ट्र में खेती भी बहुत अच्छे तरीके से, एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्ट भी बढ़ रहा है, तो देश के लिए एक रोल मॉडल है और इसलिए महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए और यहाँ के गांव, गरीब मजदूर, किसान के कल्याण के लिए अच्छी सरकार और अच्छा नेतृत्व यही महाराष्ट्र के भविष्य को बदल सकता है। आज हमारा चुनाव यानी लोकतंत्र का उत्सव है और मुझे सभी जनता से अपील करनी है कि वो किसी भी हालत में वोटिंग करे और अपना जो अधिकार है, एक प्रकार से मूलभूत अधिकार है, उसका वहन करे और निश्चित रूप से लोकतंत्र को मजबूत।
सर, भाजपा के लिए क्या माहौल देख रहे हैं आप? क्या आप 80 से ज़्यादा सभाएं कर चुके हैं पूरे राज्य में?
महाराष्ट्र में मेरा विश्वास है कि इस समय निश्चित रूप से हम लोग अच्छी मेजोरिटी मिलाकर चुनाव जीतेंगे।
बहुत सारे नारे दिए गए, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, उन नारों का भी असर है क्या जमीन पे?
अभी सब छोड़ दीजिए, अभी सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात है कि लोगों को वोट देना और वोट जो है वो डेवलपमेंट के लिए, विकास के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के भविष्य को बदलना।
10 साल से केंद्र में सरकार, सर 10 साल से वो कम नजर आया था। सर 10 साल से केंद्र में सरकार रही है भाजपा की, यहाँ राज्य में भी है। आप इस बार जब महाराष्ट्र की 80 सभाएं आपने की है कम से कम, क्या आप लोगों को में क्या देख रहे हैं, क्या डिफरेंट देख रहे हैं?
आप कहीं भी महाराष्ट्र में जाइए, आपको कहीं भी विकास दिखेगा। चाहे महाराष्ट्र के सिंचाई प्रकल्प होंगे जो टेम्बू मैसाल जैसे, वो 12,000 करोड़ में जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तब महाराष्ट्र को दिए। 6,000 करोड़ बड़ी राजा योजना में दिए, जो 50% से ज़्यादा जिनका काम होकर बंद पड़े थे, और 6,000 करोड़ प्रधानमंत्री सिंचाई योजना में दिए। रोड तो आप हर जिले में जाके देखिए और पूरे महाराष्ट्र की तस्वीर हमारी सरकार ने बदलाई है और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र को एक नई दिशा दी है और महाराष्ट्र की सरकार और हम मिलकर डबल इंजन की सरकार आएगी और महाराष्ट्र प्रगतिशील, समृद्ध, संपन्न होकर महाराष्ट्र की जनता की पूरी अपेक्षा पूरी।
23 तारीख को कमल खिलेगा?
कम रहा है सर,
अभी तक वोट का
प्रतिशत कम रहा है।
इसलिए मैं सबको आह्वान करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव में आपका अधिकार है वोट करने का, आप बाहर आइए और वोट करिए, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोटिंग प्रोसेस। हाँ, मराठी
So you asked him questions and he said, let's focus on development. He's urging voters to come out and vote. But Nitin Gadkari quite confident of the performance of the Mahayuti in Maharashtra in these elections. Nana Patole, we just saw, has reacted on the entire audio tape controversy. We'll try and play that out the moment that is ready. But interesting, the turn of fortune some netas will have. He's the Devendra Fadnavis casting his ballot. He's the perhaps the only chief minister to serve that full term in a long, long time across the political spectrum. Maharashtra never had a stable government and an administration that it's seen under Devendra Fadnavis, but then turn of fortunes for him. He's the DCM of the same state that of which he was chief minister, and now we don't know which way things will turn. Now he's there out there with his mother, with his family. There have been personal jibes with Mrs. Fadnavis being brought into the fore. There is one reason very clearly that he was very clear that no matter what, BJP will not support Nawab Malik despite his candidature being announced by Ajit Pawar and backed by Ajit Pawar in Mankhurd, where there are two candidates, one officially from the Mahayuti, and then of course you have Nawab Malik also fighting that constituency. His daughter Sana Malik is actually fighting from Anushakti Nagar in Mumbai. But that's Devendra Fadnavis soon after casting his ballot, posing for the cameras with his mother and his wife, Mrs. Amrita Fadnavis. And whether or not he speaks to the media, we'll wait and watch. I think they will come out a little fair distance, and then there should be some conversation. Does Mr. Fadnavis speak? We'll wait and watch. Now, how critical is this entire leadership aspect within the Mahayuti? Many believe that Eknath Shinde may not be the chief minister, may not continue. Many are asking, what is Devendra Fadnavis' role going to be? Is he going to continue to be DCM, or is there going to be some other role for him at the center or somewhere else? What are the conversations, and how will that impact? Will the results impact all of that?
Well, Anand, various things that we are discussing about, the differences between Mahayuti and Maha Vikas Aghadi, or the factor that, they are neck and neck, and they are neck and neck, and nobody knows what the numbers are going to be. But one thing that we can definitely say is there is a huge difference between the kind of chemistry that the three leaders of Maha Vikas Aghadi have and the three leaders of Mahayuti don't have. I mean, it's very obvious that Ajit Pawar does not get along with Eknath Shinde. It's very obvious that Devendra Fadnavis is uncomfortable defending Ajit Pawar. It's very clear that Eknath Shinde is trying to dominate the situation. On the other side, you see that all these three have very good chemistry: Rahul Gandhi, Sharad Pawar, and Uddhav Thackeray. And maybe because they are in the opposition, they have that chemistry.
No, why should it be Rahul? Should it be Nana Patole?
No, the whole seat sharing business in Aghadi, because of Nana Patole can't stand, or vice versa. I think the Thackerays can't stand Nana Patole, so it's just as bad there.
No, not just bad. But the other thing is, in the last 1.5 to 2 years, you've seen smoother administration with two DCMs in Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar with Eknath Shinde, and all three of them at least sitting together and on the same page on multiple issues. Political ideology wise also there is clarity that two are ideologically linked and the third is politically linked, and there is political opportunity. Compared to the time through COVID, etc., when it was Ajit Pawar running the administration, Uddhav Thackeray was indisposed and he never even came to the Mantralaya. That's what was the question, that he never came to the Sachivalaya Mantralaya for about 18 months. At that time, they said, who's leading? And Sharad Pawar was the one who's sitting there outside calling the shots, and the Congress said, Hamari to koi sunta nahi. Everybody was trying to push their own bureaucrats. Do you see that situation currently, or a faster execution of projects, completion of projects, and also things moving faster all around? So,
I think I'm giving you a comparative picture. When I said that the chemistry is there or it is not there, I'm not saying that, Nana Patole and Sanjay Raut are the best of friends. Obviously, they are fighting openly against each other. But I'm saying, when it comes to comparison, I told you what the difference is. Now, the thing is, maybe it is because they are in power and there is too much at stake, and there is some dispute about some file getting cleared, not cleared, which we hear between Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde especially. But I think, politically speaking, because things are controlled a lot from Delhi, in case of Mahayuti and the government, you see better kind of discipline, or you see decisions coming out fast or whatever, because there are no questions asked, and things get controlled from top and disputes get resolved.
But in politics, doesn't this discipline matter? In administration, doesn't discipline and control matter? Hasn't Devendra Fadnavis been a better sutradhar in being able to moderate and manage both Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, and still being able to push administration over the last 18 months? And you cannot take away from the fact that all three of them are hard workers. It's not that they are hardly working. You cannot say Ajit Pawar was one of the most able administrators, hard working person. Eknath Shinde, tireless. So much so he's gone through ill health over the last, and Fadnavis has been on display over the last 6-7 years. So three hard working individuals versus, on the other side, equally hardworking individuals, or in some factions. You cannot take hard work away from Sharad Pawar. But can you say the same from some of the other political parties?
So what you are saying right now is related to administration and running the government. And I agree with you, this lot seems better in terms of administration, decision making and other things. But when it comes to politics, electoral politics especially, you can't depend only on the leaders. You have to take your cadre, party cadre, your karyakartas, everybody along. And what you see on the ground is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, so the past master is in the Aghadi camp. As far as electoral politics, past master is in the Aghadi camp, that's Sharad Pawar.
Last point, the vote transfer not happening, for instance, just one example. The vote transfer not happening between Ajit Pawar and BJP is mainly because of the karyakartas being unhappy at the BJP end. And that's what I mean when they
No,
know
obviously
that the
there are
chemistry
30
is not
साल से
there.
तो आपस में लड़ रहे हैं अभी साथ में कैसे आएंगे? जी.
See, about Indian politics, you said whatever you say about Indian politics, the opposite is equally true. You look at the situation. You are saying that
long live Newton.
That Mahayuti is very cohesive and all. You look at the kind of that allegation that came yesterday about Mr. Tavade. The buzz is this is a political grapevine that it's some insider's job all over the people who are chief ministerial candidates or chief ministerial aspirants are being edged out as far as the the BJP Shivana is
You
concerned.
have Nawab Malik's picture. I think we can go back to that picture. This is a man that BJP and Shiv Sena, United Shiv Sena, they went so hard against him, even called him an aide of Dawood Ibrahim. He spent, I think, 2 years or 2.5 years in jail.
And he went equally hard against... He went equally hard against Mrs. Fadnavis. Personal allegations
and he
which
refused
he made,
to back down. He's contesting. He was asked to back down. He said, no, I'm not going to.
No, and Fadnavis is still clear that we will not support him.
There have been BJP
Fadnavis is still
flags
clear
at
we
his
will not
meetings,
support.
even though in public BJP has said we are not supporting this.
That's exactly what I'm
but their flags
saying.
were there at their public meetings. So it's a very strange
No. Fadnavis has very clearly said that the BJP is not going to back, and there is a personal issue.
But they are not giving up on their candidate.
There is a reason there also, because the kind of comments that he made against Amrita Fadnavis and made it very personal, and that happened soon after his own son-in-law was caught in that entire drug net. So there is a lot of personal feud and political feud also which is there, but despite that, Nawab Malik is Nawab Malik, and Ajit Pawar has said, I'll back him.
And as I said, BJP flags
what
were
are
there at
voters
his
going to
public
do there? The BJP voters, what will they do there?
No, it's about Nawab Malik supporters, what will they do there?
No, Nawab Malik supporters want to win.
In this case,
that is true.
Yeah, Nawab Malik, there is absence of ideology. He is not driven by, he wants to win. What I'm saying is, what is, the BJP
The
voters
BJP
are going to do?
will back the official candidate of the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena Mahayuti. That's what they will back. That's what Fadnavis has said on record.
So they are supporting.
That's what Fadnavis has said on record. But my question to you is also, Rashid Kidwai, there are so many other seats where despite Uddhav Thackeray's warning, there are independents who are standing there and who are fighting those seats. So who will the voter vote for there then?
That is what I'm saying.
So like your own thing, no, politics, the opposite is also true.
And therefore, I disagree with Zaka Jacob when he says there is man-to-man marking. I feel in this Maharashtra election, there is no man-to-man marking because both the key ideological players, Congress and BJP, they are helpless, bystanders. They cannot do anything. So there is going to be emergence of one Sena, which will emerge as a sort of politically strong, and one NCP. So these people cannot do anything. And what I also believe, and Rohit may disagree with me.
The election will be decided in the 75 seats between Congress and BJP.
No,
the exact
I don't know how Rohit sees it, but I see the real election will start. No, I'm talking about Rohit. You see, the real elections in Maharashtra will begin after 23rd of November.
Real elections in Maharashtra will begin after 23rd of November. Oh. So you are saying or bhi khel hone wala hai.
The one thing that we have forgotten in this whole thing is that there are many people who are suggesting, that at least 30 seats might go to the
20 seats independents are there. There are a lot of 25 seats there are independents at play.
So I mean this could even be hung.
This could
be MVA hung.
Which was the reason?
This has been hung.
This is likely to be hung. There is a chance. And in 1999, we saw almost 30 independent candidates getting elected. And they were the ones who decided who should, come to power. And many of them, in 95 also, we saw many independents, and in fact, many independents became ministers. And, the party leaders who were there for 20, 25 years were sidelined, and independents
Is
became
that
ministers.
then good for Maharashtra? The voters have to decide, you have to decide. Is such a situation good for Maharashtra? Yeah.
I said this was also the reason why this katoge to batoge slogan, everybody in the Mahayuti side,
batoge to katoge
was decried by everybody in the Mahayuti scheme of things, because they felt that this would stop the disintegration of a consolidation that had happened in the Lok Sabha election. And that minority consolidation happens at a much faster rate. There's a much more sense of siege.
It's already there. The Muslim vote consolidation has already happened. It's already solidified.
That may be so, but they were always hoping that it would not be the same as it was in the Lok Sabha.
Okay.
And Mr. Shinde, as Chief Minister, had done a lot to kind of ameliorate matters and relationship with the minority communities. in the hope that because Shiv Sena's UBT has been the most direct benefactor, beneficiary of this consolidation.
When you say minority, it is specifically Muslims, right?
Yes.
So it's the Muslim community.
Yes.
So let's say Muslim community.
Yes.
Hanji.
2 points. Firstly, on the others question, in 2014 also there were 20 others who won. In 2019, 29 others who won. So if you have a similar repeat.
So 29 to 30
anything over 20
average
is
है
a-
वो normal
I
है.
have
Normal
one,
is what it is.
even though it's confusing and 6 parties and voters don't know, BJP voter, will they vote for Nawab Malik and all of that? I think the choice is binary. Either you're voting for the Mahayuti or you're voting for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. I think whenever it's a binary choice, you'll more or less have a decisive
eventually
you'll have a decisive
let's say if Nawab Malik wins Mankhurd, is he going to break away from Ajit Pawar?
No, I'm not
He's
saying
going to be
that. I'm
part
saying
of
for
that
in the mind of the voter.
Mahayuti. He's
In
going to be
the
a
mind of the
package.
voter, it's very
Yeah.
clear.
He will
It's
go in
either
the
this
package.
choice or that
No,
choice.
he will be part. Yeah, so he will be part of the Mahayuti only. That's
Since
what's
we are
going to
talking
happen.
about Nawab Malik was the one who created headlines just 7-8 days ago. Speaking to Marathi channels, he said, चुनाव के बाद कुछ भी हो सकता है. ऐसा नहीं कि हम इनके साथ ही रहेंगे.
If it has to be decisive, that's the reason why I'm constantly coming back to this BJP Congress contest. If it has to be decisive, the BJP and the Congress have to ensure that they damage each other extensively for it to be
all of
decisive.
this can happen
I'll
only
give
if
you
the
just a
voter comes
statistic,
out.
and I finally damn well found that damn statistic. 90 assembly seats, 52 the Congress led, BJP 38. In the again, in the Lok Sabha projected onto the assembly in Maharashtra.
Which
in Maharashtra, obviously.
In Maharashtra, not across
In
region
Maharashtra.
specific,
No,
overall.
across the state.
Overall, all right, overall. So that's the case. But all of this, ladies and gentlemen, can happen only if the voter of Maharashtra and Jharkhand goes out to vote. You have to vote in large numbers for any number to come and for it to have any relevance or any stake or any purpose, ladies and gentlemen. Don't crib if you have not voted. That's something which we believe. If you have voted, then you have every right to question and ask. Otherwise, don't, because you've not done your own fundamental duty. We're taking a very short break. Stay with us.
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also in the constituencies where the Mahayuti is in fact contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should there be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against Supriya Sule, and she of course rebutted it. She should be here at around 8 a.m. we are told to cast her vote over here. She's accused the BJP of dirty politics. The BJP hit by the Vinod Tavre, hit by those allegations of distributing money among the party workers and the voters. So those factors are good.
इलेक्शन में भी सुप्रिया सुले और नाना पटोले उसका प्रयोग कर रहे हैं. केवल इतना नहीं, जो चैट बॉक्स में सिग्नल में चैटिंग्स आई हुई है उसमें तो सुप्रिया सुले और नाना पटोले के अलावा few other big players, और भी कुछ बिग प्लेयर्स हैं. मुझे तो पता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी में द बिगेस्ट प्लेयर तो आप भी जानते हैं, द मॉम एंड द सन. उनसे बड़ा प्लेयर तो कोई नहीं. इस लूट पर खसौट के खेल में, करप्शन के खेल में अगर इस देश में सबसे बिगेस्ट प्लेयर कोई है तो वो सोनिया जी और राहुल जी ही. और एलिजेडली जिस प्रकार की ये बातें हो रही हैं और करोड़ों करोड़ रुपए इसमें इन्वॉल्व है, 235 करोड़ जो हमें सुनने को मिल रहा है, तो इसमें किसी प्रकार का संदेह नहीं होना चाहिए कि मार्केट में आज जो लोग चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं इसमें राहुल जी का निर्देश अवश्य होगा. ये मैं केवल ये न कहूंगा कि ये हम एलेज कर रहे हैं. हम तो चाहेंगे कि राहुल जी इस पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करें और अपनी तरफ से सफाई भी दे कि क्या उन्होंने नाना पटोले को निर्देशित नहीं किया. क्या सुप्रिया सुले जी जिस प्रकार से निर्देश दे रही है कि डोंट प्ले गेम्स विथ मी, आई वांट द मनी इमीडिएटली, और ये 235 करोड़ रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन दुबई से हो रहा है, इसके पीछे का हकीकत क्या है. आपको ये लग रहा होगा कि आखिर ये गौरव मेहता ये 2 दिन पहले चुनाव के समय ये सब बातें क्यों कह रहा है. हमें भी लगा कि आखिर अभी क्यों खुलासा हो रहा है. तो बड़े ध्यान से मैंने रविंद्र पाटिल के इंटरव्यू को सुना, रविंद्रनाथ पाटिल के इंटरव्यू को सुना.
Co-powered by. And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began, Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also the constituencies where the Mahayuti is in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS, you know, office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but you know, no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should there be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against Supriya Sule, and she of course rebutted it. She should be here at around 8 a.m. we are told to cast her vote over here. She's accused the BJP of dirty politics. The BJP hit by the Vinod Tavre, hit by those allegations of distributing money among the party workers and the voters. So those factors are going to be important. But you know, I think at the end of the day, the local factors, Baramati is pretty well developed, is the sugarcane hub or bowl of Maharashtra. In that sense, there's a lot of development on the ground. But people are also deeply divided. The Pawar...
Good morning and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Avantika Singh. And after that high decibel campaign, Maharashtra is voting today. We're going to get you all the latest updates in just a bit with our guests. But right now, we're receiving some breaking news. Guyana and Barbados is to confer their top awards to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, Dominica has already announced its top award for the Prime Minister a few days back. Nigeria also has announced its awards for the Prime Minister. Number of international honors for the Prime Minister coming in. Guyana, in fact, is going to be conferring its highest national award, the Order of Excellence, on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And Barbados will also confer a similar prestigious honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados on the Prime Minister. So a great recognition there coming in from the Prime Minister from all of these nations. Executive Editor, CNN News 18's Aman joins us now for the latest on this. Aman, great news coming in, and you know, these kind of awards for the Prime Minister, recognition of all the work that he has done over the years.
Well, absolutely, Avantika. It seems to be raining awards for the Prime Minister, 19 so far. And these 3 awards which have been given, Guyana, Barbados, as well as Dominica, announcing their top awards for the Prime Minister during his visit. We are seeing this 3-nation visit which the Prime Minister is on, along with his G20 trip. The Guyana is in fact conferring its highest national award, the Order of Excellence. Earlier, Barbados has also conferred the prestigious honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados on the Prime Minister. And Dominica, we know, as a few days back, had also around his highest national award. Also, when the Prime Minister today became the first Indian PM to visit Guyana in 56 years. So that's also a big milestone. He was received at the airport by the President and over a dozen cabinet ministers. In fact, the President of Guyana, the PM of Grenada and the PM of Barbados were at the hotel to receive the Prime Minister along with various ministers of Guyana. So a growing recognition, I think, for the Prime Minister and his contribution in various. These are also the nations, Avantika, in whom India has really helped during the COVID pandemic, sending them the vaccines and others. So there's a lot of goodwill there, and I think that shows in the kind of honor which has been given to the Prime Minister.
Indeed. Thanks so much for joining us, Aman. I'm going to come back to you for the Maharashtra election news, which now is going to be our focus. Just a few hours before polling in battleground Maharashtra, BJP's national spokesperson Sudhanshu Trivedi has accused the Congress leader Nana Patole and NCP leader Supriya Sule of being involved in this big cryptocurrency fraud to influence the election result in favor of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. These allegations came after claims by the former IPS officer Ravindranath Patil, who alleged that Supriya Sule and Nana Patole misappropriated bitcoins linked to a 2018 cryptocurrency fraud case to fund the ongoing Maharashtra Assembly elections. Now, in a sharp response, Supriya Sule has strongly denied the accusations and the allegations that have been made against her, and has even gone ahead and filed a criminal complaint with the Election Commission of India and the Cybercrime Department, seeking action against all of these allegations that have been targeted towards her. She says, in fact, that it isn't her voice on the audio tapes and that she is ready to face the questions on this matter. In fact, taking to social media X, she has even labeled these allegations to be false information and has even challenged the BJP for an open debate, a discussion on this matter. Even after Supriya Sule's denial, the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar has broken his silence on this matter. In fact, he said that he actually recognizes his sister's voice on the tapes, despite the fact that Supriya Sule has been maintaining that all of that voice is fake, it's been altered. He in fact has said that he recognizes the second voice as well.
वो ये कहता है कि मैं पहले ही लफड़े में फंस चुका हूं, मैं ऐसी किसी चीज में नहीं पड़ना चाहता। तो वो दूसरा व्यक्ति ये कह रहा है कि नहीं साहब, इसमें बड़े लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं और वो कांग्रेस के महाराष्ट्र के अध्यक्ष नाना पटोले जी का तथा कथित रूप से नाम लेता है और सुप्रिया सुले जी का तथा कथित रूप से नाम लेता है। सबसे पहले वो ये बताएं कि जो इस वीडियो क्लिप में और ऑडियो क्लिप में दिखाई पड़ रहा है, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी अथवा उनके किसी भी नेता, सुप्रिया सुले जी के बारे में दावा किया गया है, क्या वो बिटकॉइन के किसी भी ट्रांजैक्शन में इन्वॉल्व हैं या नहीं?
I have spoken against bitcoins. I have spoken against cryptocurrency. I am somebody who has raised very serious issues about all this.
ये व्यक्ति कई महिने तुरुंगात होते. याच्या म्हणण्यात आहे याची नोंद तरी कशाला घ्यायची? माझ्या मते त्याची नोंदही घेण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. भाजप आणि त्यांच्या एकंदरीत सगळ्या कॅम्पेनकडे बघायचा दृष्टिकोन किती खालच्या पातळीचा आहे हे स्पष्ट होते. यापेक्षा अधिक त्याचा मला भाष्य करायचे नाही.
उसके बारे में जो कुछ ऑडियो दिखा रहे हैं वो आवाज़ के बारे में मुझे इतना ही जानकारी है. मैं दोनों को भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानता हूँ, बहुत सालों से जानता हूँ. एक तो मेरी परिवार की मेरी बहन है और दूसरे हमने जिनके साथ बहुत साल काम किया है, एक दूसरे के विरोध में भी किया है, एक दूसरे के साथ भी किया है, महा विकास आघाड़ी में भी किया है. वो बीच में बीजेपी के भी मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट थे. ऐसे सभी जगह उन्होंने काम किया. तो वो भी आवाज़ उनका ही है, उनका बोलने का टोन, उनका आवाज़ दोनों का वही है. अभी इसके बारे में इंक्वायरी हो जाएगी. इंक्वायरी होने के बाद पता चलेगा कौन है, क्या है, इसके पीछे सच राज क्या है वो पता चलेगा.
Okay, the news is coming in right now. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister has also responded to this entire Bitcoin scam allegation. Devendra Fadnavis, in fact, has said that it's a very serious allegation and there should be an investigation to find the truth.
मैंने कल भी स्पष्ट कर दिया, न उन्होंने कोई पैसा बांटा, न उनके पास कोई पैसा मिला। जानबूझकर एक बवाल खड़ा करने का प्रयास किया गया, एक इकोसिस्टम को यूज़ किया गया। जहाँ तक सुप्रिया सुळे जी पर और नाना पटोले जी पर जो आरोप लगे हैं, जिस प्रकार से एक पूर्व आईपीएस अधिकारी ने कुछ आरोप लगाए हैं, कुछ क्लिप्स उन्होंने जारी की है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत गंभीर इस प्रकार का प्रकरण है और मैं आज इतना ही कहूँगा, इस प्रकरण की सिरे से जांच होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि इस प्रकार के एलिगेशन लगने के बाद वास्तविकता क्या है ये दुनिया के सामने आना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
Okay, so that is the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis speaking on this big scam and the allegation against Supriya Sule, who has denied. In fact, she's been claiming that there is no truth in it, that her voice has been altered. It's a fabrication of her voice. Let me go straight across now to our reporters. We have Mayuresh, who's joining us. Yesha is also joining us. It's a big day, Mayuresh. Finally, after a very bitter, personal, acerbic campaign, the people of Maharashtra are going out to vote. So how has it been? You know, Mumbai and Maharashtra is known for the voters coming out and trickling in very small numbers. They take their time. How's it looking out there?
Since morning, if we see that it's just a 6% voting which had happened across Maharashtra till 9 a.m. and the highest voting has happened that is in Gadchiroli, which is somewhere around 12.33%. So you can imagine that the morning session was really bad, and as expected that Mumbai is known for a lower voter turnout. So it would be interesting to see whether Mumbaikars break the record or not, because this time there are a lot of issues. There are 6 parties which are in 6 parties which are in fray. A lot of issues are there, and Mumbaikars are always vocal about the issues, but when it comes to voting, the voter percentage basically disappoints everyone, and we have seen that in Lok Sabha also. So it would be interesting to see, because since morning we are here at the Bandra East polling booth, one of the polling booths over here, and since morning we are seeing that senior citizens are coming in a large number, but the younger generation or the mid-age people are basically not come in a large number. We are expecting that once the day, slowly the day passes, that people will come out of their houses and they will cast their vote. Right now I'm standing at this particular polling station called Sahitya Sahwas, which is a residential colony where they have created the polling station, because this time the election commission has thought that creating a polling booth inside the society or in the societies will help them to get more voters, and that's why this one of the booths have been placed here. This is the booth where a Thackeray family is expected in a while to come, and I'll ask my camera person Rajesh to show the visuals. You can see that all the media, especially I'll say that the Mumbai media is basically waiting for the Thackeray family, Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Rashmi Thackeray. They are expected here in a while. So it would be interesting to see that how much voter percentage this time, voter turnout this time happens in Mumbai as well as in Maharashtra, because if the Gadchiroli district, like Gadchiroli, which is a remote district, if it can be, basically create a good number, then why not Mumbai city or any other district in Maharashtra? Back to you.
Absolutely. Just kindly stay on with me, Mayuresh. We're going to keep coming back to you. Let's also get in all our guests. We have Rohit Chandavarkar, who's a senior journalist, Rashid Kidwai, a senior journalist as well, Nistula Heber, who's a political editor of The Hindu, and Aman Sharma, executive editor, CNN News 18. Let me come to you, Rohit, first. You know, this has been a very bitterly fought contest. You have had personal attacks, both the sides, in fact, you know, hurling these attacks and making very controversial speeches ranging from corruption to communal polarization. How have you viewed this entire election? It's a mighty Maha election between these two huge alliances.
That's correct. In fact, like I said sometime back, you know, this is a very unpredictable kind of a situation in Maharashtra right now, because we never saw so many parties fighting, firstly. Secondly, we didn't see these kinds of alliances happening where, you know, yesterday's enemies have come together today and formed alliances, etc. The other factor, of course, is Maharashtra battle is always a high-stake battle, because it is India's most industrialized state, a developed state. It attracts 52% of entire India's foreign direct investment. it has Mumbai city, it has Bollywood, cricket, everything there. Maharashtra has the X factor. So this election, we see that the margins perhaps are going to be very low for candidates who win the election, and there is also going to be a lot of uncertainty after the results come, because as many observers have been saying, these alliances don't seem natural. The alliance partners on both sides perhaps don't look like they are natural friends, if you want to call it that. But it's a very interesting battle, very unpredictable, and a close fight. That's what I can say. High stakes involved in it, and we are eagerly watching, the polling that's happening today and the results that will come out on Saturday.
Absolutely, Rohit, you're right. It's been a high-stakes contest with just so much at stake for both the alliances, and both, in fact, doing everything to outdo each other by the freebie frenzy that one got to witness. Nistula, would you also agree that this has been a cloak and dagger contest, a very cluttered one with just so many people involved, so many independents as well? And do you feel, from your observations and your travels in Maharashtra, that Vidarbha and Marathwada are the two battleground regions which actually hold the key to Mantralaya?
So I have frequently referred to these elections as confused and confusing, not just for observers, but for the participants and certainly for the voter as well, because there has been so much of toing and froing between all these parties and alliances, splits, very opportunistic politics, plus at the same time, very ironically, each breakaway faction trying to invoke ideology and saying we are the authentic ones. So there are just too many things that are going to come out of the reckoning of this election. Who is the authentic Shiv Sena? Who is the authentic NCP? Is Congress a good alliance partner, or is it a parjivi or a parasite on its other alliance partners, as Prime Minister said right after the Haryana debacle that the Congress suffered? There are too many questions that are to be answered in this particular poll. The point is that, will we get a proper cohesive sort of a government out of it is the actual question that is to be decided. All the other things just contribute to that particular this thing. It is, after 1999, the most complicated election that the state has seen. And there are too many unknown factors that are affecting it. So if anybody is telling you at this point of time that they know who's going to be coming to power, they're either lying or just, deluding themselves. So that's my really very short take on this particular election.
Oh, it's been an interesting one, really. And you're right. Aman, you have also spent a lot of time, too many things and too many people and too many parties. And Aman, you were also there in Maharashtra. After weeks of a high decibel election campaign and rallies, finally now it has culminated to polling day. But a big, it hasn't stopped yet. Yesterday we saw that whole cash for vote scam involving Vinod Tawde, and FIR was registered. And today we have Supriya Sule, the whole Bitcoin scam. So it hasn't even stopped, even while the people are going out there and voting.
Well, certainly, Avantika, there is allegations from both sides on each other, but I don't know how much these events have an impact on the election. I think people's mind is made up, and these events I don't think have a major impact on the way people may change their voting preferences. I don't really buy into that. That said, as Nistula was saying, that this is an extremely complex election. I think the fight is really between the narrative in the Lok Sabha of the Maha Vikas Aghadi that Samvidhan khatre mein hai. Does that narrative continue into the Lok Sabha election? If it continues in the Lok Sabha election, I think the MVA will ultimately have the edge. Or is the alternate slogan from the Mahayuti camp that sab ek hai to safe hai, given by the Prime Minister, is that slogan gonna reign supreme in this particular election? Because if ek hai to safe hai reigns supreme, it shows that the coalition on the other side of the voters, the Maratha, the Muslim and the Dalit voter, there'll be a break in that. BJP is trying to break that gut shot on the other side, which happened in the Lok Sabha. It is trying to consolidate the OBC vote in its favor in this particular election. If the OBC consolidation happens...
Has there been a lot of effort to do that, the OBC consolidation?
Well, absolutely. That's been the #1 agenda of the BJP in this election. They want to consolidate the OBC vote, which is like 37-38%, the biggest vote bank in the state.
Okay.
We must remember that in Lok Sabha, the Marathas were against the BJP, but even the OBCs in some measure turned against the BJP because they thought BJP is being too soft on the Maratha cause.
Yes.
So it was a double whammy for the BJP, for the Mahayuti rather, in the Lok Sabha. This time, if you see, Maratha reservation has not been mentioned by any of the top leaders of the BJP from the election stages. They are very clearly looking at consolidating the OBC vote, getting a bit of the Dalit vote, a chunk of the Dalit vote back with them, especially the Ambedkarite Buddhist vote, around 11%. If that reversal happens, I think the Mahayuti will be in a stronger position. If that reversal doesn't happen, I think the MVA would continue with its theme, which we saw in the Lok Sabha election.
Interesting. We've just received also some breaking news, Aman, while you were speaking, that Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole has also spoken up on this raging Bitcoin scam controversy. In fact, he said that Ravindranath Patil is a fraudulent IPS officer, so they're even casting doubt on the investigating officer. The audio that was shown yesterday by Sudhanshu Trivedi doesn't feature my voice. Everyone in this country, including the Prime Minister, knows my voice, is very familiar with my voice as well. So let's listen into what he has to say.
रवींद्र चव्हाण पाटील जो नावाचा व्यक्ती आहे तोच तोतिया IPS आहे. आपल्या सगळ्या मीडियाला त्यांनी सांगितलं की मी IPS आहे, होतो, रिटायर झालो, पण तोच तोतिया IPS निघाला. भाजप आणि जो सुधांशु त्रिवेदी भाजपचा प्रवक्ता ज्यांनी ज्या पद्धतीने ते ऑडिओ ज्या पद्धतीने दाखवले गेलेले आहेत, आता त्याच्यात माझा आवाजच नाही. सगळेजण माझा आवाज ओळखतात महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आणि देशामध्ये. माझा देशातही आवाज आहे, नरेंद्र मोदींनाही माझा आवाज पाठ आहे. नाना पटोले शेतकरी आहे, शेतकरी राहील आणि इतके वर्ष राजकारणामध्ये राहिला, तर मला खरं तर हे बिटकॉइन हा शब्दच मला माहिती नाही काय व्यवहार होतात.
Okay, so the Bitcoin scam really raging on. Yesha joins us now from Thane. Yesha, over to you. Fill us in with what's happening out there. How many people are coming out to cast their vote? It's been a bitterly fought election campaign, and today is D-Day.
Absolutely. In fact, right here you see that ever since this morning, people have been trickling in. Of course, like we've been discussing how people in Mumbai and nearby areas do not really come out and vote. But right now, of course, there are people who've gathered here. Right here, in fact, you see that Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's father, he is already here to cast his vote. And parallelly, we've seen Chief Minister Eknath Shinde come in. Now, Chief Minister would be casting his vote. In fact, before leaving this morning, we also saw how he had, his wife and his daughter-in-law had offered him some prayers, and which is where now Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is here. In fact, over the last couple of days, we've seen the kind of massive support that Eknath Shinde has received. In fact, apart from Eknath Shinde, his son, Dr. Shrikant Shinde, who's the MP from the Kalyan Dombivli area, and also his wife and daughter-in-law are here. So yes, they'll be casting the vote now. Over the last couple of weeks, in fact, Antika, like we've been telling you, while we were here covering Eknath Shinde's campaign fails, there's been massive support that Eknath Shinde has received in this very constituency. In fact, he's been 3 times MLA here. While we spoke to some of the women who gathered here, they've given a word saying that Eknath Shinde has worked well in this very area, and it is the 4th time mandate that he seeks. Thousands of people gathering to meet him to kind of express a gratitude towards him is something that shows the kind of popularity that he has here, right?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, he does enjoy a lot of popularity, and it's interesting how Eknath Shinde has also come into his own. He's going to be fighting Thane against Kedar Dighe, who's from the Shiv Sena UBT. Yesha, I'm going to keep coming back to you. Stay on with me. It's clearly the day of the Maharashtra Assembly polls. People are coming out. They're casting their vote. In fact, we've seen a lot of celebrities, big prominent leaders coming out to cast their vote because all the 288 seats are set for polling today. The ruling Mahayuti alliance featuring the BJP, Ajit Pawar, NCP faction, Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena, they're all facing off against the opposition Maha Vikas Aghadi. It's a coalition of the Congress, Sharad Pawar's NCP, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, from Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis to NCP, SP, MP Supriya Sule. Political leaders are coming out in huge numbers to cast their vote. In fact, when asked about the poll verdict, Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister, exuded confidence, saying that the people of Maharashtra will shower the alliance, Mahayuti and all of their leaders with a lot of love. On the other hand, the Maha Vikas Aghadi is also exhibiting the same confidence. The leaders also said that the alliance is committed to the development of the state and are extremely confident of a resounding victory.
Joining us right now from central Nagpur, where we are standing at, is a group of women who just come out and cast their vote. सबसे पहले वोटिंग जो आपने किया उसका साइन दिखाइए ताकि हम सारे लोगों को बता सके कि उनको जाकर के वोट करना है. कितना अहम होता है वोट करना?
बहुत ही अच्छा है करना. अपना जो अधिकार मिला है उसका अपने पूरेपूर फायदा लेना चाहिए. उसको वेस्ट नहीं जाने देना चाहिए।
आप यहाँ की वोटर है सेंट्रल नागपुर की, कितना ज़रूरी है वोट करना, क्या मुद्दे सोचती है महिलाएं यहाँ पे?
प्रगति होनी चाहिए, इसलिए वो तो करना ही चाहिए। कोई भी आए जो आए उन्होंने अच्छा ही करना चाहिए।
महिलाओं को लेके कुछ विशेष आपकी मांग है कि जो भी सरकार आए वो उनको क्या करना चाहिए आप लोगों के लिए?
महिला को ये दे रहे वो अभी स्कीम दे रहे, वो देने के अलावा काम दिया तो अच्छा होगा। घर में बैठे काम दिया तो ज़्यादा बेहतर है। ऐसे पैसे देने से वो ज़्यादा और आलसी हो जाएंगे।
वेल ऑफ कोर्स इम्पोर्टेंट इश्यूज। आप बताइए, आप युवा है, आपका फर्स्ट टाइम वोट है?
यस मैम, फर्स्ट टाइम वोट है।
व्हाट वुड यू वांट टू टेल द वोटर्स, व्हाई शुड दे कम आउट एंड वोट? क्यों वोट करना चाहिए?
क्योंकि अच्छी सरकार चाहिए, अच्छे अपने हित में चाहिए और सबको पता चलना चाहिए कि वोटिंग का महत्व क्या है, एक हक मतलब एक वोट क्या क्या कर सकता है। और बेटर सरकार तो अपने को चाहिए, विकास है, प्रगति की राह पर चलना है। सांस्कृतिक से दिखाने से कुछ नहीं होता, करना भी पड़ता है, ऑन ग्राउंड लेवल पे उतरना पड़ता है। आज के युवा ये देखेंगे तो आगे जाके उनको भी पता चलेगा ना कि आप अपना नेता कैसा है, अपना वार्ड मेंबर कैसा है। इसलिए अपने को अलर्ट रहना चाहिए पहले तो।
Yesha, you know, you've also spoken to Eknath Shinde. Do you think that the person that he is, his accessibility, in fact, Payal also spoke to him, and the fact that RSS is so involved in these elections, their ground role could perhaps give the BJP alliance an edge in these elections?
So, you know, when you speak, when we spoke to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, he of course sounded confident. In fact, you know, when we spoke to him, apart from it, we also spoke to Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. There was one bit that Ajit Pawar happened to mention, was that Ladki Bahin Yojana would be the game changer in this very elections. Of course, we've seen that when it came to the Lok Sabha election results, there were certain comments that were made by RSS, by also a mouthpiece of RSS, critiquing the role of Ajit Pawar in this election. But all throughout, when you speak of Eknath Shinde has been someone who has, in fact, followed to the T about the instructions that usually come in, and which is where now, you know, when it comes to his popularity amidst people, amidst Sthanikars, it is quite evident the kind of role he plays.
महाराष्ट्राचा बाणा कायम राखल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही. मला वाटतं आज जास्त मी बोलणं आता योग्य नाही, कारण मतदान सुरू आहे. मी सर्व मतदारांना आवाहन करेन की आपण जरूर उतरा, मतदान करा आणि मध्ये ओरडू नका रे. सर्व मतदारांना आवाहन करतोय महाराष्ट्रातल्या की सर्व आपल्या मित्रांसह, सहकुटुंब, सहपरिवार मतदानाला उतरा, मतदान करा आणि महाराष्ट्राचा स्वाभिमान जपा.
All right, so all the reactions coming in from the big political leaders. We just heard from Eknath Shinde as well. Let me also get in Mr. Rashid here for, you know, on this political battle that we're getting to see. I wanted to understand something from you, that yes, the Maha Vikas Aghadi had seen great electoral success in the Lok Sabha polls, but the BJP has also changed its strategy. In fact, very interestingly, they have completely recalibrated their campaign strategy. Do you feel that this perhaps will benefit them in these elections?
Perhaps we'll get to know only on 23rd, but the real point is that, you know, stakes are very high. If MVA doesn't win in Maharashtra, it would mark almost end of India alliance. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party and Mamata Banerjee, they're already disillusioned with India alliance. So it is electoral success that, you know, provides strength to any alliance in Indian politics. On the other hand, if Mr. Modi loses Maharashtra, BJP loses Maharashtra, it will actually be a very huge setback. But here is a person, Uddhav Thackeray, who you were showing just now. You see, he represents a kind of brand of, you know, Hindutva politics or majority politics and all. The BJP projects itself or NDA as a sole sort of representative of majority community in India. So in Maharashtra, if it goes with an alliance that has Uddhav Thackeray, then Mr. Modi will remain, politically speaking, unsettled till 2029 and perhaps beyond.
No, absolutely. Nistala, we are just seeing the visuals of Eknath Shinde then. And what do you make of the Chief Minister here who has come into his own? I remember political analysts have also had a U-turn. There's been a volte-face. You know, they had scripted his obituary forecasting his downfall, and now it seems that they're quite bullish and buoyant about his prospects.
Well, I would also plead guilty to being part of those.
I'll just come to you. Shinde is speaking, Nistula. Just
अरे फॅमिली तर सगळे मागे जा ना अक्षय थोडं मागे चला घूम डाल दो अक्षय अरे नहीं खाली कर थोड़ा अरे नहीं खाली गेला बूम यार अरे मुंह क्यों फेस चेक कर रहे सर मतदान करून काय सांगाल सर अरे फिर से ऊपर नीचे करो तुम्ही स्वतः मतदान करून आलेला आहात राज्यातल्या जनतेला काय नेमकं आवाहन कराल मतदान करण्यासाठी म्हणजे
आजचा दिवस हा लोकशाहीतला उत्सव आणि महाराष्ट्राला देखील हा उत्सवाचा दिवस आहे. महाराष्ट्राला उज्ज्वल भवितव्याकडे आणि महाराष्ट्राला शक्तिशाली आणि देशाला आर्थिक महासत्तेकडे घेऊन जाणारा हा उत्सव आणि म्हणून
we have worked towards working to make the country economically developed, which is where the voters have to work on it. A lot of people should come ahead and cast their vote because it is for the development of the state.
लोकशाहीच्या उत्सवामध्ये सामील झालं पाहिजे असं माझी सगळ्यांना नम्र विनंती आहे.
It is a celebration for democracy which people need to gather and work towards.
मतदान करावं आणि लोकशाही समृद्ध आणि प्रगल्भ
Everyone should come ahead and vote
अशा प्रकारची विनंती मी करतो
so that we can maintain the democracy.
गेल्या 5 वर्षाचा कारभार या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने पाहिलाय.
In the last 5 years,
2019ला मतदान झालं आणि
Maharashtra has seen the kind of work that was done from 2019. People have seen, though people had voted for a particular government, but despite that, the mandate of people were changed.
गेल्या 5 वर्षामध्ये या राज्याची कोणी दशा केली
And which is where
विकासाची दिशा कोणी दाखवली
the way
हे लोकांना माहित आहे.
people took those in government took Maharashtra against development
या राज्यामध्ये सुरू
and the plight of state
या
is
योजना
something that people have seen.
आणि विकास हा लोकांना माहित आहे. मुख्यमंत्री माझी लाडकी बहीण योजनेसारखे अनेक
All the development, the schemes that have been put in place is something that people have seen. Ladki Bahin Yojana is something that has benefited people.
लाडक्या शेतकऱ्यांसाठी, लाडक्या कामगारांसाठी, लाडक्या ज्येष्ठांसाठी आम्ही केल्या आणि नक्कीच
We worked on strengthening women,
गेल्या 5 वर्षामध्ये
old people, youngsters,
या राज्याला
all of them alike.
या राज्याला विकासाकडे नेण्यासाठी या
And that has led to the
राज्याला
development
एक
in the state.
खरं म्हणजे या राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास आणि या राज्यातल्या सर्वसामान्य लोकांच्या जीवनामध्ये बदल घडवण्यासाठी या
Overall development of the state
महाराष्ट्राला
and to bring about the
एक
change in the
शक्तिशाली
life
राज्य
of common people
बनवण्यासाठी आम्ही
is how
महायुतीने
we
प्रयत्न
work
केलेला आहे
to also
आणि मला वाटतं
make Maharashtra
या
an
राज्यातली
empowered and
जनता
developed state,
आज समाधानी आहे. मी स्वतः
which is
समाधानी
where
आहे.
the people
2.5
of
वर्षाचा
state
कार्यकाळ
are now
आणि
satisfied.
आमचा 2.5
I am
वर्षाचा
satisfied
हाही लोकांनी पाहिलं.
with the work that I've done.
या आजच्या दिवशी
Our work has been done, has
या
been looked up
महाराष्ट्रातील जनता
by several
भरभरून
voters, by people, and which
आम्हाला
is why
मतदान
today
करतील.
people of
विकासाला
Maharashtra
मतदान करतील. आणि म्हणून
will vote for
मतदानाचा
us.
टक्का मतदान हे लोकशाहीला प्रगल्भ करणार आहे, लोकशाहीला मजबूत करणार आहे आणि म्हणून सगळ्यांनी मतदान करावं
Is how
असं आवाहन
one can
विनंती
maintain democracy. Which is where I request people to go ahead
पूर्णपणे
and vote.
येणारं सरकार महायुतीचं बहुमताचं थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटीचं असेल.
It is going to be a government of Mahayuti
म्हणून आम्ही विकासाला प्राधान्य दिलं, कल्याणकारी योजनांना प्राधान्य दिलं. 2.5 वर्षाचा कार्यकाळ या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने पाहिलं. आज बहुत ही लोकशाही का एक पवित्र दिन है, ये उत्सव है, ये लोकशाही को समृद्ध और मजबूत करने वाला उत्सव है. इसमें सभी ने मिलकर इस उत्सव में सहभागी होना चाहिए, सभी ने वोट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये महाराष्ट्र को शक्तिशाली बनाएगा, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत बनाएगा. इसलिए आज का दिन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है. ये मतदान सभी लोग करें और हमारी लोकशाही समृद्ध करें, प्रगल्भ करें, मजबूत करें. और पिछले 5 साल का कारोबार लोगों ने देखा है. 2019 में क्या हुआ था लोग आज भूले नहीं है. लोगों का मैंडेट क्या था और लोगों का मैंडेट था महायुति, जनता का मैंडेट था महायुति, लेकिन सरकार महायुति की नहीं बनी. इसलिए वो लोगों के ध्यान में है पूरी तरह. और 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल भी देखा है उन्होंने और हमारे 2.5 साल का भी देखा है. और इसलिए हमारे 2.5 साल में एक तरफ विकास, जो विकास को रोका था हमने उसको शुरू किया. जो कल्याणकारी योजना है जैसे लाडली बहन, लाडला भाई, लाडला किसान, कई योजनाएं मैं अभी सब में खुलकर बताना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन विकास और कल्याणकारी योजनाएं जो शुरू की है इसका प्रतिबिंब जो है इस चुनाव में दिखेगा. महिलाओं को बड़े पैमाने पे लाडली बहनों का और लाडले भाइयों का मतदान होगा. और मैं सभी से गुजारिश करता हूँ, लोकशाही में वोटिंग होना चाहिए, ये हमारा अधिकार है, हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, वो हमने बखूबी निभानी चाहिए. और इसलिए सभी वोट करें. और मुझे विश्वास है 2.5 साल में जो महायुति ने काम किया है, जो कल्याणकारी योजनाएं, जो विकास, उसके बलबूते पे आने वाली सरकार जो है मजबूत थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी की, ये महायुति की होगी.
Okay, that's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, the Maratha face, and someone who has been credited for running a very efficient campaign on development and issues. Eknath Shinde saying that they have only focused on the issues that matter to the people in Maharashtra, and extremely confident that the Mahayuti alliance will come up with a thumping victory. I'm going to go straight across now to Pallavi. Pallavi has been waiting for us very patiently. She's joining us from Baramati. Baramati, Pallavi, is always a family contest. You have Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister, who's going to be taking on his own nephew, the son of his younger brother, Yugendra Pawar. So how's it looking out there in Baramati? Okay, I'll just go to Pallavi in a bit, but let me quickly get in Nistula. Nistula, we were just hearing Eknath Shinde. You know, I remember how critics were so quick to write his political epitaph when he had split the Shiv Sena, and today he has emerged as an undisputed leader. What does one make of a person like Eknath Shinde?
It's been a journey, and I can say that I was also guilty of kind of also underestimating him because a few months ago I had done a story for the Hindu where you know, I had revealed that the BJP in Maharashtra had requested the central leadership to hold the state assembly and general election, Lok Sabha election for the state together, to bring forward the assembly elections because they wanted to kind of gain from brand Modi, because they weren't very confident about what had happened, you know, with Eknath Shinde coming up, and that they were not very confident of the narrative that they had set by splitting the Shiv Sena. They felt that they were getting too much of a backlash from Sena supporters, and Mr. Shinde was not really up to telling his side of the story. That has changed over the last few months. He has managed to kind of build a certain narrative around him of being the true Shiv Sainik, with all the virtues that are supposed to be in a Shiv Sainik, that of being, you know, Hindutva warrior, Marathi Manus, and of course keeping away from the Congress, which Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has not done. So he says Bala Sahib would never have done it. I am the actual true inheritor. And he also invoked his other mentor, who's the former Thane chief of the Shiv Sena, Anand Dige. And when I went there for covering the campaign this time, there were two films that were out, Dharamveer 1 and Dharamveer 2, which was on the life of Anand Dige. It was playing in theatres, playing on OTTs, and basically more than Mr. Dige's story, it was about Mr. Shinde's story and his involvement with the Shiv Sena from the get-go, etc.
And he's going to be playing on that powerful
legacy
of Anand Dige in
and
Thane also,
UBT
right?
Shiv Sena has pitted Mr. Dige's nephew Kedar Dige against Mr. Shinde in his assembly constituency. I spoke to Mr. Dige himself and he said, look, I am the real inheritor. I don't know why he has come out. Even the movie has many inaccuracies, etc. But it's doing well. The movie is doing well. So the narrative, the movie, and also the Ladki Bahin. And I think he has also gone into the details of what exactly happened during the Lok Sabha. You know, he was on 7 seats and Shiv Sena UBT at 9. So they were not that much far behind each other. And Shiv Sena UBT did not cross the psychological point of a double figure. All right. So he kind of then got into the facts and figures of what happened.
Okay.
And he realized that this minority consolidation in a huge way did help Shiv Sena UBT. And he has gone out of his way of setting up, this Aurangabad Minority Development Corporation. He has done, increased the salaries of Maulanas across masjids in Maharashtra. He has also played a very soft sort of a role within that Shiv Sena worldview. So he has done a lot to change the way that his story and the way the people look at him. He goes out at night, does inspections of his infrastructure projects, considered very down to earth, approachable sort of a person.
Very accessible.
And
something that even Payal had, my colleague Payal had mentioned. I'll just come to you, Nistula. I really have to go to Pallavi now. She's joining us from Baramati. And Pallavi, it's always a fight of the parivars in Baramati. And this time it's the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar who's taking on his nephew Yugendra Pawar, who has the backing of his aunt Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar. How's it looking out there in Baramati?
Well, I mean, barring the Congress party, I would say, almost every other political party in Maharashtra as a stakeholder are actually fighting a legacy, kind of a battle to show that we are really the inheritors of that legacy tag, and that applies to the Pawars most. We saw, for example, during the Lok Sabha elections, how it was a prestige battle for Mr. Sharad Pawar, and who can miss those pictures of him very much in the rain, getting wet and still appealing to the people. He's doing pretty much the same as far as the assembly campaigning is concerned, where he says that whether I'm 82 or whether I'm 90, as long as I'm alive, I'm going to fight against the BJP. That has been the kind of battle he's pitching for. In fact, Mr. Sharad Pawar was one of the first ones to cast his vote roughly around 9 a.m. There he did not speak much about the controversy surrounding Supriya Sule as well as the Bitcoin, but what he certainly did was indicate that for him it's a diversionary tactic coming in from the BJP. After that, Avantika, he's actually crisscrossing through the Baramati constituency, then heading back to Pune, very clearly being the main, campaigner. And this really matters. His political prestige depends a lot on how much the NCP performs here, whether the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP is actually going to be defeated, whether it's going to be the Sharad Pawar supporters who are going to be winning from the turf or the bastion or the killa, as it's called, of the Pawar family or of Sharad Pawar specifically. Within the MVA, he's certainly one who the Congress is counting on, the Uddhav Thackeray is counting on. If there is a possibility of a hung assembly, and I usually tend to think that voters are much, much clearer, there usually isn't a hung assembly. But in case it's a hung assembly, both the Congress as well as Uddhav Thackeray are going to look at Sharad Pawar's acumen very closely. He's one of those old-style politicians, who has friends across the border. He's respected by all. You can often see the camaraderie between him and the Prime Minister. And all of that is now going to be put to test depending on what is going to be the performance of the NCP from this area.
Oh, absolutely. Pallavi, thanks so much for joining us. We also have an interview with the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, who was recently in the news after he made that big poll promise ahead of polling ahead of the elections about how anyone in Mumbai can now reach the upcoming Navi Mumbai International Airport within 17 minutes. And that, in fact, was music to the ears of every Mumbaiker. Here he is speaking to CNN News 18's Payal. Listen in.
पिछले 24 घंटे हमने काफ़ी कंट्रोवर्सी देखी, चाहे वो विनोद तावड़े के बारे में विपक्ष का आरोप हो या विपक्ष का के खिलाफ आरोप हो। आपको लगता है ऐसे आरोपों का कुछ संज्ञान लेगी जनता?
देखिए, मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, ये चुनाव के समय ऐसी वैसी बातें एक दूसरे को गुमराह करने के लिए कभी मीडिया का उपयोग करके आती रहती है। चुनाव का जो मुख्य मुद्दा है उसी पर जनता ध्यान देकर महाराष्ट्र के भविष्य को और भवितव्य को बदलने के लिए निश्चित रूप से महायुति को चुनकर दे और इससे महाराष्ट्र देश का अव्वल नंबर का पहला राज्य होगा।
आप हमेशा विकास की बात करते हैं, आप हमेशा डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं। अगर डेवलपमेंट इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग एजेंडा है तो क्यों भाजपा के नेता एक है तो सेफ है की बात करते हैं? क्यों भाजपा के नेता ये कहते हैं कि जो वोट जिहाद के खिलाफ हमें धर्म युद्ध करना पड़ेगा?
पहली बात तो भाजपा के नेता कोई गलत नहीं बोलते हैं, उसका इंटरप्रिटेशन कुछ लोग गलत करते हैं। मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि हम जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा, सेक्स इसके ऊपर उठकर किसी को डिस्क्रिमिनेट ना करते हुए हम सब एक हो, यूनाइटेड हो, एक संघ हो और भारतीय हो। और भारतीयत्व का अर्थ यही होता है कि हिंदू, मुसलमान, जैन, क्रिश्चियन, सिख सब उनकी उपासना पद्धति अलग है, पर हम सब भारतीय हैं। और आप कहीं भी यहाँ का मुसलमान जब विदेशों में जाता है तो उसको हिंदी मुसलमान कहते हैं। तो मेरा कहना यही है कि हम जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और सेक्स के आधार पर ना बटें, हम एक हो। महाराष्ट्र में कुछ लोग जात के आधार पर समाज को बांटने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए ये बात कही गई थी कि हमने बांटना नहीं चाहिए, हमने एक होना चाहिए।
मला असं वाटतं की जेवढं मतदान कमी होईल तेवढं त्यांच्या पदरी काय पडेल हे गेल्या 5 वर्षात पाहिलं। जास्तीत जास्त लोकांनी मतदान करून एक तर मतदान केलं पाहिजे सगळ्यांनी, म्हणजे हा तर विषय आहेच, पण आपलं मत व्यक्त करणं, त्यापासून बाजूला हटणं हा काय पर्याय नाही होऊ शकत।
हम लोग जो करने आए वो वोटिंग है और वो सबका राइट है, वो सबका अधिकार है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये आज का दिन जो है वो वोटिंग के हिसाब से है। तो जो गरीब है, जो भी है, यंग ओल्ड जो भी है, वोट करना ज़रूर है।
बढ़िया बात है, इंतजाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है। अरे मेरे को क्यों ढका? बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है। मैं देख रहा था कि सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है, बहुत सफाई रखी हुई है। एंड बस आज यही है कि सब लोग आए, वोट करें, दैट इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट।
Okay, let's shift our focus now to the politics in Jharkhand, and there's also a lot that has been going on there. One has seen a very bitter campaign by all the political parties, and most importantly, the issue of infiltration from Bangladesh has really been something which has been on top of the mind and the agenda of every political parties. All eyes will be on Jharkhand as the second phase of assembly elections and voting taking place across 38 of the constituencies. The spotlight is on the key constituencies, which starts with Barhet, where the Chief Minister Hemant Soren of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha is facing an extremely tough challenge from BJP's Hembrom. In Jamtara, the battle is between Congress's Irfan Ansari and BJP's Sita Soren, focusing on family legacies and political influence, while Girid is seeing a contest centered on employment and education. Dhanbad, in fact, is seeing an economic concerns taking center stage. That is one of the main priority issue that has been talked by political leaders during the course of campaigning, with both parties focusing on mining industry reforms and local job creations. In Dumka, tribal rights and development have been some of the key issues of contention, key points of contention, with both sides vying for that ST vote.
निशिकांत जी, क्या माहौल है? आज दूसरे चरण का मतदान शुरू हो चुका है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने दम पर पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बना रही है। एनडीए के जो सहयोगी दल हैं वो उसमें केवल सहयोग भर करेंगे। हम 2/3 बहुमत से झारखंड में सरकार बनाएंगे।
एक हमेशा यहाँ पर सवाल आप लोग उठाते रहे, वो है घुसपैठियों को लेकर। क्या घुसपैठियों का मुद्दा उतना बड़ा है झारखंड में?
घुसपैठियों का मुद्दा सबसे बड़ा है। भ्रष्टाचार सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है। और कल रात में जो नंगा नाच किया है इंडी गठबंधन के उम्मीदवार ने, आप उसकी कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। मैंने समय समय पर वीडियो डाले हैं हमारे सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट पे, आप देखिए। पैसे का जितना बड़ा लूट और छूट इन्होंने किया सारे प्रशासन ने मिलकर, मैंने अपने जीवन में ऐसा नहीं देखा। प्रत्येक घर में प्रत्येक वोटर को 500-500 रुपये पहुँचाए गए और ग्रामीणों ने उसको खदेड़ा। ये चारों तरफ ये दिखता है कि यहाँ की जनता अब जागरूक हो गई है। उसको बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को भगाना है, NRC लागू करना है, भ्रष्टाचार पर लगाम लगाना है, और ये जितने अपराधी, आर्थिक अपराधी खुलेआम घूम रहे हैं, उनको जेल भेजना है। ये मैंने कल देखा।
Arunima joins us now for more on Jharkhand. Arunima, the issue of infiltration has been central to the BJP's campaign. Other than that, what has been some of the dominant issues that have been taken up in this very high-stakes political landscape?
See, Bharatiya Janata Party wants the focus on illegal immigrants, Bangladeshi migrants coming in, and the alleged vote bank. Then the JMM-led India Front wants the focus on economic guarantees that they have allowed. Maiya Samman, for example, is something that Hemant Soren is really hoping will turn the fortunes of his party and his front. He's promising 1,000 rupees. I mean, 3 installments of that money has already been delivered into the accounts of some of the tribal women, and he has promised them that if voted back to power, 2,500 rupees is what he will increase the Maiya Samman Yojana to. Bharatiya Janata Party has also promised 2,000 rupees in the accounts of women. Plus, there are other economic guarantees because unemployment is a big issue for the youngsters there. Reduced prices of gas cylinder is what the Congress's state president also promised, stoking a controversy because he said that he would provide it even to the immigrants. So the big issue here is the BJP pitting it as an existential issue for the tribals or the economic well-being, as JMM wants to put it too. But in reality, this is also about the existence of Hemant Soren, who's facing an ED case, who's out on bail. If he does not win this election, politically and legally speaking, there could be more trouble for him.
Absolutely. Arunima, thanks so much for joining us. Aman, I want to ask you that the BJP has continuously accused the JMM and the Congress of encouraging infiltration in order to get votes. In fact, they also say that this has impacted the demographic makeup of that space. Do you think that the arrest of Mr. Soren and all the ED cases against him will play a significant role in these elections?
Well, Avantika, did play a role in the Lok Sabha elections. BJP could not win any of the 5 ST in-marked seats in Jharkhand in the Lok Sabha election, and that was seen as a result of BJP not having a clear tribal leadership. Last time BJP contested an election, assembly election in Jharkhand, they lost because they had a non-tribal chief minister. So that is, I think that is why the big reason for the BJP to this time reach out to the tribal community, paint this entire campaign that infiltrators are coming in, taking away tribal land, marrying tribal women, and that is what the BJP has pinned its entire campaign on. That said, I think another factor which has BJP has tried to do is get Champai Soren into their fold.
Yes.
So, in a way, trying to tell the people that, look, we do have tribal leadership, we don't know who will be the chief minister if we win, but I think Hemant Soren's sympathy factor, because he went to jail and after when the Lok Sabha elections were held, JMM gained from that sympathy factor. Maybe that factor, I think, has waned a bit, and BJP is hoping that can ride on this whole infiltration issue. And, though Hemant Soren says, where are the infiltrators? Give me a list. There's no infiltrators. There's no list as such. He said this is a divisive campaign. But I think BJP is mainly banking, I think, on the issue to appease the tribals and also cite the Champai Soren factor to get some foothold in Jharkhand region.
Right. Mr. Kidbhai, would you like to add to that?
So this about, infiltration, actually Jharkhand is one state does not, have a sort of international border. So if indeed, infiltration is taking place, it must be coming from some, international border. And that is where the central government's role also comes in. As Aman was saying, it's, about numbers and all, that's of course a debatable thing, but this is also a thing. So I think it is a narrative that's being sort of, imposed because there are far, too many important and local issues are there on which election should have been fought in Jharkhand.
Right. Interesting. I have to take a very short break right here and we will come back. It's an important day with elections and polling happening in these states. And we will get our viewers the very latest, all the big voices, the reactions in just a bit. But stay tuned. I'll be back in just a bit.
Brought to you by
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also the constituencies where the Mahayuti is, in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS, you know, office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but you know.
Welcome back. Delhi government has ordered 50% of its employees to work from home because of the rising pollution levels. Gopal Rai, in fact, has put this out on the social media post X, saying Delhi government has decided to work from home in government offices. 50% employees will now work from home. And for its implementation, a meeting will also be held with all officials at 1 in the afternoon. So that's the latest coming in right now, that 50% of government offices to work from home. That's the announcement coming in from the Delhi government, from the minister himself, Mr. Gopal Rai, who is saying that because of the worsening quality of air, 50% of Delhi government's office staff will be working from home. In a way, perhaps it's good news, because that will also result in lesser traffic on the roads. But the main problem is still not being addressed, the rising pollution levels. Delhi's air quality has remained in the severe plus category, which has now prompted the Environment Minister Gopal Rai to make this big announcement that 50% of government office staff will work from home because of the pollution. Anshul joins us for more on this. Anshul, so tell us a little bit more. I mean, the good news that came to my mind is at least there's going to be less traffic on the road, which also is a contributor to the rising pollution levels. Was that the intent, or was it, you know, to shield the staff from the rising pollution levels?
The intent at this point in time of the Delhi government is to make sure that the number of vehicles that are plying on the roads, that could be reduced, and that is the reason why we saw that initially the schools out here in the national capital were actually asked to shift to online mode. Apart from that, the private offices were also asked to shift to online mode as well. Now, finally, the Delhi government staff has also been asked to, has in fact been reduced to 50%. Basically, the Delhi government is trying to make sure that the factors that are internal factors that are contributing to the pollution, that could be brought under control, because remember, the contribution of emissions that happen from vehicles out here in the national capital is around 21%, which is the second highest apart from the stubble burning that happens in North India. So this is the main reason that we are seeing that the Delhi government has taken this step. It remains to be seen how much of it will have a larger effect on the air quality in the national capital.
All right, Anshul, thank you so much for joining us and telling us more about the reason why this order has been given by the Environment Minister Gopal Rai. But that is time for me to take a short break, but the news and updates continue with my colleague Griha. Keep watching. And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also in the constituencies where the Mahayuti is, in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS, you know, office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. Let's begin with battleground Maharashtra. Just a few hours before polling began in Maharashtra, BJP's national spokesperson Sudhanshu Trivedi has accused Congress leader Nana Patole and NCP leader Supriya Sule of being involved in a cryptocurrency fraud to influence the election result in favor of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. The allegations came after the claims by former IPS officer Ravindranath Patil, who alleged that Sule and Patole misappropriated bitcoins linked to a 2018 cryptocurrency fraud case to fund the ongoing Maharashtra Assembly elections. In response, both Patole and Supriya Sule strongly denied these accusations and filed a criminal complaint with the Election Commission of India and the Cybercrime Department seeking action against these claims. Supriya Sule also said that it is not her voice on the audio tapes and that she is ready to face questions on the matter as well. Even after Sule's denial, though, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Ajit Pawar has broken his silence on the matter and he has said that he recognizes his sister's voice on the tapes. He's also said that he recognizes the second voice too.
वो ये कहता है कि मैं पहले ही लफड़े में फंस चुका हूं, मैं ऐसी किसी चीज में नहीं पड़ना चाहता। तो वो दूसरा व्यक्ति ये कह रहा है कि नहीं साहब, इसमें बड़े लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं और वो कांग्रेस के महाराष्ट्र के अध्यक्ष नाना पटोले जी का तथा कथित रूप से नाम लेता है और सुप्रिया सुले जी का तथा कथित रूप से नाम लेता है। सबसे पहले वो ये बताएं कि जो इस वीडियो क्लिप में और ऑडियो क्लिप में दिखाई पड़ रहा है, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी अथवा उनके किसी भी नेता सुप्रिया सुले जी के बारे में दावा किया गया है, क्या वो बिटकॉइन के किसी भी ट्रांजैक्शन में इन्वॉल्व हैं या नहीं?
I have spoken against bitcoins. I have spoken against cryptocurrency. I am somebody who has raised very serious issues about all this.
ये व्यक्ति कई महिने तुरुंगात होते. त्याच्या म्हणण्यात आहे याची नोंद तरी कशाला घ्यायची? माझ्या मते त्याची नोंद घेण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. भाजप आणि त्यांचा एकंदरीत सगळ्या कॅम्पेनकडे बघायचा दृष्टिकोन किती खालच्या पातळीचा आहे हे स्पष्ट होते. यापेक्षा अधिक त्याचा मला भाष्य करायचे नाही.
उसके बारे में जो कुछ ऑडियो दिखा रहे हैं वो आवाज़ के बारे में मुझे इतना ही जानकारी है. मैं दोनों को भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानता हूँ, बहुत सालों से जानता हूँ. एक तो मेरी परिवार की मेरी बहन है और दूसरे हमने जिनके साथ बहुत साल काम किया है, एक दूसरे के विरोध में भी किया है, एक दूसरे के साथ भी किया है, महा विकास आघाड़ी में भी किया है. वो बीच में बीजेपी के भी मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट थे. ऐसे सभी जगह उन्होंने काम किया. तो वो भी आवाज़ उनका ही है, उनका बोलने का टोन, उनका आवाज़ दोनों का वही है. अभी इसके बारे में इंक्वायरी हो जाएगी. इंक्वायरी होने के बाद पता चलेगा कौन है, क्या है इसके पीछे, सच राज क्या है वो पता चलेगा.
मला तो रवींद्र चव्हाण पाटील जो नावाचा व्यक्ती आहे तोच तोतिया IPS आहे. आपल्या सगळ्या मीडियाला त्यांनी सांगितलं की मी IPS आहे, होतो, रिटायर झालो, पण तोच तोतिया IPS निघाला. भाजप आणि जो सुधांशु त्रिवेदी भाजपचा प्रवक्ता ज्यांनी ज्या पद्धतीने ते ऑडिओ ज्या पद्धतीने दाखवले गेलेले आहेत, आता त्याच्यात माझा आवाजच नाही. सगळेजण माझा आवाज ओळखतात महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आणि देशामध्ये. माझा देशातही आवाज आहे, नरेंद्र मोदींनाही माझा आवाज पाठ आहे. नाना पटोले शेतकरी आहे, शेतकरी राहील आणि इतके वर्ष राजकारणामध्ये राहिला. तर मला खरं तर हे बिटकॉइन हा शब्दच मला माहिती नाही काय व्यवहार होतात.
मैंने कल भी स्पष्ट कर दिया, न उन्होंने कोई पैसा बांटा, न उनके पास कोई पैसा मिला. जानबूझकर एक बवाल खड़ा करने का प्रयास किया गया, एक इकोसिस्टम को यूज़ किया गया. जहाँ तक सुप्रिया सुले जी पर और नाना पटोले जी पर जो आरोप लगे हैं, जिस प्रकार से एक पूर्व IPS अधिकारी ने कुछ आरोप लगाए हैं, कुछ क्लिप्स उन्होंने जारी की है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत गंभीर इस प्रकार का प्रकरण है. और मैं आज इतना ही कहूँगा, इस प्रकरण की सिरे से जांच होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि इस प्रकार के एलिगेशन लगने के बाद वास्तविकता क्या है ये दुनिया के सामने आना बहुत ज़रूरी है.
ऑडियो क्लिपिंग्स जो मार्केट में चल रही हैं, आप सब ने सुनाया भी है, बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से इस बात को स्थापित करती है कि एक पूरा नेक्सस बना हुआ था 2018 के बाद और 2019 के लोकसभा में और 2024 के असेंबली इलेक्शन में, दोनों इलेक्शन में ये जो वैलेट चोरी हुआ था जिसमें करोड़ों रुपए थे, उस रुपए का प्रयोग सुप्रिया सुले जी और उनकी पार्टी और साथ ही साथ कांग्रेस नाना पटोले जो उनके अध्यक्ष हैं ये कर रहे हैं. दूसरे क्लिपिंग में स्पष्ट रूप से सुप्रिया सुले बोल रही है कि किसी प्रकार की चिंता का विषय नहीं है, कोई इंक्वायरी भी अगर हो जाएगा तो इंक्वायरी में आपका नाम नहीं आने वाला है और इंक्वायरी को हम देख लेंगे, हमारी सरकार बनेगी तो हम देख लेंगे, आप चिंता मत करो इंक्वायरी की। आज सुप्रिया सुले कह रही है कि ये तो एआई जनरेटेड है, मेरी आवाज नहीं है, जबकि उनके खुद के भाई बोल रहे हैं कि ये उन्हीं की आवाज है।
आंसर दे देना चाहिए था, कल और आज के बीच में आंसर दे देना चाहिए था। ऐसे भविष्य के लिए चीजें छोड़ने के बदले अच्छा रहता अगर हाथ की हाथ में चीजें का खुलासा हो जाता।
एमवीए मतलब महा वोट बैंक अघाड़ी ही नहीं, बल्कि महा वसूली अघाड़ी भी है। और वसूली जब सरकार थी तब भी चल रही थी। किस प्रकार से उद्योगपति के घर में बम लगाकर कैसे वसूली 100-100 करोड़ की उनके गृह मंत्री कर रहे थे, वो भी हमने देखा। अब तो बिट बाय बिट इनका क्रिप्टो करप्शन सामने आ गया है। आज सवाल सिर्फ इतना बनता है, नाना पटोले जी और सुप्रिया सुले जी, क्या आप बिटकॉइन का ट्रांजैक्शन करवा रहे थे? क्या ये वैध ट्रांजैक्शन था? क्या विदेशी स्रोत से इस ट्रांजैक्शन के माध्यम से चुनावों को प्रभावित करने के लिए पैसा आ रहा था? ये वोट बैंक की दुकान, भ्रष्टाचार की दुकान, यही एमवीए का काम है, यही एमवीए की पहचान है।
देखिए, उबाटा सेना और संजय राउत का कट जिहाद है, क्योंकि उनकी पार्टी कट गई जिहाद का नाम लेके भी, इनके वोट कट गए जिहाद को लाने के बाद भी, और इनकी भाषा है कि लोगों को कटकट लगने लगी है। तो ये कट जिहाद हुए, उबाटा सेना बढ़ गई है, ये इनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन बोल रहा है। मामला कुछ है ही नहीं। एक पार्टी की अंदरूनी बैठक चुनाव आयोग के सूचना के अनुसार क्या करना चाहिए कार्यकर्ताओं ने, ये बैठक लेने का अधिकार तो संगठन को ही है। वहां कोई पैसा मिला नहीं, 5 करोड़ बोला गया, कुछ मिला नहीं। ये खूब झूठ और कुंभांड चुनाव में अपनी हार को देखकर उन्होंने शुरू किया।
My colleague Yesha Kotak is with us on the broadcast now. Yesha, first of all, about the retired IPS officer Ravindranath Patil, how has he come into the picture? Was he involved with this case and the investigation in 2018? Just take our viewers through it.
So, when it comes to this very retired IPS officer, he has gone for an alleged, he was aware of the 2018 cryptocurrency scam which took place, and which is where he's gone for the alleged that it was Supriya Sule and Nana Patole who've gone ahead and in fact used the money to use this cryptocurrency scam to fund the Maharashtra elections. Now, particularly here, this is an allegation that was made by a couple of hours before people could vote for the Maharashtra Assembly election. But however, now we've seen this has led to another war of words between both the opposition as well as the current ruling government. Of course, we'll have to wait and watch and see what happens on 23rd. But as of now, of course, we saw Supriya Sule speaking about it, and so was the case with Ajit Pawar. And there have been several other leaders who've gone for the question. Supriya Sule, in her defense, has gone for the and said that she's the one who's been vocal in the Lok Sabha about cryptocurrency. So she clearly says that whoever it is, whatever allegations they've leveled against me, they can go ahead and she's willing to go on a debate with the concerned BJP person who's put this allegation. We've also seen how there have been several other BJP leaders who've put this allegation, saying that they were also aware of this very cryptocurrency scam. However, on the other hand, we've seen how Ajit Pawar has said that he recognizes the voice of that were there in the sound clips. One he said was someone from the family, and the other one he's closely worked with. In fact, there were audios of what seemed to be Supriya Sule speaking to an official, speaking about how the cryptocurrency could be used to fund the Maharashtra election. However, as of now, Supriya Sule has also gone further and said that there's a defamation case that has been filed, that she has filed, and also raised this complaint with the Election Commission when it comes to these allegations that are being levelled against her.
Right.
In fact, just a couple of hours, in fact, a day before, we could have polls in Maharashtra. There have been several such allegations, counter allegations that have been levelled, that against Tavre for cash for vote, and then against Supriya Sule and Nana Patole as well. Yes.
Right. Yesha, stay with us. We also have Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast. Pallavi, the fact that Supriya Sule and Nana Patole were quick to, in fact, reply with a defamation suit against these allegations that have been levelled by this retired IPS officer, also in a way is sort of giving credence to what their response is, because they are talking about 2018, the scam that happened back then. What purpose does it serve to bring in that case in this Maharashtra elections is the question that the opposition here in the state is asking.
Well, I mean, one of the main platforms on which the elections are also being fought is that of corruption. I mean, if you look at the manifesto and the campaigns and the posters of the Mahayuti alliance, they're constantly making the point that a vote for the MVA and the return of the MVA essentially would mean that, one, your development projects will never get completed, and second is that it's only the politicians who are going to fill up their pockets, where the money or the taxpayers' money will be wasted, and there will be no development or redevelopment which is going to take place. So therefore, if the opposition parties are playing up the Vinod Thapre, videos and that narrative, because they are also making a similar point that the only way the BJP wins election is not through the power of democracy, it is through muscle power and money power. That stronger counter is now coming in from the Mahayuti alliance, where they're making the point that, look, this kind of a conversation which we showed to you between Nana Patole, Gaurav Mehta, Supriya Sule and Gaurav Mehta, where if you listen to audio recording, it talks about, for example, Supriya Sule repeatedly asking Gaurav Mehta, where's the money, why is the money not coming to fund the elections? So similarly, that's the reason why BJP is relentlessly doing those press conferences, and despite the very aggressive, strong denials coming in from Supriya Sule, the BJP is not giving up on this issue, because they are hoping that at least this place, Baramati, which is the turf of Sharad Pawar, is breached. That bastion is breached. It couldn't during the Lok Sabha, but it becomes a battle of prestige for Ajit Pawar as well, which is why he's taken on his own relative by saying, I recognize the voice of Supriya Sule, and it is definitely not AI generated. Okay. And hence, an issue is going to be kept alive by the BJP through the day today, in the hope that it has an impact as far as the voters' voting pattern goes.
Right, Pallavi. So Ajit Pawar speaking against his own family member, despite the political difference and the fact that the party has split, is going to give a lot of credence to what BJP's allegations against Sule and Nana Patole really are. But if we take a look at this retired IPS officer, Mr. Patil, his involvement in this 2018 case also did not have a very clean-cut record as far as he's concerned, I'm told. He also was accused back then of having some amount of cryptocurrencies being shifted into his own personal account.
A point which was made by Supriya Sule herself when she was speaking to us, when she said that, first of all, I've always spoken out against Bitcoin because I feel it's dangerous, and I've raised this in Parliament, so why would I want to use Bitcoin? And as far as the former IPS officer is concerned, she says, look at his credibility. He's been behind bars for 2 years. Do we now want to listen to his version and believe what he says? Obviously, all of this is politically timed. The BJP has instigated him and made him speak out, and these are all false allegations. That's the pitch which is now coming in from Supriya Sule as well.
Right, Pallavi and Yesha, I request you to stay on with us. We are getting some more reactions on this big story that's coming out of Maharashtra as the state goes into polls. Let's take a look.
मुझे कोई स्पेकुलेशन में नहीं जाना है. आज दिन है महाराष्ट्र के फैसला को लेने. महायुति सरकार ने जिस ढंग से काम किया, उसी रफ्तार से हम काम करना चाहेंगे, और हम सब प्रधान सेवक या प्रधान सेविका हैं, और उस दृष्टि से आशीर्वाद यहाँ मिलता है और काम करने की ऊर्जा मिलती है.
वो ऑडियो क्लिप मैंने देखा नहीं है, पर बीजेपी के कुछ नेतों का कुछ वीडियो क्लिप भी कल वायरल हुआ था, उस पे थोड़ा आप ध्यान दीजिए.
Now, there is high drama that is unfolding a day before Maharashtra's Assembly elections, and as BJP General Secretary Vinod Tawde was gheraud by Bahujan Aghadi workers yesterday, who accused him of distributing cash to influence the voters. This happened in Virar. Tawde has strongly denied the allegations, calling them absolutely baseless. Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray stirred the honest nest further, making a jibe by referring to all of this as jihad against voters. Now, adding more fuel to the fire, this of course has generated a lot of controversy. However, the Bharatiya Janata Party has dismissed all of these allegations, maintaining that no money was distributed. However, an FIR has in fact been registered against Vinod Tawde, but sources from the Election Commission have clarified that this case is not linked to any money distribution. The FIR pertains to his presence in another constituency after the campaign officially ended. Now, under the Model Code of Conduct, candidates are barred from entering constituencies for 48 hours post-campaign. While Tawde faces accusations, the case remains focused on a violation of election rules and not bribery. The tension builds now as Maharashtra is into polls today, and right now more and more people, Maharashtrians, are going out and casting their votes.
कल जो हुआ उसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
मेरा मानना है कि कल राहुल गांधी और सुप्रिया जी ने मुझ पर 5 करोड़ का एलिगेशन किया, तो मुझे वहां अगर पुलिस का मिला नहीं तो मुझे सुप्रिया जी और राहुल जी 5 करोड़ अगर कंफर्म है वो, तो मुझे वापस।
लेकिन जो डायरी मिली है उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
डायरी तो मेरी है ही नहीं, जो पुलिस करना है करे, उस पर राइटिंग किसका देखे। सवाल, मैं 40 साल से राजनीति करता हूँ, कोई मैं पैसे की बात कभी करता नहीं, पता है।
सर्व मतदारांना आवाहन करतोय महाराष्ट्रातल्या की सर्व आपल्या मित्रांसह, सहकुटुंब, सहपरिवार मतदानाला उतरा, मतदान करा आणि महाराष्ट्राचा स्वाभिमान जपा।
देखिए, विनोद तावड़े जी हमारे राष्ट्रीय महामंत्री है, वो वहां पर केवल कार्यकर्ताओं को मिलने के लिए गए थे। न कोई पैसा उनके पास था, न कोई पैसा मिला है, न कोई पैसा बांटा गया है। एक प्रकार से प्लान करके हमला बोला गया। हमारे ही जो उम्मीदवार है राजन नाइक, उनको मारा पीटा गया, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को मारा पीटा गया, और एक माहौल इस प्रकार से बनाया गया। मैं तो ये कहता हूँ कि कल जो पराजय दिख रहा है, उस पराजय को कवर करने के लिए ये सारी बहानेबाजी चल रही है, और इसमें कहीं पर भी विनोद तावड़े इनका कोई दोष नहीं है। एक प्रकार से जानबूझकर उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाने का प्रयास चल रहा है।
Let me take this across to my colleagues, Yesha Kotak and Payal Mehta. Payal, coming to you first. The fact that this has been a complete turnaround from the allegations yesterday that Maha Vikas Aghadi was levelling, that this indeed was cash for votes that Vinod Tawade was involved in. Now, Election Commission officials say otherwise, that he breached a model code of conduct. This, of course, is going to be giving enough ammunition to the opposition, because on the one hand, you've had Uddhav Thackeray's bags that were being checked by EC officials, and here that entire claim of bag or 5 crore rupees has completely been refuted.
Well, of course, the 5 crore figure has come from where? That's what the BJP really is asking, because they've been saying this from yesterday evening itself, that there has been no money which has been found on Vinod Tawade, and whatever they were speaking about, whatever allegations were made, were completely baseless, were completely pointless as well. And from yesterday afternoon, in fact, yesterday late evening itself, the BJP has been saying that yes, he violated the model code of conduct by going into another constituency, and that is something which is something which they stand by as well. So obviously, that is something which the BJP and the Mahayuti has been saying is the dirty tricks department of the Congress party and the opposition party trying to bring disrepute to a leader. Because remember, Vinod Tawade is an experienced candidate. He's been somebody who's been into business or politics for the last 40 years, has served as a minister in the NDA government in the state as well, is the party's general secretary right now. So all these allegations are really baseless. But what really will its impact really be? Because counter allegations have also come in, and which has also been refuted by Supriya Sule. Now Vinod Tawade over there, when I was speaking to our colleague, Preeti Sompura has also said that if they found any cash on me, why don't they return that cash back on me? The fact is that they completely denied any of these allegations. The question that the BJP seems to be asking is, Griha, that what about the allegations that have been made against Supriya Sule? Why doesn't she come clean on that? To which she has also responded that saying that she's ready for any investigation, and this is not her money. So obviously, closer to the election, the BJP leadership is of the opinion that this will not cut ice with people at all in terms of whatever allegations have been made by the opposition on Vinod Tawade. And so similarly, the belief from the opposition camp is that this is not going to cut ice with the people when it comes to the allegations against Supriya Sule. It's quite an interesting election, to say the least. The stakes are really high. There are 6 political parties in the frame comparatively to what you have otherwise seen a state where 3 prominent parties would have dominated. There are 2 factions of the NCP, 2 factions of the Shiv Sena. A lot at stake for them as well, because Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule are pitted against each other. They have a point to prove. Of course, Eknath Shinde has to prove his point that he's the Asli Sena compared to Uddhav Thackeray's party, and of course the BJP and the Congress party, which are national parties. So it's a high-profile election. Maharashtra is one of the biggest states, and in Vidarbha, where I'm standing, it's a stake which is very, very high as far as the BJP is concerned after their dismal performance in the Lok Sabha and the dismal performance, a not so good performance, I would say, in the 2019 elections, where they just won 29 seats out of 62 seats in comparison to 2014, when they got 44 seats out of 62 seats.
Right, I'll stay with us. Let me take this across to Yesha as well. Yesha, how does this do away with the partisan approach of the Election Commission? Those were the charges that the opposition really was levelling when they were talking about Uddhav's bags being checked. The fact that they also kind of linking what has happened when it is about this Bitcoin controversy that has suddenly come about on the day of polling in Maharashtra to sort of lessen the impact of what really happened yesterday in Virar with this entire cash for votes scam that was associated to Mr. Tawde. Uddhav Thackeray has even ended up calling it vote jihad. Note jihad, I beg your pardon.
Yes, Griha, when you speak of this very allegations are being leveled and counter leveled by both the Mahayuti and the Maha Vikas Aghadi, what's important to note as this has clearly had counter reactions and war of words between both of them. One starting from, like you've mentioned, Uddhav Thackeray's bags being checked. And yesterday, even as the campaigning was over is where we saw how Vinod Tawde was allegedly distributing cash. In fact, there were Bahujana Vikas Aghadi leaders who had gathered there, who alleged that they had found envelopes which had cash in it, and they also had clippings which were handed over to the Election Commission officials. All of this while Election Commission has gone further and said that it is a part of the model code of conduct where bags of all the leaders who are flying in as a part of the election campaign is being checked. In fact, after the allegations were being levelled by Uddhav Thackeray is where there was a counter allegation being levelled by BJP leaders, videos being shared, and also by Election Commission saying that not only bags of opposition leaders but that of Home Minister, that of Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, all of them were being checked. So here, clearly, we've seen how time and again the opposition parties have alleged that Election Commission is working on the behest of the central government, and this was something that opposition leaders continue to say now. However, just a couple of hours after the whole allegation against Vinod Tawde came in, was where there were BJP leaders levelling counter allegations against Supriya Sule and Nana Patole. So clearly, this election, we've seen how there have been allegations about cash being distributed to voters. In fact, this was something that we had seen allegations being levelled on a smaller scale during the Lok Sabha elections as well. However, this year, this Vidhan Sabha election, of course, stakes have been really high. There have been several such seizures, including that of cash, including that of silver and cookers as well, that have been seized by the Election Commission officials.
Right.
Yes.
Yesha and Payal, thank you so much for all of those reactions there and that analysis that my colleagues were giving us. As Maharashtra is into polls, let's take a look at other reactions, starting with Supriya Sule's interview that my colleague has done.
Vinod Tawde, what would you say to that?
No, I was very disappointed because I know Vinodji for many, many years. And I was disappointed because he's not just a Maharashtra leader now, he's a national leader. वो देश के बड़े नेता, he's a big leader in India today. So all your channel also showed them. Those visuals were very disturbing. And BJP always said they were a party with a difference. So a party with a difference who always spoke against corruption, who demonetized this country. They say cash ko na bolo. To see so much cash, and not just cash, there was some diary they were showing on your channel. Very, very disturbing visuals for me for a fair and a just election. And Bharat Ratna Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar's constitution, which we have so much pride of. To say all this is very, very disappointing. And for somebody like me who believes in fair election, it was very painful and disturbing visuals.
उसके बारे में मुझे पता चला है, मैंने सुना है, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने वो जो भी कंप्लेंट है उसके बारे में उन्होंने उसकी नोंद ली है और वो इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं कि सच क्या है।
और ये वोट जिहाद की बात कर रहे थे, तो क्या बीजेपी नोट जिहाद कर रही है? नोटों के भरोसे लोगों को खरीदकर, लोकतंत्र को खरीदकर चुनाव में जीतना चाहती है।
जो रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपल्स एक्ट है और जो चुनाव आयोग के नियम है, कानून है, उसका उल्लंघन है, सीधा सीधा।
भाजपा ने महाराष्ट्र को अडानी के हाथ बेच दिया है। आज आपको वहां जो भी पैसा लहराता हुआ दिख रहा है वो सारा अडानी का है।
मेरे ख्याल से जिस बैठक का आप जिक्र कर रहे हैं वो बैठक चुनाव प्रचार खत्म होने के बाद की बैठक है। जब चुनाव प्रचार खत्म हो गया तो भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव वहां कर क्या रहे हैं? वो चुनाव प्रचार कर रहे हैं। मैं देख रहा था, एक पत्रकार ने, सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट ने कहा कि कंटेनर में भर के पैसा जो है आया है गुजरात से वहाँ बांटने के लिए महाराष्ट्र में। तो पैसे के बल पे आप सत्ता हथियाना चाहते हैं महाराष्ट्र की, ये जनता होने नहीं देगी। भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भी देखे गए थे पैसे का आदान प्रदान करते हुए, रक्षा सौदों में दलाली खाते हुए, दुनिया ने देखा था। तो ये तो इनकी तो बुनियाद ही उस पर रखी हुई है।
देखिए, उबाटा सेना और संजय राउत का कट जिहाद है, क्योंकि उनकी पार्टी कट गई जिहाद का नाम लेके भी, इनके वोट कट गए जिहाद को लाने के बाद भी, और इनकी भाषा है कि लोगों को कटकट लगने लगी है। तो ये कट जिहाद हुए, उबाटा सेना बढ़ गई है, ये इनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन बोल रहा है। मामला कुछ है ही नहीं। एक पार्टी की अंदरूनी बैठक चुनाव आयोग के सूचना के अनुसार क्या करना चाहिए कार्यकर्ताओं ने, ये बैठक लेने का अधिकार तो संगठन को ही है। वहां कोई पैसा मिला नहीं, 5 करोड़ बोला गया, कुछ मिला नहीं। ये खूब झूठ और कुम्भांड चुनाव में अपनी हार को देखकर उन्होंने शुरू किया।
विनोद तावड़े जी, जो कि एक जनरल सेक्रेटरी और सीनियर लीडर हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, वो एक रेड में, और ये रेड इलेक्शन कमीशन की नहीं थी, वो जो उनके अपोजिंग कैंडिडेट हैं उनने जब रेड किया तो उनके पास 5 करोड़ रुपए और एक डायरी जिसमें उन्होंने किसको पैसा बांट रहे थे, एक होटल में पाए गए हैं। तो ये क्लियरली साबित करता है जो हम बार बार आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि ये वो सरकार है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जिसने सोच लिया है कि वो सत्ता में तभी आ सकते हैं जब धन बल का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। आज डेस्परेशन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इतनी है कि उनको लगता है वोट के पैसों के बल पे ये लोग चुनाव जीत लेंगे। पर महाराष्ट्र की जनता सतर्क रहे कि ये लोग वो हैं जो गुजरात से पैसा लेकर आते हैं, गुजराती कारोबारियों का पैसा लाकर यहाँ पे मिटा रहे हैं और महाराष्ट्र को कम आंकने में कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, हवा में तीर मारने की जगह कोई तथ्य हो, सबूत तो बात करें। मैं कुछ कांग्रेस के नेताओं को सुनना कर 5 करोड़, अरे 5 करोड़ जब होटल में लेकर भी कोई जाएगा तो उसके वीडियोस हैं, वहाँ पे सीसीटीवी कैमरा होगा, सब कुछ होगा, वो कोई दिखाए तो सही सबूत। और 5 करोड़ तक कितने बड़े बैग्स में आया होगा, कितना सामान आया होगा, वो उसके कुछ सबूत चाहिए होंगे। सर, हवा में तीर मारने से क्या होगा? और वो अपनी एक बैठक लेने गए थे तावड़े जी, उस बैठक में आप घुसकर, जबरदस्ती घुसकर वहाँ पर आकर आप हल्ला करो और कुछ नोट लगाने शुरू कर दो तो बोलो कि ये 5 करोड़ है, हमको पैसे दिए गए, जो भी उनके आरोप होंगे इलेक्शन कमीशन उसकी जांच करेगा। और जो मेरी जानकारी में है, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट के वायलेशन के चलते हुए मुकदमा दर्ज किया है, ना कि कोई कैश फॉर वोट के चलते हुए।
We know that election commission is not going to do anything against him because he is the general secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party. My question is, what is the action from the election commission? This is red-handed, caught by red-handedly. Clear evidence. Media was there. Everybody was there. This is in the public domain. This is not a one instance. Yesterday also one instance happened. Entire Maharashtra, because basically Adani is supporting. Money is flooding like anything. They are only banging on money now. But I don't think people of Maharashtra will not fall in that trap. Basically, the election is rich versus poor. We are standing for the poor people of the country. They are banking on rich people and taking that money, they are trying to hijack the election prospectus.
Let's take a look at what's happening in Uttar Pradesh now, as voting is currently underway for the by-polls to 9 assembly seats in the state. The constituencies going to polls are Katehari, Karhal, Mirapur, Ghaziabad, also Majavan and Sisamau, Khair and Phulpur, and also Kundarki. The votes will be counted on November 23rd. Now, while 8 seats fell vacant following the incumbent MLA's elections to the Lok Sabha, polling in Sisamau is being conducted due to Samajwadi Party lawmaker Irfan Solanki's disqualification from the assembly after his conviction in a criminal case. Remember, this is the first electoral contest in the state after the Lok Sabha polls. The Congress is not contesting these by-polls and has lent support to the Samajwadi Party. It's the India Bloc ally that will be contesting the polls. As far as UP is concerned, BSP is contesting on all the 9 seats, however.
भाई, ईमानदारी तो बीजेपी एक सीट जीत ही नहीं सकती। एक भी जनता आज जा चुकी है, कानून और व्यवस्था ध्वस्त हो चुकी है। डिविजिव पॉलिसीज के चलते सभी लोग दुखी हैं। रुझान तो समाजवादी पार्टी के पक्ष में ही रहेगा, ज्यादातर सीटें हम ही जीतेंगे। झारखंड और महाराष्ट्र दोनों में ही इंडिया गठबंधन जीतने जा रहा है।
We're now getting some more breaking news as voting is currently underway in the 9 assembly seats in Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party has made a big allegation and they have said that police are intimidating and chasing away voters in Muzaffarnagar's Mirapur. Meanwhile, stones were also pelted in Muzaffarnagar. This is a big update that is coming in from the Muzaffarnagar belt. The accusation by the SP is against the police of chasing away voters. We are also putting out these visuals that have been brought to us by Samajwadi Party. We are attributing it to Samajwadi Party as they have put in this video evidence claiming that the police is trying to chase away the voters, not allowing them to come out and vote in Muzaffarnagar. Let's take a look.
सब साईं खान कह रहे हैं इस पर्ची से वोट नहीं पड़ेगा, ये मना कर रहे हैं, सबको लौटा रहे हैं, सबको लौटा रहे हैं। ये नया और वोट डालने वाली पार्टी है वो मना कर रही है। अंदर जो एजेंट थे उन्होंने मना कराया है उनसे, बोले पर्ची देखो इनकी चेक करो, बोले ये फर्जी पर्ची लेके आए हैं, फर्जी और एक नेता आए हैं भाजपा। हाँ, मैंने ये भी बोला, ये सामने भाजपा का नेता भी आए हैं कोई, और उन्होंने अंदर जा रही है। उन्होंने ईवीएम पे मैंने बटन दबाया था तो उन्होंने मेरा वोट चेक करा, बोली काहे का बटन दबाया। जो अंदर है कौन है वो, जो पता नहीं प्रभारी है या क्या है, उनका मैं वोट डाला है। अंदर ईवीएम पे खुद गई थी वो देखने, बोले आपने साइकिल का बटन दबाया है। मुझसे बोला ये चीज वोट नहीं डालने दे, किसी को पब्लिक लौट जा रही है वापस लाइन में से। कौन सा गाँव है? सीकरी, ग्राम पंचायत सीकरी। हाँ, सीकरी में इस तरीके जैसा पर्ची दी है छोटी वाली, उसका वोट पड़ रहा है खाली बस, और किसी को वोट नहीं पड़ रहा। कहाँ दे रहे?
My colleague Amit Singh is joining us on the broadcast for more inputs on this story. Amit, ये जो बयान आ रहे हैं हमें मुरादाबाद से मिल रहे हैं, तो क्या कई जगह पे ऐसा देखा जा रहा है कि पुलिस, ऐसा एलिगेशन है समाजवादी पार्टी का कि पुलिस वोटर्स को हटा रही है?
देखिए, ये समाजवादी पार्टी का एलिगेशन आरोप है और ये आरोप पहली बार नहीं लगाया गया है समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से पुलिस प्रशासन पे। इससे पहले भी जब चुनाव हुए, चाहे वो लोकसभा चुनाव हो, चाहे उससे पहले का वो विधानसभा चुनाव हो, उससे पहले का उपचुनाव हो, इस तरीके का आरोप लगातार लगते रहे। जिस तरीके से मीरापुर में पथराव हुआ पुलिस पर, दरअसल आप पोलिंग जो बूथ होती है उस बूथ से 100 मीटर के अंदर में कोई इकट्ठा नहीं होता है, 4 से 5 लोग इकट्ठा नहीं हो सकते। तो ऐसे में भीड़ काफ़ी ज़्यादा वहाँ इकट्ठा हो गई थी और जब भीड़ को तितिर बितिर वहां से करने की कोशिश की गई पुलिस के द्वारा, तो पुलिस पर पत्थरबाजी हुई। पुलिस ने कंट्रोल किया स्थिति को, बहुत जल्दी कंट्रोल किया। जब वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों पर वहां पर मेरी बातचीत हुई है तो उन्होंने पूरा मामला बताया। फिलहाल उत्तर प्रदेश के 9 विधानसभा उपचुनाव में हर जगह सुचारू तरीके से हो रहे हैं चुनाव, लेकिन कई जगह पर समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं कि पुलिस के द्वारा वोट डालने नहीं दिया जा रहा, आई कार्ड चेक किया जा रहा है। कुंदरकी में खुद जो समाजवादी पार्टी के जो उम्मीदवार हैं उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया एक्स पर पोस्ट किया वीडियो और उन्होंने बताया कि बैरिकेटिंग करके चेक किया जा रहा है आई कार्ड पुलिस के द्वारा और लोगों को बाहर नहीं निकलने दिया जा रहा है। तो पुलिस फिलहाल इस मामले पर तो कुछ भी बोलने को तैयार नहीं है। पुलिस का केवल इतना ही कहना है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन बनाए रखने के लिए, पुलिस कानून व्यवस्था को बनाए रखने के लिए वो उनकी डिप्लॉयमेंट हर जगह होती है ताकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन इलेक्शन के दौरान खराब ना हो कहीं से भी, तो सुचारू तरीके से चल रहा है। तो वहीं करहल विधानसभा उपचुनाव की अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ पर बीजेपी समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता है प्रशांत यादव, उन पर सीधे सीधे आरोप लगा है कि एक दलित युवती जो कि बीजेपी को वोट देने की बात कर रही थी उसकी हत्या प्रशांत यादव के द्वारा कर दिया गया है। दलित युवती के मदर फादर और साथ ही साथ बीजेपी सबने समाजवादी पार्टी पर आरोप लगाया है। तो उपचुनाव सुचारू तरीके से चल रहा है। करहल में एक की हत्या की मामला निकल कर सामने आ रहा है और वो भी पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद, डिटेल इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद मालूम चल पाएगा। फिलहाल बीजेपी का आरोप यही है कि जो हत्या हुई है वो समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता प्रशांत यादव ने की है और हत्या इसलिए की क्योंकि वो बीजेपी को वोट करने जा रही थी, इस वजह से हत्या हुई है। हालांकि डिटेल इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद पुलिस की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी उसके बाद मालूम चल पाएगी। लेकिन इसके अलावा अगर हम बात करें तो हर जगह 9 विधानसभा में उपचुनाव में सुचारू तरीके से चुनाव हो रहे हैं।
Right, Amit, I request you to stay on with us. So there is a murder charge against Prashant Yadav of the Samajwadi Party. Party. We are yet to hear from the Samajwadi Party over these very allegations. Huge allegations coming to fore. More breaking news that we are getting on this same accusation by the Samajwadi Party claiming disruption in the voting process by the police. Now, amid the high drama in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav has taken to social media platform X, where he has said, and I'm quoting from that tweet of his, voters in Uttar Pradesh who have been stopped from voting by the police administration should go and vote once again. The news of this election malpractice has spread everywhere. The Election Commission has also become alert, and now it is giving assurance that those who have been stopped from voting should go and cast their vote once again. Now, no malpractice will be allowed. If anyone stops you again, then inform the Election Commission officials or people from the political parties present there, or complain directly to the Election Commission. Thanks for this assurance from the EC. This is the tweet by Akhilesh Yadav. Amit Singh continues to be with us on the broadcast. Amit, एक आग्रह किया है वोटर्स से समाजवादी पार्टी चीफ अखिलेश यादव ने कि फिर से एक बार जाएं और अपना वोट कास्ट करें, लेकिन वो मर्डर एक्यूजेशन जिसकी आप बात कर रहे थे उसके ऊपर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं हुई है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, इस पर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं की गई है कि जिस तरीके से प्रशांत यादव का नाम निकलकर सामने आ रहा है। प्रशांत यादव जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी के लीडर है, उन्होंने एक दलित युवती की हत्या कर दी, और ये आरोप जो है किसी और ने नहीं, पहले तो दलित युवती जिसकी हत्या हुई है उसके मदर और फादर, मतलब उसके पेरेंट्स ने ये आरोप सीधे सीधे समाजवादी पार्टी नेता प्रशांत यादव पर लगाए हैं कि उनकी बेटी बीजेपी को वोट कास्ट करने के लिए जा रही थी। इससे नाराज प्रशांत यादव ने हत्या कर दी है। दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी ने भी सीधे सीधे सोशल मीडिया एक्स पर पोस्ट किया है, जो जिसकी हत्या हुई है उसकी मां की बाइट को पोस्ट करके कहा है कि प्रशांत यादव के खिलाफ सख्त सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, और मांग की गई है बीजेपी की तरफ से। तो लगातार आरोप समाजवादी पार्टी पर यहां पर लगाए गए हैं, और बीजेपी की तरफ से लगाए गए हैं, जो मृतक के फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं उनके तरफ से लगाए गए हैं। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले में प्रशांत यादव अभी भी फरार चल रहा है, जो कि समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता है। कब उनकी गिरफ्तारी होगी ये देखने वाली बात होगी। पुलिस बताया जा रहा है कि लगातार इस मामले में इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है और प्रशांत यादव को गिरफ्तार करने की कोशिश कर रही है। तो दूसरी तरफ एक बार फिर से समाजवादी पार्टी के जो मुखिया हैं अखिलेश यादव, उन्होंने अपील की है अपने वोटरों से कि वोट बूथ की तरफ जाएं। मैं आपको एक तस्वीर यहां पर दिखा देता हूं। देखिए, हर बूथ पर सुचारू तरीके से लगातार अगर हम बात करें तो चुनाव प्रक्रिया यहां पर जारी है। इस वक्त हम करहल में ही मौजूद हैं। करहल में आपको सिचुएशन में दिखा देता हूं। यहां पर देखिए करहल के अंदर की सिचुएशन। यहां पर जितने भी लोग आ रहे हैं वो सब जाकर वोट कर रहे हैं, और जो उनका इलेक्शन आई कार्ड वगैरह है वो सब चेक किया जा रहा है। जो यहाँ पर इलेक्शन ऑफिसर है वही यहाँ पर चेक कर रहे हैं। तो तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरीके से, और कुछ इसी तरीके का आलम करहल में जितने भी पोलिंग बूथ्स हैं वहाँ इस तरीके, अगर कोई उपद्रवी यहाँ आता है, भीड़ लगाता है, तब जाहिर तौर पर पुलिस हो या फिर पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवान हो, वो एक्टिव होते हैं, वो उनको हटने के लिए कहते हैं। एक तस्वीर हम दिखाएं। देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस तो है ही है यहाँ पर, साथ ही साथ पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवान भी तैनात है। करहल विधानसभा क्षेत्र ये काफी संवेदनशील इलाका है। यहाँ से अखिलेश यादव विधायक
बने रहिए हमारे साथ, हम आपके पास आते रहेंगे। वी विल ट्राई एंड गेट एन अपडेट फ्रॉम अमित सिंह, our colleague who is in fact taking stock of the situation in Uttar Pradesh. But right now we're shifting our focus. Let's talk about this all important interview of CNN News 18 that has been done of the Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. This is after him exiting the office of the Chief Justice of the country. He in fact spoke to CNN News 18 exclusively, where he touched upon various issues including the time before the Ayodhya verdict. Now, the former Chief Justice of India also spoke about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to his house for Ganesh Puja. Take a look.
Two specific instances where you had personally sort of drawn flack for was one when you revealed that you had sort of prayed before you delivered the Ayodhya judgment, and more recently in this house, the Aarti that was performed with the Prime Minister. Those two specific instances, how would you respond?
Well, I've spoken about it earlier. Insofar as the first, merely because I prayed before a particular judgment does not mean that I prayed only before that judgment. I've made it very obvious and clear that, well, I'm a person of faith and I do pray every single day. And I don't believe that I have to be hypocritical enough to conceal the fact that I'm a man of faith. And I believe that my faith has nothing to do with my ability to dispense justice. The other thing, I said a short while ago that we decide in accordance with the Constitution and the law. But having said that, it's equally important for judges to have a sense of equanimity, because all the work which we do is in arenas of conflict. People who come to court are involved in conflicts. Conflicts between husband and wife, conflict between states and the union, conflicts over, say, the sharing of river waters between two states, conflict between a corporate interest and a private body, so on and so forth. So across the spectrum. Now, what is it that keeps a judge rooted to ensure that you maintain that sense of calm in the way you conduct your proceedings, in the sense in which you hear citizens' problems, that you don't make short shrift, that you don't get irritable in the court, that you do not get drawn into the vortex of conflict before you? Everybody has his own formula, everybody has his own problem, or they have their own methodology of dealing with the areas of conflict that they have to deal with. For me, the time that I spend in meditation, in quietude at the beginning of every day, is what I believe is crucial to maintain that sense of equanimity. Having said that, and let me make it very clear, that I didn't say that I pray to a particular deity. I said that I spend my time in prayer, in meditation, in the invocation of God. And in that sense, I believe that the God to which I pray, the God to whom I invoke some sense of calm and equanimity in my work, is universal. So praying to God does not mean that you are praying to a particular religion or to a particular deity, but to that sense in the universe which defines our existence, that let the work which we do today be not the cause of injustice to any citizen. So if it is understood in that perspective, I don't believe that there is anything wrong at all. And far from concealing that we are all people who are committed to doing justice within the framework of law, albeit in the context of our own faiths. I think that underlies what the true essence of judging is, and not just in India but across the world.
Let's now get you a CNN News 18 mega exclusive as we are learning of India's response to Canada's allegations. Now, India has responded very, very strongly to Canada's allegations. They have gone on to say that Canadian government is defaming the Modi government with biased and unsubstantiated evidence only based on intel. Trudeau government is playing at the hands of Khalistani groups, we are told, and that is part of the response that India has given on Canada's allegations. Remember, this is a very, very strong and stern response to the allegations that had been put by Canadian authorities on Indian authorities and diplomats associated with India. And now there is a very, very sharp and critical response that is going from India's side. My colleague Anand Narasimhan is with us on the broadcast. Anand, very, very pertinent to note here that India was saying it all along that on the basis of intel, you can't go ahead and make these claims. This is completely, against any kind of diplomatic policy or norms for that matter. But none of that had been adhered to by Canada. And now this very, very strong response by India.
Well, not just a strong response by India, but what is it's quite laughable that the Canadian authorities are actually feeding wrong intelligence and deliberately putting a narrative to name a nation's prime minister, its home minister, its external affairs minister in what is nothing but credible intelligence and no proof beyond that. And that too some alleged wiretaps which they have accessed, which is again a violation of Vienna Convention, is laughable and bizarre. Sources close to the government via Security Affairs Editor Manoj Kumar Gupta telling CNN News 18 that this is nothing but a desperate attempt by Justin Trudeau to try and get Jagmeet back into the fold and to officially get the NDP on board so that there is a crucial bill that they are waiting for to pass in February. Failing which Trudeau government and its own survival will hang in the balance, and that's the reason why this overt mollycoddling is happening. But more importantly, it is shocking that you have decided to drive diplomatic relations with one of the world's largest democracy right down to its nadir and where the damage perhaps will be irreparable irrespective of who comes at the helm or sits on the chair of the Canadian Prime Minister in the near future. Because this is quite shocking and bizarre that something like this is being allowed to pass. First, they used an international media platform like the Washington Post and the Globe and Mail. Then, the Canadian newspaper that's carried this article, very, very devious in its intent, and of course, full of ifs and buts, but trying to name the Prime Minister of Bharat and its External Affairs Minister as people who are in the know of what happened with Hardeep Nijjar. It's quite bizarre that they don't have any proof and they're just, floating these canards and trying to shoot in the dark. The point is that a nation doesn't do that. A nation state doesn't do that with yet another nation. There are protocols, and of course you don't damage diplomatic relations to a level that Justin Trudeau administration has done.
Right, Anand, and how does it further strengthen India's position after this response has been sent, especially globally and in response to vis-a-vis the other world powers like the US, which was kind of sitting on tenterhooks when it was about deciding on which way will it go when it is about this controversy associated with both India and Canada?
Well, it's not about where the U.S. goes. The point is Canada is part of the Five Eyes collaboration. The U.S. administration under Trump takes over only from the 20th of January onwards, so there is time between now and then. But more importantly, it's the credibility of Justin Trudeau. India is very clearly taking a whole lot of proof that has already been submitted to the Canadian administration, to the rest of the Five Eyes nations, and also showing it to them, showing them the mirror, saying this is an entity or this is a person who you are backing. We should also not forget that America itself has had enough of the Trudeau administration, and they have their own issues to work with as far as Justin Trudeau is concerned, because of the amount of drugs that's coming in via Canada into the US of A. They also, there may be a certain level of diplomatic or soft triggers, and the American deep state under the Democrat Joe Biden-led administration may have been up to some machinations. But all of that is going to change. But more importantly, it's about Canada. It's about Canadian citizens. It's about alienating a whole set of Canadian citizens just for a handful who the Trudeau administration believes is going to be the lifeline. Now, this is exactly what members of the Liberal Party, which Trudeau is currently leading, they have to think. Already about 25 to 40 MPs, that number is only growing by the day, are showing no confidence in Trudeau's leadership. Out of 140 MPs, if there is a majority number that says that Trudeau must go, then his days are really, really numbered. On the other hand, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is an open Khalistan backer. He's working very closely with these K extremists. And the Trudeau administration knows that. Now, how much they will allow him to pull, weight there is a question mark. And the Canadians themselves, largely the Canadian voters, will also wake up to the reality around them. So things will play out over a period of time. But India is cutting no corners in making its voice and its opinion very clearly, openly told in at the World Forum. Now, who's getting the a seat at the high table is also evident at the G20.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Anand. Let me also take this across to Mr. Sushant Sareen, who's now joining us, senior fellow ORF. Mr. Sareen, how do you take this very, very strong response by India, considering Trudeau, and they have said it in as many words, that Justin Trudeau, in an attempt to clutch on to the power, is bowing to secessionist forces like the NDP, like Jagmeet Singh, and they're trying to just woo back his support, because clearly it is in the minority, the government.
Well, I think that's a fact that is being stated. I don't think there's any quibbles with what the government of India's position is, and quite clearly the ploy among the Canadians seem to be that to make these scurrilous charges in their newspapers, which is like the worst kind of goody media, which keeps regurgitating what the Canadian state keeps telling them. And these are these leaks which are published in these news reports. And frankly speaking, it just tells you that as far as the Liberal NDP coalition in Canada is concerned, they seem to be hell-bent upon burning all bridges with India, which raises serious questions about foreign interference in the policy making in Canada. Now, there are serious charges which are being made against Justin Trudeau himself, and members of his cabinet, members of his party, that they were under the influence of the Chinese, for example. The Chinese would like nothing better to drive a wedge between India and India's strategic partnership with the United States and with the allies of the United States. Canada, under Justin Trudeau, seems to be playing the Chinese game on this particular issue by constantly agitating about this particular matter, and then pulling in top people in the government of India and alleging that they were somehow involved in a murder of which the Canadians themselves have no clue. If they had any evidence, they would have produced it. They would have presented it in court. They would have nailed everybody. Now, this is like saying that I have information that Justin Trudeau is behind the Khalistani groups, and I think that is far more credible than the allegations that the Canadians are making. I can say that Justin Trudeau and members of his cabinet like Anita Anand and others are involved in these activities. They are the ones who are funding the Khalistanis. They are the ones who are using the Khalistanis as a kind of a tool against the Indian state, etc., etc. And I would be just as justified in making those allegations as the Canadians are doing, because just as the Canadians are not providing any evidence and just saying that it is unimaginable that something like this can happen without the Prime Minister or top members of the government in India knowing, I can say the same thing, that it is inconceivable that Khalistani terrorism and transnational gangs can be operating in Canada without the complicity of the Canadian authorities at the highest level, Justin Trudeau down. So those allegations have absolutely no meaning. But I think there is something that the government of India also needs to do about it, because we've been far too soft on some of these Canadian ministers and others like Anita Anand and other members of the cabinet in the Justin Trudeau government. And I think we should start cracking the whip. But somehow there is some diffidence in the government in India that we want to
Absolutely, and this will in fact start with this very, very sharply worded response from India. Sushant Sareen, thank you so much for joining us with that. Now remember, CNN News 18 had already reported how the Royal Canadian Mounted Police had not even spoken a word on the Indian agents, despite they having 4 people in custody from almost 1 year, and that too was part of that response that India sent out as far as the allegations by Canada are concerned. We leave it at that. With that, I'm going into a very, very short break here on the broadcast. News and updates continue on CNN News 18.
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yasha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also the constituencies where the Mahayuti is in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS, you know, office bearers as well. any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should there be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against Supriya Sule, and she of course rebutted it. She should be here at around 8 a.m. we are told to cast her vote over here. She's accused the BJP of dirty politics.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning into CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Valia. Before we talk about the big election that's currently being witnessed in Maharashtra and the voting pattern that's emerged this afternoon, we first up begin with a breaking news update coming in from Himachal Pradesh. It's a fresh setback for the Congress government in the state. The Himachal High Court has ordered the closure of 18 hotels run by Himachal Tourism Development Corporation with immediate effect. The directions were issued by Justice Ajay Mohan Goel while hearing a petition related to retired employees of the corporation not being given financial benefits. The court has asked the HPTDC managing director to ensure compliance with the orders to close these hotels by 25th November. Notably, the HPTDC operates a total of 56 hotels in the state, many of which have been running in losses for several years now. The corporation has also in the past faced difficulties to pay salaries and pensions, and the matter of service benefits of pensioners is also pending in the court. But a big setback once again coming in, Himachal High Court ordering to shut 18 unprofitable government-run hotels. We get you more details in this ground report. Take a look.
मैं इस वक्त कुणाल होटल में मौजूद हूं और जो लिस्ट आई है उसमें इस होटल का भी नाम है काफ़ी बहुत बढ़िया एक प्राइम लोकेशन पर ये होटल है और यहां पर जो है देखा यही जाता है अमूमन कि काफ़ी चहल पहल रहती है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा सेमिनार, बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो यहां पर होती रहती हैं। लेकिन जिस तरह से एकाएक जो लिस्ट सामने आई है और उस लिस्ट में इस कुणाल होटल का नाम आया है, तो ऐसे में जो इस होटल में जो कर्मचारी काम करते हैं उनकी भी अगर उनका बात करें तो उनके पैरों के तले भी ज़मीन खिसक चुकी है। और क्योंकि जिस तरह से 25 नवंबर तक हाईकोर्ट ने कहा है कि इन होटल्स को जो है वो बंद कर दिया जाए और 3 दिसंबर को जो है स्टेटस रिपोर्ट दाखिल करने की बात हाईकोर्ट की ओर से कही गई है, उसमें देखना बड़ा दिलचस्प रहने वाला है कि क्या ये जो होटल्स हैं, चाहे वो कुणाल होटल है, चाहे धर्मशाला का धौलाधार होटल है या फिर कश्मीर हाउस होटल है, इन सब होटल्स जो हैं ये सब के सब प्राइम लोकेशंस पर हैं और जो यहाँ कर्मचारी इस वक्त काम कर रहे हैं उनका भी कहीं ना कहीं यही मानना है कि यहाँ की ऑक्यूपेंसी निश्चित तौर पर कोरोना काल में प्रभावित हुई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद जो है यहाँ की ऑक्यूपेंसी बहुत बढ़िया थी। लेकिन जिस तरह से ये रिपोर्ट सामने आई है कि कुणाल होटल, धौलाधार होटल, कश्मीर हाउस जो है इनको बंद कर दिया जाए, तो ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा सवाल पैदा हो रहा है। देखना बड़ा दिलचस्प रहने वाला है कि जो होटल्स के कर्मचारी हैं, ये जो इनकी जो एसोसिएशंस हैं, वो इस पर क्या कदम उठाती हैं।
I want to go across to my colleague Arun Dhanta joining us with more details. This comes, hours after the big setback for the state with regards to,
pending power dues, and we've seen how that's landed the Himachal Bhavan in the national capital in a place wherein it could be auctioned in days to come. Arun, comes this big setback once again. But tell us a little bit about the order here, because it concerns petitions related to retired employees of the corporation not being given financial benefits.
Well, that's right. 56 is the number which we are told have the HPTDC, guest house across the country, and some of the prominent areas like Dharamshala, Kullu, Manali, and all these guest houses are not in profit. And this has only come to light when as you rightly mentioned, that some of the retired employees had approached the courts because they were not getting their pensions and other dues from the state government. And while hearing this petition, so the High Court observed that 18 of the 56, 18 out of 56 total these hotels are not, not generating any benefits for the state government, and they are in huge losses. And therefore, an order has been given by the High Court yesterday, in which they have given a timeline of 25th June by when the state government will have to close all these 18 HPTDC hotels across Himachal Pradesh, and employees who are working in these hotels, they should be shifted to other guest house of HPTDC. So how Himachal government is actually going to take this decision with the forward, we'll have to see. But I think it's another embarrassment for the Sukhu government in Himachal Pradesh. We are seeing that the stories after story emerging from Himachal Pradesh, specifically the negative ones, which is portraying state in a very bad condition. And in fact, the opposition, BJP in the state, is not sparing Congress on this. They are saying that the state is in a very bad shape, and it is because of the poll promises which the Congress party has made. They are not able to fulfill those promises in the state, and state is also suffering due to these policies of the Congress party in the state.
Okay. All right, Tarun, I'll come back to you in just a bit. Let's quickly talk about more details that are now coming in. We're also getting in Himachal government's response to the High Court order. The government says that the decision is not linked to financial woes, but because these 18 hotels have consistently been in deficit. The Congress government has even called the ruling as illogical. Let's quickly try and quickly understand what the stance of the Himachal government is. Let's listen into this reaction.
हिमाचल हाई कोर्ट ने एक और फरमान दे दिया है। एचपीटीडीसी के 18 होटलों को तुरंत प्रभाव से बंद किया जाए। आइए जानते हैं पूरा मामला क्या है। हमारे साथ हिमाचल प्रदेश के एडवोकेट जनरल अनूप रतन जी मौजूद है। सर, अब दोबारा एक नया मामला आ गया है। कल जिस तरीके से सुर्खियों में था कि दिल्ली स्थित हिमाचल भवन अब नीलाम होगा, और अब आ गया कि 18 होटल एचपीटीडीसी के बंद होने जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, पहले तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि आपने फरमान शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया। वी आर इन ए डेमोक्रेसी, और हाई कोर्ट फरमान जारी नहीं करता है। हाई कोर्ट कानून सम्मत आदेश जारी करता है। और दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हाई कोर्ट के समक्ष ऐसा डाटा रखा गया था। हमने भी, सरकार ने भी ये बताया और एचपीटीडीसी ने बताया कि कुछ होटल जो है कई वर्षों से घाटे में चल रहे हैं और उनमें ऑक्यूपेंसी नहीं, और जो होटल अच्छे चल रहे हैं वहाँ पे स्टाफ की कमी भी महसूस की जा रही है। शायद ये प्रोसीडिंग्स हाई कोर्ट में चल रही थी, उसी के मद्देनजर हाई कोर्ट ने आदेश जारी किया है।
सर, जिस तरीके से ये सुर्खियां बन गई है कि क्या आर्थिक तंगी से जूझ रही है हिमाचल सरकार, जिसकी वजह से दोबारा ये कदम उठाना पड़ा है। जिस तरीके से हिमाचल हाई कोर्ट ने ये आदेश दिए, उसके बाद अब क्या कुछ हो सकता है सर? अब क्या
कोई सरकार आर्थिक तंगी से इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये हाई कोर्ट का एक अपना मानना है कि ये होटल्स, उनको एक डाटा पेश किया गया हाई कोर्ट के समक्ष। हाई कोर्ट ने उस डाटा को देखा, डाटा को देखते हुए जो रीजनेबल ऑर्डर हाई कोर्ट को लगा वो उन्होंने पास कर दिया। अब प्रदेश सरकार, प्रदेश का आर्थिक हालात, उससे इसका किसी प्रकार से कोई लेना नहीं है। सिर्फ मीडिया के उपज है और मीडिया इसको पैदा करना चाहता है अपनी न्यूज बनाने के लिए, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। 18 होटल्स काफी वर्षों से घाटे में चल रहे थे। अगर घाटे में चल रहे हैं तो कोर्ट ने स्टेट से पूछा, स्टेट ने जवाब दिया और स्टेट उनको आगे बढ़ाने का कदम करेगी। जो भी पॉलिसी बनेगी गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी बनाएगी।
I want to go across to my colleague Rajinder joining us with the latest. Rajinder, थोड़ा सा हमें समझाइए कि हिमाचल प्रदेश सरकार की ऑफिशियल पोजीशन क्या है इस पे, क्योंकि आपने साफ तौर पे ये जो सवाल किया उसमें सीधे तौर पे जवाब ये आया कि ये आर्थिक तंगी की वजह से नहीं हो रहा है, पर अगर पेटिशनर्स की बात करें तो पेटिशन तो इसीलिए कोर्ट तक गई थी क्योंकि सैलरीज या पेंशन दी नहीं जा रही है, टाइम पे नहीं मिल रही है, और यही तंगी लोग फील कर रहे हैं हिमाचल में।
बिल्कुल, दरअसल ये मामला कोर्ट में पहुंचा ही ऐसे कि जो रिटायर्ड कर्मचारी हैं एचपीटीडीसी के, उनको समय पर जो उनके वेजेस बनते थे, जो उनकी पेंशन्स बनती थी, वो अदायगी नहीं हो पाई और इसके लिए ये तमाम रिटायर्ड लोग हिमाचल हाई कोर्ट के पास पहुंचे। हिमाचल हाई कोर्ट के समक्ष सरकार की तरफ से कहा गया है कि एचपीटीडीसी।
राजिंदर, मैं आ रही हूँ आपके पास। वी हैव फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर जयराम ठाकुर विद अस ऑन द फोन लाइन। जयराम ठाकुर जी, थैंक यू फॉर टेकिंग आउट योर टाइम। हमें बताइए, अब ये एक और जो इतना बड़ा सेटबैक आया है कांग्रेस सरकार के लिए हिमाचल में, उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? क्योंकि अभी अभी हमने उनके लॉयर से बात करी, वो कह रहे हैं कि आर्थिक तंगी वजह नहीं है सेटबैक की।
देखिए, इस बात को लेकर के हम एक ही बात कहना चाह रहे हैं कि सरकार की प्राथमिकता स्टेट में जो चीजें ठीक होनी चाहिए वो है ही नहीं। सरकार बहुत सारी चीजों में उलझी पड़ी हुई है। सबसे बड़ी बात तो सरकार जो है वो सरकार बची रहे और उस सारी चीज के लिए ही ज्यादा काम पर लगी हुई है। और ऐसी चीजों में जहां पर्टिकुलरली इस तरह के मामले जब कोर्ट में चल रहे हैं तो वहां कोर्ट में सारे मामले ठीक तरह से देखना और उसके बाद एडवोकेट वहां पर देना, ये सारी चीज की जरूरत रहती है हमेशा। जब सरकार का पक्ष ही ठीक तरह से नहीं जाएगा, 70 से ज्यादा एडवोकेट इन्हें एंगेज किए हैं, एडवोकेट जनरल से लेकर के एडिशनल एडवोकेट, डेप्टी एडवोकेट जनरल और सारे नीचे तक, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी वो सिर्फ जो महीने की जो उनको पैसा मिलता है उसके लिए है, लेकिन सरकार का पक्ष रखते नहीं है जी। तो ऐसे में मुझे लगता है कि बहुत बड़ा एक सेटबैक है ये कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में टूरिज्म की जो प्राइम लोकेशन पर जो हमारी प्रॉपर्टीज है उनको बंद करने के आदेश देने का मतलब है, ये तो बहुत ही गंभीर है। आज तक कभी इस तरह का फैसला ना तो सुना और ना ही इस प्रकार के फैसले आज तक आए, और सरकार की ओर से ठीक तरह से पक्ष ना रखने की एक मुझे लगता है कि सबसे बड़ी कमजोरी यही रही है।
18 होटल बंद किए जाएंगे जयराम जी, पर जो कांग्रेस सामने पक्ष रख रही है वो ये कहना चाह रही है कि ये तो प्रॉफिट में नहीं चल रहे थे, लॉस में चल रहे थे, नुकसान हो रहा था, इसलिए हाईकोर्ट ने आदेश दिया है।
नहीं, देखिए, अगर लॉस में चल रहे थे तो ये कोर्ट से फैसला आना चाहिए क्या? ये मतलब कोर्ट चलाएगा क्या सारा सिस्टम को इस तरह से? मुझे लगता है कि बेहतर तो ये होता कि गवर्नमेंट अपने लेवल पर तय करते। ये प्रॉफिट मेकिंग यूनिट नहीं है हमारे पास, लॉस मेकिंग है, तो उसके लिए प्लान करते हैं कि भाई इनको हम फेज मैनर में कुछ को डिस्पोज ऑफ करते, कुछ को कम करते, कुछ को बंद करना कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं है। मैं समझता हूँ वहाँ हम किस तरह से बेहतर कर सकते हैं, अच्छा कर सकते हैं, उस पर सोचना चाहिए। कमी क्या है वहाँ पर, किस तरह की चीजें वहाँ पर, क्योंकि लोकेशन तो अब आपको बताऊँ, चैल का होटल वो तो 5 स्टार इसकी प्रायोरिटी है, हेरिटेज बिल्डिंग है वहाँ पर, उसके बावजूद भी उसको भी बेचने, उसको भी बंद करने के आदेश हुए हैं। तो ये तो हैरानी की बात है ना। मनाली में धर्मशाला में जो हमारी प्राइम लोकेशन पर जो टूरिज्म की प्रॉपर्टी, अगर वो प्रॉफिट में नहीं चल रही है तो सीधी सी बात है कि वो चलाने में सक्षम नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, चलाना ठीक तरह से नहीं हो पा रहा है।
जी जयराम जी, एक चीज जो कांग्रेस की ओर से हम हर दिन सुन रहे हैं वो ये है, और आपकी पिछली सरकार पे सीधे तौर पे निशाना साधते हुए कांग्रेस सरकार ये कह रही है बार बार कि आपने जिस स्थिति में हिमाचल को छोड़ा था उसको लेके डैमेज कंट्रोल, कोट अनकोट डैमेज कंट्रोल करना पड़ रहा है, इसीलिए ये आर्थिक स्थिति है आज हिमाचल की।
देखिए, तो बिल्कुल जब कभी कोई आदमी अपने आप काम नहीं कर पाता है, अपनी नालायकी, अपनी नाकामयाबी को छुपाने के लिए ये होता है कि दूसरे के सिर पर ठीकरा फोड़ो। हमारी गवर्नमेंट के दौरान कभी भी इस प्रकार की नौबत नहीं आई। आर्थिक दृष्टि से क्या कांग्रेस वाले जब सत्ता से बाहर गए थे, क्या मेरे को जो नो ड्यू सर्टिफिकेट दे करके गए थे? क्या 50,000 करोड़ रुपए के ऋण छोड़ करके गए थे कांग्रेस की पार्टी, कांग्रेस की गवर्नमेंट हमको? लेकिन उसके बावजूद हमने सारी चीजों को मैनेज किया और ठीक तरह से मैनेज करने के बाद वहां पर कभी भी इस तरह की स्थिति नहीं आने दी। ना कर्मचारियों की सैलरी रुकी, ना पेंशन रुकी। आज पेंशन नहीं मिल पा रही है, सैलरी नहीं मिल पा रही है। हर रोज जो है वो 1.5 लाख पद जो है समाप्त कर दिए, नोटिफिकेशन कर दी उसकी।
जी जयराम ठाकुर जी,
तो बहुत अजीब सी सिचुएशन है, क्योंकि बस की है नहीं सरकार चलाना। कांग्रेस पार्टी की स्थिति यह है कि जो नेतृत्व कांग्रेस पार्टी का है वो बहुत अपरिपक्व स्थिति में है। आज की तारीख में कोई भी फैसला लेते तो जग हंसाई होती है। टॉयलेट टैक्स जैसी ऐसी बातें करना और उसके बाद समोसा नहीं आए तो उस पर जांच बिठाना, ऐसी चीजों को लेकर के कौन गंभीरता से लेगा? सब जगह जग हंसाई हो रही है, पूरे देश भर में हो रही है कांग्रेस पार्टी की, कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व की और हिमाचल प्रदेश की सरकार की।
जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जयराम ठाकुर जी। आई वांट टू गो क्रॉस टू माय कॉलीग राजेंद्र शर्मा हु कंटिन्यूज टू स्टे ऑन विद अस। राजेंद्र, आपने जयराम ठाकुर जी से सुना और यही भाजपा कहती आ रही है कि इतने सारे प्रॉफिट मेकिंग या इतने सारे प्राइम होटल्स जो एक टाइम पे बहुत अच्छा कर रहे थे वो लॉसेस में क्यों चल रहे हैं? सीधे तौर पे ये बोलना चाह रही है भाजपा कि कांग्रेस की सरकार, गवर्नमेंट वहां अच्छे से चला ही नहीं पा रही थी ये होटल।
बिल्कुल, भाजपा का पहले दिन से अगर देखें तो ये रुख है और आरोप प्रत्यारोप की पूरी राजनीति है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच में जो हिमाचल प्रदेश की प्रॉपर्टी है, जो एचपीटीडीसी के 18 होटल हैं, उनके लिए उनके साथ आगे क्या डील हो रहा है? क्या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट आगे डबल बेंच में जा रही है, जो अटकलें लगाई जा रही है? और थोड़ी देर पहले हम एडवोकेट जनरल को भी सुन रहे थे तो एजी की तरफ से भी ये संकेत दिए गए हैं, हालांकि स्पष्ट रूप से नहीं कहा गया, लेकिन संकेत दिए गए हैं कि हो सकता है सरकार डबल बेंच में जाए या डबल बेंच के बाद फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रुख करे। क्योंकि ये जो 18 प्रॉपर्टी है, जैसा कि अभी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन कह रहे थे, हिमाचल की सबसे प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी जो एचपीटीडीसी की चायल होटल, वो इनमें शामिल है। इसके अलावा कुछ और होटल्स भी हैं। तो क्या जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्ट्रक्चर है उसको इम्प्रूव करने की ज़रूरत है, या फिर हिमाचल हाई कोर्ट में जैसा कि आरोप विपक्ष लगा रहा है कि सही तरीके से सरकार का पक्ष नहीं रखा जा रहा है, उसको इम्प्रूव करने की ज़रूरत है? तमाम पहलू हैं, क्योंकि एक के बाद एक लगातार बड़े फैसले सरकार के खिलाफ हिमाचल हाई कोर्ट से आ रहे हैं। और ये जो मामला है ये तो एचपीटीडीसी के कर्मचारियों की तरफ से ही है, क्योंकि कर्मचारी ही होटल में गए हैं और उसके बाद फिर कर्मचारी ही हिमाचल हाई कोर्ट गए और उसके बाद फिर जब स्ट्रक्चर रखा गया। दरअसल में थोड़ा सा अगर आर्थिक हालात एचपीटीडीसी के आपके समक्ष रखूं तो अभी तक 5 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक जो एचपीटीडीसी को हिमाचल सरकार या सरकार के अलग अलग उपक्रम से लेने थे। अलग अलग सरकार के डिपार्टमेंट्स की तरफ से कार्यक्रम ऑर्गेनाइज करवाए गए एचपीटीडीसी के होटल्स में, एचपीटीडीसी के रेस्टोरेंट्स में, लेकिन उनका अभी तक भुगतान नहीं हुआ है। हालांकि पिछला आदेश इसी कोर्ट की तरफ से दिया गया था कि भुगतान जल्दी किया जाए। इसके अलावा कुछ कॉरपोरेशंस और बोर्ड्स भी हैं जिन्होंने कार्यक्रम आयोजित कराए थे, लेकिन अभी तक पे नहीं किया है। जो दूसरी बात सामने आ रही है वो एम्प्लॉइज़ की सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर को लेकर आ रही है। तो इसको लेकर अब हाई कोर्ट की तरफ से फैसला है कि ये जो 18 होटल हैं इनमें से मैक्सिमम स्टाफ शिफ्ट करके जो अच्छी प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं, जो इनकम दे रही हैं, प्रॉफिट दे रही हैं, उनमें शिफ्ट कर दिया जाए। लेकिन उम्मीद ये लगाई जा रही है कि अब हिमाचल सरकार डबल बेंच में जाएगी और इस फैसले के ऊपर स्टे लेगी। लेकिन फिर भी जो बड़ा सवाल है वो कि कैसे एचपीटीडीसी को बचाया जा सकता है, कैसे जो एम्प्लॉइज इसमें लगे हुए हैं उनको, क्योंकि बड़ी संख्या में रोजगार भी एचपीटीडीसी दे रहा है, कैसे उनको आगे ले जाया जा सकता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात, हिमाचल प्रदेश क्योंकि टूरिस्ट स्टेट है और इस टूरिस्ट स्टेट में हिमाचल सरकार अपनी कंट्रीब्यूशन
देनी पड़ेगी, आगे रखनी पड़ेगी कि आखिर ये सब क्यों देखा जा रहा है। और कल के सेटबैक के बाद एक और बड़ी खबर आ रही है हिमाचल प्रदेश में से। धन्यवाद राजेंद्र जुड़ने के लिए। लेट्स क्विकली शिफ्ट आवर अटेंशन टू द बिग स्टोरी दैट वी कंटिन्यू टू ट्रैक फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र।
Let's talk about the big numbers that we're focusing on. Of course, the voter turnout is something that we're keeping our eyes out for. But remember, it is voting day in the state of Maharashtra and all 288 seats are polling today. The ruling Mahayuti alliance featuring the BJP, Ajit Pawar's NCP faction and Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena is facing off against opposition Maha Vikas Aghadi, which is, remember, a coalition of the Congress, Sharad Pawar's NCP and Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena. From Maharashtra, Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis to NCP SP MP Supriya Sule, all political leaders have come out to cast their votes already. When asked about the poll verdict, Ajit Pawar exuded confidence. He said that the people of Maharashtra will shower their love upon the NDA alliance. On the other hand, the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the INDI bloc and its leaders have also said that the alliance is committed to development of Maharashtra and they're confident of their own victory. Many celebrities have also come out to cast their vote already and they have been making an appeal to the voters to practice their voting rights. We first up start with the reaction that's come in from Eknath Shinde. Listen in.
हा उत्सवाचा दिवस आहे. महाराष्ट्राला उज्ज्वल भवितव्याकडे आणि महाराष्ट्राला शक्तिशाली आणि देशाला आर्थिक महासत्तेकडे घेऊन जाणारा हा उत्सव आहे. आणि म्हणून या उत्सवामध्ये सर्व मतदारांनी सहभागी व्हायला पाहिजे. गेल्या 5 वर्षाचा कारभार या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने पाहिला आहे. 2019ला मतदान झालं आणि त्यावेळेस जे काही महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेच्या अपेक्षेच्या विरुद्ध झालं, सरकार चुकीच्या पद्धतीने सरकार तयार झालं. ही जनता 2019चं ती घटना अजून विसरलेली नाही.
सर्व मतदारांना आवाहन करतोय महाराष्ट्रातल्या की सर्व आपल्या मित्रांसह सहकुटुंब सहपरिवार मतदानाला उतरा, मतदान करा आणि महाराष्ट्राचा स्वाभिमान जपा.
Shrikant, we just saw how you casted the vote along with your family members. There's been a long campaign for all of you all. How do you think the whole election will now pan out for Mahayuti?
You will see on 23rd, Mahayuti will come out with flying colors, and I think with the thumping majority, we will establish the government again.
There have been allegations that have been leveled against Vinod Tavre yesterday about indulging in vote, cash for vote, just ahead of, one day ahead of voting. How do you think of that? Do you think it was just allegation?
Vinod Tavre has made it very clear when he had gone there for taking booth level workers meeting, and I think allegations, everything happens during the elections. Opposition always aspire that something, a big controversy should come up. But I think these fake narratives and everything, people are very much fed up of, which they have noticed in Lok Sabha elections. Now people will vote for development.
There's been a lot of, there have been some violence that took place yesterday night on your workers by Jitendra Ahad. Do you think that was done purposely just today ahead of elections?
Obviously. I think he is very much afraid now what will be the results. Maybe somehow he is very much confident that he'll lose. That's why I heard a audio also where he's abusing people. He's continuously doing that. And now yesterday, his team members, his party workers, abused our workers also. So I think it is a very much clear sign of desperation and what he thinks the result will be on 23rd.
Shrikant, one last question to you when it comes to allegations against Supriya Sule and...
I did not hear that audio clip, so I cannot comment on that.
मध्यंतरी लोकसभेची निवडणूक झाली त्यावेळेला महाराष्ट्राचं मतदान 67% आसपास होतं आणि नॉर्थ ईस्टमधली लहान लहान राज्य ही 70, 75, 80% सुद्धा पुढे गेली होती. महाराष्ट्रानं टक्केवारीमध्ये मागे राहणं हे अशोभनीय आहे आणि म्हणून माझं आव्हान आहे महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला की मतदानासारखं कोणत्या परिस्थितीत बजावं तुम्हाला जी व्यक्ती जो राजकीय पक्ष योग्य वाटत असेल त्याला तुम्ही आपलं मतदान द्या पण मतदान करा.
हमेशा जैसा चुनाव में देख रहा हूँ, चुनाव में हमेशा अलग अलग कैंडिडेट खड़े हो जाते हैं. आपको पता होगा, आप ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हैं मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन लोकसभा के चुनाव के वक्त भी हमारे ही परिवार के 2 कैंडिडेट एक दूसरे के खिलाफ खड़े थे और वो चुनाव सबने देखा है. इस दफ़ा भी वैसा ही हुआ है, लेकिन मैंने पूरे बारामती में सब लोगों को मिलने की कोशिश की और मुझे विश्वास है बारामती के लोग इस दफ़ा मुझे अच्छे वोटों से जीत के दे देंगे. मुझे विश्वास है बारामती के लोग मुझे बहुत अच्छे डिफरेंस से, अच्छे मार्जिन से जिता के देंगे.
इलेक्शन म्हणजे हा एका लोकशाहीचा उत्सव असतो. तो शांततेच्या मार्गाने पारदर्शकपणे व्हावा असा सगळ्यांचाच प्रयत्न असतो. मी इलेक्शन कमिशन, पोलीस यंत्रणा या सगळ्यांचे आभार मानते की त्यांनी खूप तयारी ह्याची केलेली आहे आणि दिवसभरात ते शांततेच्या मार्गाने व्हावं एवढीच विनंती करते आणि प्रत्येक मतदाराला विनंती करते की त्यांनी जरूर मतदान करावं.
पिछले 24 घंटे हमने काफ़ी कंट्रोवर्सी देखी, चाहे वो विनोद तावड़े के बारे में विपक्ष का आरोप हो या विपक्ष के खिलाफ आरोप हो. आपको लगता है ऐसे आरोपों का कुछ संज्ञान लेगी जनता?
देखिए, मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ कि ये चुनाव के समय ऐसी वैसी बातें एक दूसरे को गुमराह करने के लिए कभी मीडिया का उपयोग करके आती रहती है. चुनाव का जो मुख्य मुद्दा है उसी पर जनता ध्यान देकर महाराष्ट्र के भविष्य को और भवितव्य को बदलने के लिए निश्चित रूप से महायुति को चुनकर दे और इससे महाराष्ट्र देश का अव्वल नंबर का पहला राज्य होगा.
आप हमेशा विकास की बात करते हैं, आप हमेशा डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं. अगर डेवलपमेंट इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग एजेंडा है तो क्यों भाजपा के नेता एक है तो सेफ है की बात करते हैं? क्यों भाजपा के नेता ये कहते हैं कि जो वोट जिहाद के खिलाफ हमें धर्म युद्ध करना पड़ेगा?
पहली बात तो भाजपा के नेता कोई गलत नहीं बोलते हैं, उसका इंटरप्रिटेशन कुछ लोग गलत करते हैं. मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि हम जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा, सेक्स इसके ऊपर उठकर किसी को डिस्क्रिमिनेट ना करते हुए हम सब एक हो, यूनाइटेड हो, एक संघ हो और भारतीय हो. और भारतीयत्व का अर्थ यही होता है कि हिंदू, मुसलमान, जैन, क्रिश्चियन, सिख सब उनकी उपासना पद्धति अलग है पर हम सब भारतीय हैं. और आप कहीं भी यहाँ का मुसलमान जब विदेशों में जाता है तो उसको हिंदी मुसलमान कहते हैं. तो मेरा कहना यही है कि हम जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और सेक्स के आधार पर ना बटें, हम एक हो. महाराष्ट्र में कुछ लोग जात के आधार पर समाज को बांटने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. उसके लिए ये बात कही गई थी कि हमने बांटना नहीं चाहिए, हमने एक होना चाहिए.
Lots of reactions coming in. Before we move on with those reactions, including some from top celebrities in Mumbai, I want to go across to Yasha Kotak joining us live from Thane. Yasha, you know, when we talk about Thane, one party that comes to our mind is Shiv Sena, which, remember, is divided in 2 factions now, and the Chief Minister is also fighting the elections from one of the 4 constituencies where voting is taking place as we speak, and he is up against Kedar Dege. So tell us a little bit about that close contest that's on the cards, and also about the manner in which voters are turning up. Mumbai and adjoining areas don't enjoy a great reputation of voters trickling in early in the morning.
Despite that, we've seen that there's not been a great voter turnout early this morning. In fact, until 11 o'clock, it's just crossed double-digit figure, and which is where Mumbai, like you've mentioned, has a reputation for turning up early, but also not having a great voter turnout. So maximum city, where we speak about, has almost a minimum voter turnout, and which is where we see how Election Commission as well as Mumbai Police, and as well as the BMC, they usually try to ask celebrities to urge people to come ahead and vote, and this has been a common practice over the last couple of elections wherein celebrities ask their voters urge voters to come ahead and vote. But despite that, we see that most of the high rises did not really have that kind of a voter turnout. Now, speaking of Thane, of course, Thane has been the home ground for Shiv Sena. It is in fact Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has in fact been 3 times MLA from there, His son, that is Shrikant Shinde, has been MP from Kalyan Dombivli area, and which is where it is a stronghold for Eknath Shinde. But right now, considering that after the last Vidhan Sabha election, two major parties in Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena and NCP, they split vertically, which is where, as of now, when you speak of NCP, they are contesting against each other in 36 seats. When it comes to Shiv Sena, they are contesting against each other in 49 seats. When it comes to Eknath Shinde, he's up against Kedar Dighe. Now, Kedar Dighe is the nephew of Anand Dighe. Here, the battle when it comes to Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena is all about ideology. Both of these Shiv Senas are claiming that they are following the ideology of Bala Saheb Thackeray. Eknath Shinde claims he's following ideology of Bala Saheb Thackeray as well as Anand Dighe. But here, Anand Dighe's nephew is with the Shiv Sena UBT faction, and he says that it is he who follows the ideology of Anand Dighe. So here it's a battle of ideology between both the Shiv Sena factions, and which is where Eknath Shinde, who claims he follows the ideology of Anand Dighe, is pitted against Anand Dighe's nephew, that is Kedar Dighe.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You know, the fight is down to the wire, it seems, and very aggressive campaigning that we've witnessed in whole of Thane. Many thanks, Yasha, for that quick update. Speaking of the voter turnout, there are most certainly concerns around how the voter turnout in Maharashtra is going to be like. In fact, we've heard from several politicians who've come out to say that do not disappoint us. Let's set an example by putting forth a higher number than the several other states as far as assembly elections are concerned. So yes, go out, step out of your house, step out of your comfort zones and cast your right to vote. That's yet another appeal that we here at CNN News 18 continue to put out. Every hour we're going to keep reminding you to go cast your voting rights. Let's quickly talk about the other political reactions that have come in so far, with both the Mahayuti and the Maha Vikas Aghadi exuding confidence in this election. Listen in.
सब साईं गाने कह रहे हैं इस पर्ची से वोट नहीं पड़ेगा, ये मना कर रहे हैं, सबको लुटा रहे हैं, सबको लुटा रहे हैं। ये नया और जो वोट डालने वाली पार्टी है वो मना कर रही है। जो एजेंट थे उन्होंने मना कराया है उनसे, बोले पर्ची देखो इनकी चेक करो, बोले ये फर्जी पर्ची लेके आए हैं, फर्जी और एक नेता आए हैं भाजपा। हाँ, मैंने ये भी बोला, ये सामने एक भाजपा का नेता भी आए हैं कोई, और उन्होंने अंदर जा रही है, उन्होंने ईवीएम पे मैंने बटन दबाया था।
प्रजातंत्र में मतदान नागरिकों का कर्तव्य है और नागरिक कर्तव्यों को प्रत्येक नागरिक ने करना चाहिए। इसलिए जहाँ जहाँ जब जब मेरा मतदान है मैं वहाँ जाके पहले वो काम कर लेता हूँ दिन में, बाकी सब काम बाद में करता हूँ। अभी मैं बहुत दूर था, उत्तरांचल में था, एक दिन मेरे कार्यक्रम का कम करके केवल इसके लिए मैं कल रात को आया हूँ। मतदान ये कर्तव्य है, मतदाताओं ने मत देना चाहिए। ये मैं बोलता हूं तो मुझे करना है।
मां मुंबा देवी का आशीर्वाद रहा है पहले दिन से। नामांकन करने के पहले भी मैं आई थी और आज वोटिंग के दिन मैं यही उम्मीद करूंगी कि जन सेवा में, जनहित में मैं काम करूं, उसी ऊर्जा के साथ जहां मां मुझे आशीर्वाद देती है, और उस हिसाब से यहां मुंबा देवी में परिवर्तन लाना है। सच्चे मन से, सच्चे निष्ठा के साथ और सच्चे विश्वास के साथ। एक तरफ है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री, एक तरफ है हमारे मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री, और सभी इसका सहयोग रहा है। जब मां मुंबा देवी का आशीर्वाद है, मैं मानती हूं कि जीत तो प्राप्त हुई है।
बढ़िया बात है, इंतजाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है। अरे मेरे को क्यों ढका? बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है। मैं देख रहा था कि सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है, बहुत सफाई रखी हुई है। एंड बस आज यही है कि सब लोग आए, वोट करें, दैट इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट।
आइए वोट कीजिए, ये हमारी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। ECI का मैं आइकन हूँ, तो बहुत समय से मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, लोगों को यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि आइए वोट कीजिए, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। यहाँ फैसिलिटीज़ भी अच्छी है, और जैसे कि मैंने अभी कहा कि सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने यहाँ पे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ की है, सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, मगर मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सारे लोगों के लिए अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहेंगी। पूरा जो पीरियड है, वोटिंग पीरियड, वो पूरे समय तक अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहे, यही मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ, और किसी को तकलीफ़ ना होए। आइए ज़रूर वोट कीजिए।
Let's quickly shift our attention now to the state of West Bengal, and we're getting in latest from Bengal in a fresh face-off. The BJP has now claimed that Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar was stopped on his way to Beldanga, Murshidabad. Remember, Beldanga is the place where clashes between two groups were reported following the circulation of provocative messages. And in the latest, we're learning of this fresh face-off wherein the BJP has made this latest claim against the TMC in the state. Now, the BJP, of course, taking to social media and says Beldanga and West Bengal continues to simmer. Internet has been shut down in 4 districts. Mamata Banerjee has gone in hiding. The Hindu community members are being targeted, and the West Bengal police is following orders from the state's home minister and doing nothing to restrain the rampaging of mobs. Let me go across to Kamalika joining us with more details. Kamalika, a lot of drama that's coming in once again with the BJP making fresh claims that Sukanta Majumdar and his convoy has been blocked en route Murshidabad. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in the latest. Kamalika, can you hear me? Okay, not sure if Kamalika is through. We'll try and connect with her in just a bit to get a sense of what the BJP continues to claim. But yes, these are several leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and we're keeping up with some of these visuals as well of yet another series of drama that's coming to light from Bengal. A face-off that's come to light with the BJP essentially claiming that Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar was stopped on his way to Beldanga in Murshidabad, which remember saw clashes between two groups and a lot of circulation of provocative messages as well. And now perhaps the BJP wants to visit Murshidabad, take stock of the situation, personally try and speak to people, and they say that Mamata Banerjee Sarkar and her cops are stopping the Bharatiya Janata Party to reach Murshidabad. Kamalika is through with us now. Yes, Kamalika, give us all the details.
Yes, Sukanta Majumdar, who is the president of state president of BJP, and also he is the MOS Education. He is the central minister. He has been stopped in Krishnanagar, which is in Nadia. He was supposed to go to Beldanga in Murshidabad, where we know on 16th late night there was this one electronic billboard. There were some provocative messages there and objectionable messages there, regarding which there was clashes between two communities. Now there 163, that means earlier 144, is implemented there in that area, Beldanga, and the internet is also not there. Internet has been stopped, and since there is 163, that means 144, earlier 144 is there. That is why the administration is saying that they cannot allow anyone to go there. More than 4 people's assembly is not allowed there. That is what the administration is saying. On the other hand, Sukanta Majumdar, who is the state president, he is right now sitting in Dharna out there in Krishnanagar, which is in Nadia. If you want to go to Murshidabad, then you have to actually cross Nadia and go to Murshidabad. So he is actually agitating there. He is sitting on Dharna. His point is that one community people have been badly beaten up there, and there are a lot of news coming in from that place, and he wants to go and meet them. On the other hand, the administration yesterday and day before yesterday, there was this tweet from the West Bengal police where they stated that in this incident 17 people have arrested. Now the situation is under control according to police, and the situation is under control, but obviously the internet is suspended there. On the other hand, the BJP is raising various questions. Not only BJP, the governor C.V. Anand Bose has also sought a report from the state government, and he has also condemned the incident that has taken place there. Also, Shubhendu Adhikari has condemned this incident, and he has also written the BJP has written a letter to the DGP. That has been said by Shubhendu Adhikari. So right now, Sukanta Majumdar is sitting there in Dharna.
Okay, all right. Kamalika, tell us a little bit more, because you're informing us about the 17 arrests that have taken place. The West Bengal government says that action has been taken, investigations are still underway, and the situation is relatively under control, but the court has also stepped in. So tell us a little bit about that, and also what the West Bengal government is West Bengal governor is maintaining, because he too has sought a report from the state chief minister.
Yes, the governor has sought a report from the government, that we know. On the other hand, there has been 17 people, they have been arrested as per West Bengal police. Also, there was this organizer of this Kartik Puja where this objectionable message was there. That organizer, the Puja committee's organizer, has also been arrested. That's what is there in West Bengal police tweet. So definitely the administration is trying to show that they are trying all out. So that this incident, it does not spread or it does not have any other repercussion, and the internet is also suspended. On the other hand, the BJP is saying, and the governor has also condemned this incident yesterday. The BJP is saying that this is absolutely an attack on one community, and this should not take place. And there has been ransacking. The couple of shops have been vandalized and the situation is not good. That is what the BJP is saying. On the other hand, the administration is saying that the situation,
the real truth is being hidden by the TMC in West Bengal, and hence Shukanta Majumdar, the union minister, is not being allowed to move towards Beldanga, which was the epicenter of these clashes on the 16th. Many thanks, Kamalika. It's a developing situation. We'll keep coming back to you. For now, heading into a very short break.
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also the constituencies where the Mahayuti is in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS, you know, office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but you know, no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should there be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against Supriya Sule, and she of course rebutted it. She should be here at around 8 a.m. we are told to cast her vote over here. She's accused the BJP of dirty politics.
And now we return with news coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where by-polls across 9 seats are underway as we speak. Now, after Samajwadi Party's claim that police officers are deterring voters, the Election Commission has taken cognizance of the complaints. Chief Election Commissioner has in fact responded to these allegations and has given strict instructions to CEO Uttar Pradesh and all district election officers and returning officers to ensure fair and smooth voting process. The police and general observers posted in all 9 districts have been strictly instructed to keep a close watch and ensure that the voting takes place in a peaceful and fair manner. I want to go across to Neeraj Kumar joining us with more details. Neeraj, और जानकारी दीजिए चुनाव आयोग की ओर से क्या बताया गया है? समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से ये बहुत बड़ा एलिगेशन आया है कि उनको समर्थन देने वाले वोटर्स हैं, उनको वोट नहीं डालने दिया जा रहा है पुलिस की ओर से। तो चुनाव आयोग के लेटेस्ट स्टेटमेंट के बारे में और जानकारी दीजिए।
देखिए, समाजवादी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष अखिलेश यादव और समाजवादी पार्टी के दूसरे नेताओं की तरफ से, समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से इस तरह के सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट किए गए थे कि कई जगह एक खास समुदाय, खासकर मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोगों को वोट करने से रोका जा रहा है। चुनाव आयोग, मुख्य चुनाव आयोग ने इस पूरे मसले पर संज्ञान लेते हुए 5 महत्वपूर्ण पॉइंट्स अपने अधिकारियों को कही है। यूपी के मुख्य चुनाव अधिकारी और यूपी के सभी जिला अधिकारियों को जहां जहां उपचुनाव हो रहे उन्हें निर्देश दिया गया है। पहला, कि निष्पक्ष और सुचारू मतदान सुनिश्चित करे। दूसरा, कि सभी शिकायतों पर तुरंत यानी इमीडिएट एक्शन लिया जाए और सोशल मीडिया के जरिए भी इन शिकायतों पर कार्रवाई की जानकारी लोगों तक पहुंचाई जाए। किसी भी योग्य मतदाता को जो जहां का मतदान का अधिकार रखता है उसे मतदान करने से न रोका जाए और पक्षपाती रवैया न अपनाया जाए। शिकायत मिलने पे जो भी दोषी पाया जाए उस पर कार्रवाई की जाए। और इन सभी 9 जिलों के बारे में आपको बता दें, वहां के पुलिस और सामान्य पर्यवेक्षकों को भी सख्त हिदायत दी गई कि कोई भी ऐसी कार्रवाई न हो ताकि कोई भी मतदाता वोट देने से चूके। इसके अलावा एक और अपडेट आपको बता दें कि कानपुर का एक मामला आया था जिसमें समाजवादी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष अखिलेश यादव ने एक वीडियो ट्वीट किया था जिसमें पुलिस के अधिकारी रोक रहे हैं, लोगों से उनकी पहचान पूछ रहे हैं, रास्ते बंद कर रहे हैं। उस पर संज्ञान लेते हुए चुनाव आयोग ने एक अधिकारी को, जो हम तक जानकारी आई है और इस बात की जानकारी पुलिस कमिश्नर कानपुर ने भी दी है, तो एक अधिकारी को सस्पेंड कर दिया गया और इसकी जानकारी चुनाव आयोग की तरफ से भी दी गई है। तो मुख्य चुनाव आयोग ने बहुत संज्ञान लेते हुए 5 महत्वपूर्ण आदेश अपने अधिकारियों को दिए।
पार्टी की ओर से जो एलिगेशन आया उसका संज्ञान लिया है इलेक्शन कमीशन ने, चुनाव आयोग ने, पर बीजेपी ने भी रिस्पॉन्ड किया है। नीरज बने रहिए हमारे साथ। उत्तर प्रदेश बीजेपी हैज रिटन टू चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर ऑफ द स्टेट alleging casting of votes in Meerapur Assembly constituency of Muzaffarnagar district on fake IDs by people who they claim are coming from outside and who were made to stay in mosques, madrasas and lodges of the district. So this is the big claim being made by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The party also alleges that women in Wales are being allowed to vote without checking their identity and taking advantage of this. Men are also coming to vote by wearing burqa. So that's what's being claimed by the Bharatiya Janata Party in one particular constituency, and this is Meerapur Assembly constituency of Muzaffarnagar district as per the Bharatiya Janata Party. We have Amit Singh joining us with more details. Amit, अभी हमने details अपने दर्शकों तक पहुंचाई। समाजवादी पार्टी की ओर से जो चुनाव आयोग को कंप्लेंट दर्ज की गई, बट बीजेपी कह रही है कि फेक आईडी लेकर लोग वोट करने पहुंचे हुए हैं और चुनाव आयोग को इस पे जांच करनी चाहिए। तो ये पूरा जो बीजेपी की ओर से बयानबाजी हम देख रहे हैं उसके बारे में और जानकारी दीजिए।
देखिए, बीजेपी ने सीधे तरीके से चिट्ठी लिखी है चुनाव आयोग को और उस चिट्ठी में साफ साफ कहा है कि फेक आईडी, फर्जी मतदान होने की काफी संभावना है, इसीलिए पुलिस को इजाजत दी जाए ताकि वो बुर्का और तमाम आईडी कार्ड चेक करे और चेक करके ही वोटरों को ये जब सुनिश्चित हो जाए कि ये फर्जी वोटर नहीं है तभी उनको अंदर जाने दिया जाए। तो बीजेपी लगातार सुबह से ही मीरापुर विधानसभा में हो या फिर कुंदरकी विधानसभा में हो या फिर सीतामऊ विधानसभा क्षेत्र में हो या फिर करहल विधानसभा क्षेत्र हो, इन फूलपुर विधानसभा क्षेत्र में भी लगातार आरोप लगा रही है कि फर्जी वोटिंग जो है वो डाला जा रहा है। बाहर से लोग बुलाए गए हैं और जिस तरीके से कल समाजवादी पार्टी ने कहा था कि बुर्का चेक किया जा रहा है, पुलिस के द्वारा धमकाया जा रहा है और जिसके बाद चुनाव आयोग ने सुनिश्चित किया था कि बुर्का नहीं चेक किया जाएगा, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर जो होगा, इलेक्शन ऑफिसर वही चेक करेगा। अब फर्जी वोटिंग का आरोप सीधे सीधे बीजेपी की तरफ से लगा दिया गया है। चुनाव आयोग को चिट्ठी लिख दी गई है, अब देखना है कि चुनाव आयोग क्या संज्ञान लेता है।
जी अमित, धन्यवाद जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू फॉर शेयरिंग ऑल दोस डिटेल्स। सो अ लॉट ऑफ बैक एंड फॉर्थ बिटवीन द समाजवादी पार्टी एंड द बीजेपी as far as bypolls in 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Let's also talk about other reactions that have come in so far. Here's what the voters and some of the politicians have said on the exchanges, the political exchanges that continue between the two parties.
सब साईं खान कह रहे हैं इस पर्ची से वोट नहीं पड़ेगा, ये मना कर रहे हैं, सबको लुटा रहे हैं, सबको लुटा रहे हैं। ये मैं और जो वोट डालने वाली पार्टी है वो मना कर रही है। जो एजेंट थे उन्होंने मना कराया है उनसे, बोले पर्ची देखो इनकी चेक करो, बोले ये फर्जी पर्ची लेके आए हैं, फर्जी और एक नेता है भाजपा। हाँ, मैंने ये भी बोला, ये सामने एक भाजपा नेता भी आए हैं कोई, और उन्होंने अंदर जा रही है, उन्होंने ईवीएम पे मैंने बटन दबाया था तो उन्होंने मेरा वोट चेक करा, बोली काय का बटन दबाया। जो अंदर है
कौन है वो,
जो पता नहीं प्रभारी है या क्या है, उनका मैं वोट डाला है, अंदर ईवीएम पे खुद गई थी वो देखने, बोले आपने साइकिल का बटन दबाया है। मुझसे बोला ये चीज वोट नहीं डालने किसी को, पब्लिक लौट जा रही है वापस लाइन में से।
कौन सा गाँव है?
ग्राम पंचायत सीकरी। हाँ, जिसे पर्ची दी है छोटी वाली उससे वोट पड़ रहा है खाली बस, और किसी को वोट नहीं पड़ रहा।
कहाँ दे रहे?
बताओ उन्हें ईवीएम तक की देखने की अलाउ है, जो बटन दबा रहे हैं उसे जाके देख रहे हैं, आ जाके लोग।
वो कहाँ मिल रही है छोटी पर्ची?
देखो जो छोटी पर्ची, छोटी बोले छोटी पर्ची लेके आओ,
वही मिल रही है। वो कौन दे रहा?
वो जो नेता वही दे रहे, जो भी जानने नहीं दे रहे कोई एजेंट।
आपने वोट नहीं डाला? नहीं डाले?
भाई ईमानदारी से तो बीजेपी एक सीट जीत ही नहीं सकती, एक भी। जनता आजिज आ चुकी है, कानून और व्यवस्था ध्वस्त हो चुकी है, डिवीजिव पॉलिसीज के चलते सभी लोग दुखी है। रुझान तो समाजवादी पार्टी के पक्ष में ही रहेगा, ज्यादातर सीटें हम ही जीते। झारखंड और महाराष्ट्र दोनों में ही इंडिया गठबंधन जीतने जा रहा है।
Welcome back once again, shifting our focus to the state of West Bengal. Remember, we just told you how Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar, who was earlier stopped on his way to Beldanga, Murshidabad, sat on a dharna. So he was staging a protest essentially against him being blocked by the police in the wake of the clashes that were reported on the 16th in Beldanga. Now, in the latest, we're learning that Sukanta Majumdar has been detained and he's also given a brief reaction. Let's quickly listen in.
All surrounding Muslims to come Beldanga and vandalize the Hindu homes, Hindu market, Hindu mandirs, temples. But this man has not been arrested till now. So this is the situation of West Bengal, situation of Hindus in West Bengal. It is not far away from becoming Bangladesh. कानून हाथ में लेना किसी का अधिकार नहीं है, तब तो हिंदुओं को रोज कानून हाथ में लेना चाहिए। हर दिन उनके धर्म का अपमान होता है बहुत सारे लोगों के द्वारा। हिंदू तो ऐसे नहीं करते। आज बेलडांगा को बांग्लादेश बनाने के लिए ममता बनर्जी तत्पर है। आज आप तो जानेंगे। जिहादिদের প্রশ্রয়দাতা মমতা ব্যানার্জি তোমায় জানাই ধিক ধিক ধিক্কার। জিহাদিদের প্রশ্রয়কারী মমতা ব্যানার্জি তোমায় জানাই ধিক ধিক ধিক্কার। আরে পুলিশ তুমি উর্দি ছাড়ো। আরে পুলিশ তুমি।
Continues to stay on with us. A lot of drama once again in West Bengal with Sukanta Majumdar first staging a dharna. Now we're learning that he's been detained. But tell us a little bit about the allegations being leveled by him in the latest Kamalika, because he was flashing his phone, showing the picture of some man, he says, who's still at large and action hasn't been taken against him.
See, there have been a lot of videos are there in the social media regarding this incident, and a lot of videos have been deleted from this. So there is obviously the video which he is showing is a provocative message by one community leader, and he is claiming that that person has still not been arrested. So this was a community clash. After that provocative message came in the billboard, in the electronic billboard, and then all these things happen. So 17 people have been arrested, but Shukanta Majumdar is raising question on definitely that this type of messages which was given by one of the community leaders. Why that person is still not arrested? That is according to Shukanta Majumdar. So there where the problem is, and there he is saying that for this reason, one community, which is the Hindu community, they are facing the wrath. That is what Shukanta Majumdar's version is. On the other hand, the administration is of the opinion that 17 people have been arrested. More people, investigation is going on. Right now, the situation is under control, and there is the net has been stopped there for coming 2 days. And now Shukanta Majumdar has been detained because he was actually sitting in Dharna. That's what we are getting from the administration.
Okay, all right. Stay on with us, Kamalika. Dramatic visuals indeed continue to trickle in with Shukanta Majumdar, who was earlier blocked by the cops en route Beldanga, and now we're learning that he's been detained. Tell us a little bit about what's happening in the latest and what the BJP version is. How do they plan to take this forward?
So obviously, the BJP has been taking up this issue since the last few days. And yesterday, we have seen that Shubhendu Adhikari has also done a press conference. He has stated that they have written a letter to BJP. That's what their claim is. Also, there has been a PIL in the court yesterday, and there the court has sought a report from the government. And not only court, a report has also been sought from the governor. Calcutta High Court has directed yesterday the state to file a report on the recent tension that has taken place in Murshidabad. On Tuesday, Justice Harish Tandon, he was hearing the PIL, seeking NIA probe into it and deployment of central forces in tension-hit areas of Murshidabad. He has ordered the state to file a report over the recent incidents of violence. Okay. The court has also said that the report to be filed by the state by today. That means today.
So a lot depends on how investigations take place and what really comes of the investigations in the next few days. Many thanks, Kamalika, for joining us with the latest. We'll keep shifting our focus back to West Bengal. For now, let's quickly talk about another breaking news update coming in. This is the United States closing its embassy in Kiev in Ukraine after getting information of a potential significant air attack. So this is the big news coming in with the United States shutting its embassy in Kiev. I want to go across to Siddhant Mishra joining us with more details. It comes at a very interesting time where, we're seeing that US President-elect Donald Trump is going to be taking charge soon enough. And Ukraine has also been sending out mixed signals. In fact, we heard, President Zelensky say if US cuts aid, we're going to lose this battle. But tell us a little bit about this withdrawal, or rather shutting of the US embassy in Kiev, and what does this tell us essentially, Siddhant?
Well, Tashwin, right now it looks like a precautionary measure. In fact, the reports are telling us that US embassy in Kiev has warned its citizen of potential significant air attack from Russia and shut its door following Russia's vow to respond after Ukraine fired long-range US missiles at its territory for the first time. Tashwin, you remember that President Biden gave green signal to Ukraine perhaps to hit Russia with the long-range ballistic missile. Perhaps that led Russia to change the nuclear doctrine, and also Russia had taken a vow to retaliate. And perhaps keeping that in mind, this is looking as a precautionary measure taken by the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. They have shut their door, and perhaps we could expect the other embassies also in Kyiv to take a similar precautionary measure as Kyiv, not just Kyiv, but the other major centers in Ukraine where the civilian population lives is on a high alert, perhaps, given the recent warning that has come from Russia, the change in doctrine, nuclear doctrine, and perhaps this is the reason that such measures have been put in place. not just by US Embassy, but in fact the other authorities also in Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine.
Okay, all right. Very interesting. Siddharth, stay on with us. We'll come back to you as and when we learn more on part of the United States and whether or not Ukraine responds to this officially. But for now, let's talk about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit after attending the 19th G20 summit. He's wrapped up his visit to Rio de Janeiro and landed in Guyana. The Prime Minister's visit to Guyana is action-packed. He's all set to hold delegation-level talks and will also address the Parliament of Guyana, will also join leaders from the Caribbean partner countries for the second India-CARICOM summit. This is the first ever visit by any Indian Prime Minister to Guyana in 50 years and comes at the invitation by President of Guyana, Mohammad Irfan Ali. The Prime Minister's visit is expected to deepen India-Guyana relations, explore new areas of cooperation and also promote broader regional partnerships. In the meanwhile, we're learning that Guyana will confer its highest national award, the Order of Excellence, to Prime Minister Modi. On the other hand, Barbados will also confer the prestigious Honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados on Prime Minister Modi. So big news coming in. Let me go across to Siddhant Mishra, who continues to stay on with us, which means, Siddhant, that the total number of international honours conferred to Prime Minister will now climb to 19. It's a big achievement, you know, if we look at the overall picture and the manner in which he's been rewarded with these prestigious awards in the larger geopolitical equation that he enjoys as well with the top world leaders. But tell us a little bit about what we can expect the next few hours and, of course, about these two prestigious awards as well.
This was a very, very successful visit of Prime Minister Modi, first to Nigeria, then to Rio for the G20 summit, and now he is in Guyana. In fact, in this one visit, a 5-day visit of Prime Minister Modi, he has been conferred with the highest national honors of 4 countries, from Nigeria to Dominica to Barbados and now to Guyana. This perhaps talks about the popularity of Prime Minister Modi, and also, these countries, especially countries from the global south, the countries from the African Union, West Africa, perhaps looks up to Prime Minister as a leader, and perhaps acknowledges the kind of efforts Prime Minister Modi gives to the countries from the global south, whether it's going to meet President Putin to talk about the impact of war on the countries from the global south, whether it is the cost of living, whether it's inflation, perhaps also, the kind of assistance India provides to the countries from the global south, African countries, in terms of digital public infrastructure, the humanitarian assistance, capacity building, etc., etc. So, India has been working in multiple domains with these countries, and these countries recognize, acknowledges it, and perhaps also have put in faith on Prime Minister Modi's leadership. And this is a reason that each year when India conducts the Global South Summit, these countries actively participate in that summit. And the Prime Minister has landed in Guyana today. In fact, Irfan Ali, the President of Guyana, broke all protocols to meet Prime Minister Modi on the tarmac, to receive him on the tarmac. In fact, he was accompanied by the other cabinet ministers also. Crispin, also interestingly, when Prime Minister reached his hotel in Guyana, he was received by the Prime Minister of Barbados and Prime Minister of Grenada. Both were present there. And, the entire heads of states from the CARICOM countries are in Guyana right now, because India will be hosting India-CARICOM summit level talks, second summit level talks.
Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, it also speaks volumes of the popularity that the Prime Minister enjoys among these world leaders. Many thanks, Siddhant, for putting that in perspective. We'll keep coming back to you. That's all for me for now. Over to my colleague Reha, who will take you through the day's big stories.
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. Let's begin with talking about elections in the state of Maharashtra, where it is the day Maharashtra Assembly, in fact, goes to polls. All the 288 seats are polling today. Now, the ruling Mahayuti, featuring the Bharatiya Janata Party, Ajit Pawar's NCP and Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, faces off against the opposition Maha Vikas Aghadi, a coalition of the Congress Party, Sharad Pawar's NCP and Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena. Now, from Maharashtra, a Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Ajit Pawar, and also Devendra Fadnavis will be, in fact, straining their guns against NCP, SP and MP Supriya Sule. all the political leaders have come out to cast their votes also. There has been a lot of political controversy. Remember, there was already a cash for vote scam that the Bharatiya Janata Party was really battling against in leader like Vinod Tode really being involved in it, something that has been completely rubbished by the Election Commission and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Add to it, there has been a fuel to that entire controversy. Now there are allegations against Sharad Pawar NCP factions leader Supriya Sule and also Congress's Nana Patole to have been involved in some sort of misappropriation of funds that dates back to 2018 crypto Bitcoin scam, and that is something that they are also talking about. They in fact are retaliating with comments like the fact that this is an absolute misinformation, something that they will be fighting against with cases of defamation that will be slapped against the former IPS officer who in fact has leveled these allegations. So as lots is happening in poll-bound Maharashtra, let's take a look at the reactions that are coming in and the most important faces who have come out and voted.
हा उत्सवाचा दिवस आहे. महाराष्ट्राला उज्ज्वल भवितव्याकडे आणि महाराष्ट्राला शक्तिशाली आणि देशाला आर्थिक महासत्तेकडे घेऊन जाणारा हा उत्सव आहे. आणि म्हणून या उत्सवामध्ये सर्व मतदारांनी सहभागी व्हायला पाहिजे. गेल्या 5 वर्षाचा कारभार या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने पाहिला आहे. 2019ला मतदान झालं आणि त्यावेळेस जे काही महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेच्या अपेक्षेच्या विरुद्ध झालं, सरकार चुकीच्या पद्धतीने सरकार तयार झालं. ही जनता 2019चं ती घटना अजून विसरलेली नाही.
सर्व मतदारांना आवाहन करतोय महाराष्ट्रातल्या की सर्व आपल्या मित्रांसह सहकुटुंब सहपरिवार मतदानाला उतरा, मतदान करा आणि महाराष्ट्राचा स्वाभिमान जपा.
Shrikant, we just saw how you casted the vote along with your family members. There's been a long campaign for all of you all. How do you think the whole election will now pan out for Mahayuti?
You will see on 23rd, Mahayuti will come out with flying colours, and I think with the thumping majority, we will establish the government again.
There have been allegations that have been levelled against Vinod Tawade yesterday about indulging in vote, cash for vote just one day ahead of voting. How do you think of that? Do you think it was just allegation?
Vinod Tawade has made it very clear that he had gone there for taking booth level workers meeting, and I think allegations, everything happens during the elections. Opposition always aspire that something, a big controversy should come up. But I think these fake narratives and everything, people are very much fed up of, which they have noticed in Lok Sabha elections. Now people will vote for development.
There's been a lot of, there have been some violence that took place yesterday night on your workers by Jitendra Ahad. Do you think that was done purposely just today ahead of elections?
Obviously. I think he is very much afraid now what will be the results. Maybe somehow he is very much confident that he'll lose. That's why I heard a audio also where he's abusing people. He's continuously doing that. And now yesterday, his team members, his party workers, abused our workers also. So I think it is a very much clear sign of desperation and what he thinks the result will be on 23rd.
Shrikant, one last question to you when it comes to allegations against Supriya Sule and...
I did not hear that audio clip, so I cannot comment on that.
Now, just a few hours before polling began in battleground Maharashtra, BJP's national spokesperson Sudhanshu Trivedi accused Congress leader Nana Patole and NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader Supriya Sule of being involved in a cryptocurrency fraud to influence the election results in favor of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. The allegations came after claims were made by a former IPS officer, Ravindranath Patil, who alleged that Supriya Sule and Nana Patole in fact misappropriated Bitcoin bitcoins linked to a 2018 cryptocurrency fraud case to fund the ongoing Maharashtra Assembly elections. In response to this, both Nana Patole and Supriya Sule strongly denied these accusations and also filed a criminal complaint with the Election Commission of India and the Cybercrime Department seeking action against these claims that have been made. In fact, Supriya Sule also said that it is not her voice on the audio tapes and that she is ready to face questions on the matter. Even after Sule's denial, though, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister and her brother Ajit Pawar in fact broke his silence on the matter and said that he recognizes his sister's voice on the tapes. He's also said that he recognizes the second voice to be that of Nana Patole. Now we're getting some breaking news on the broadcast. We are being told that the Enforcement Directorate is conducting raids against Gaurav Mehta in Mumbai in the Bitcoin case. Remember, his name emerged in this ongoing controversy that involves Supriya Sule and Nana Patole. It was his chats that were in fact leaked after the former IPS officer Ravindranath Patil made these startling revelations that there are involvement of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader and Congress leaders in this particular case, which results in misappropriation of funds, and that fund really was directed to fund Maharashtra elections by the Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders. Now, the house of Gaurav Mehta, the premises of Gaurav Mehta being raided. My colleague Arunima has all the details about it. Arunima, if we take a look at the background of this particular case, how is Gaurav Mehta involved in it?
Just to clarify before that, this case has also taken ED officials to Raipur. Searches are being carried out at Raipur. So it seems that Gaurav Mehta, he had some bitcoins, and it has been alleged that he tried to sell off these bitcoins, and the ultimate beneficiary of his sale were opposition party members in Maharashtra. That's the allegation. But just the fact that he was dealing in bitcoins and he was trying to offload them and gain, money from it, that itself is being brought under the ambit of the ED's probe. How did he, fund the bitcoins? What was the source of the funding there? Was this ill-gotten wealth which he was trying to launder by buying these bitcoins? All of that is in the ambit of the probe of ED at the moment. And of course, because Maharashtra is voting today, this will take political color, because the Bharatiya Janata Party has accused, leaders from the NCP. Supriya Sule herself has been accused. Of course, she has denied the charges. She is threatened to take legal action against BJP leaders. But politically speaking, in the last few hours of voting, this ED action will become a huge talking point.
Right. Also, Arunima, about the involvement of the former IPS officer Ravindranath Patil, even his credentials are being much talked about, considering he was there were allegations that were made against him also back in 2018 when he was investigating upon this case. So how at all is that not going to reflect on the allegations that are now being backed by the Bharatiya Janata Party?
Politically speaking, it's back and forth, because Maharashtra is voting today. Such senior leaders from the opposition spectrum are being accused. This is also being alleged by the opposition that this is an action which is happening because there were allegations made against BJP leader Vinod Tawade, and therefore BJP came back with these charges against opposition. So this back and forth mudslinging is happening as Maharashtra votes today. But from investigation point of view, Enforcement Directorate, like I told you, is looking at the possibility of money laundering in this particular case. All the people who are involved, Gaurav Mehta himself will be questioned, and if he names anybody else, then all of those people will be within the purview of ED's investigation.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Arunima. Let's take a look at some more reactions that are trickling in on this big story coming out of the state of Maharashtra.
वो ये कहता है कि मैं पहले ही लफड़े में फंस चुका हूं, मैं ऐसी किसी चीज में नहीं पड़ना चाहता। तो वो दूसरा व्यक्ति ये कह रहा है कि नहीं साहब, इसमें बड़े लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं, और वो कांग्रेस के महाराष्ट्र के अध्यक्ष नाना पटोले जी का तथा कथित रूप से नाम लेता है और सुप्रिया सुले जी का तथा कथित रूप से नाम लेता है। सबसे पहले वो ये बताएं कि जो इस वीडियो क्लिप में और ऑडियो क्लिप में दिखाई पड़ रहा है, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी अथवा उनके किसी भी नेता सुप्रिया सुले जी के बारे में दावा किया गया है, क्या वो बिटकॉइन के किसी भी ट्रांजैक्शन में इन्वॉल्व हैं या नहीं?
I have spoken against bitcoins. I have spoken against cryptocurrency. I am somebody who has raised very serious issues about all this.
ये व्यक्ति कई पहले तुलंदा थे, त्याचं म्हणणं काय याची नोंद तरी कशाला घ्यायची माझ्या मते त्याची नोंद घेण्याची आवश्यकता नाही भाजप आणि त्यांचा एकंदरीत सगळ्या कॅम्पेनकडं बघायचा दृष्टिकोन किती खालच्या पातळीचा आहे हे स्पष्ट होते यापेक्षा अधिक त्याचा मला भाष्य करायचं नाही
उसके बारे में जो कुछ ऑडियो दिखा रहे हैं वो आवाज़ के बारे में मुझे इतना ही जानकारी है मैं दोनों को भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानता हूँ बहुत सालों से जानता हूँ एक तो मेरी परिवार की मेरी बहन है और दूसरे हमने जिनके साथ बहुत साल काम किया है एक दूसरे के विरोध में भी किया है एक दूसरे के साथ भी किया है महा विकास आघाड़ी में भी किया है वो बीच में बीजेपी के भी मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट थे ऐसे सभी जगह उन्होंने काम किया तो वो भी आवाज़ उनका ही है उनका बोलने का टोन उनका आवाज़ दोनों का वही है अभी इसके बारे में इंक्वायरी हो जाएगी इंक्वायरी होने के बाद पता चलेगा कौन है क्या है इसके पीछे सच राज क्या है वो पता चलेगा
मला तो रवींद्र चव्हाण पाटील जो नावाचा व्यक्ती आहे तोच तोतिया IPS आहे आपल्या सगळ्या मीडियाला त्यांनी सांगितलं की मी IPS आहे होतो रिटायर झालो पण तोच तोतिया IPS निघाला भाजप आणि जो सुधांशु त्रिवेदी भाजपचा प्रवक्ता ज्यांनी ज्या पद्धतीने ते ऑडिओ ज्या पद्धतीने दाखवले गेलेले आहेत आता त्याच्यात माझा आवाजच नाही सगळेजण माझा आवाज ओळखतात महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आणि देशामध्ये माझा देशातही आवाज आहे नरेंद्र मोदींनाही माझा आवाज पाठ आहे नाना पटोले शेतकरी आहे शेतकरी राहील आणि इतके वर्ष राजकारणामध्ये राहिला तर मला खरं तर हे बिटकॉइन हा शब्दच मला माहिती नाही काय व्यवहार होतात
मैंने कल भी स्पष्ट कर दिया न उन्होंने कोई पैसा बांटा न उनके पास कोई पैसा मिला जानबूझकर एक बवाल खड़ा करने का प्रयास किया गया एक इकोसिस्टम को यूज़ किया गया जहाँ तक सुप्रिया सुळे जी पर और नाना पटोले जी पर जो आरोप लगे हैं जिस प्रकार से एक पूर्व IPS अधिकारी ने कुछ आरोप लगाए हैं कुछ क्लिप्स उन्होंने जारी की है मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत गंभीर इस प्रकार का प्रकरण है और मैं आज इतना ही कहूँगा इस प्रकरण की सिरे से जांच होनी चाहिए क्योंकि इस प्रकार के एलिगेशन लगने के बाद वास्तविकता क्या है ये दुनिया के सामने आना बहुत ज़रूरी है
Remember, this controversy is brewing even as Maharashtra goes out to cast its vote. It is the day of polling in Maharashtra Assembly. We're talking about 288 seats that are polling today, and the ruling Mahayuti featuring BJP, Ajit Pawar's NCP faction and Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena faction are facing off against the opposition Maha Vikas Aghadi, which is of course a coalition of the Congress Party, Sharad Pawar's NCP and Uddhav Thakere's Shiv Sena. So from Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Ministers Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis to NCP, Sharad Pawar faction MP Supriya Sule, political leaders have all come out to cast their vote, although it has been a rather dismal show when it is about Mumbai and Maharashtra really going out to cast their vote, because early in the morning we were seeing a very, very low voter turnout. Till about 11 a.m. the voter turnout was just close to 18%. Now, when asked about poll verdict, Ajit Pawar has exuded a lot of confidence, and he has said that the people of Maharashtra will be showering their love upon the NDA alliance. On the other hand, the Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders have also said that the alliance is committed to the development of Maharashtra and they are confident of their victory. Many celebrities, remember, also coming out to cast their vote, because Maharashtra also speaks about Bollywood or the Hindi film industry. They have voted and requested the voters to also practice their voting rights. My colleague Pallavi is joining us live from Baramati. She has been dotting the entire territory in Maharashtra, looking at the mood of the voters. So Pallavi, what are the people who have gone out and voted really saying?
Well, I mean, you can see, the huge line right here, me, and of course, large number of women as expected, but there are lots of men over here. And finally, in Baramati, you are seeing a huge voter turnout here, but this was also the polling booth in which Sharad Pawar had come to cast his vote. So, in Baramati, it seems largely divided. There have been many pockets where I rarely see any voter turnout. And this is a clincher. This becomes very, very important. It's not just one constituency of Baramati which matters. What really matters is the prestige battle of Sharad Pawar, and that is why Baramati is going to become the barometer of the MVA versus Mahayuti alliance, the relevance of Ajit Pawar, and more importantly, the relevance of Sharad Pawar as a stakeholder. Very quick question I'm going to try, and if they speak. यहाँ पे शरद पवार वर्सेस पवार, पवार वर्सेस पवार के फैमिली में है, लेकिन आप लोग क्या मांगता जब आप वोट देने जाते हो? क्या चाहते हो नेता से?
काय नाही मागत,
कुछ मुद्दा तो वोट कर रहे होंगे, आप बोलोगे किस मुद्दे पे वोट करते हो आप?
आम्हाला आमच्या इकडला विकासालाच मत आहे आमचं.
आम्हाला दोन्ही पवार सारखंच आहे.
आम्ही आमच्या विकासाला.
लेकिन आपस में झगड़ा जो हो रहा है उससे क्या फर्क?
तो तुमचा पर्सनली झगड़ा है.
अच्छा, उनका पर्सनल झगड़ा है. ओके, दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग. पर्सनल झगड़ा है. महिलाओं से आई विल ट्राई एंड गेट बिकॉज़ नॉट मेनी ऑफ देम आर वोकल. लाड़की बहना योजना, महालक्ष्मी योजना, महिलाओं के लिए बहुत सारी बातें की जाती है. आप क्या चाहते हो? आपका नेता आपके लिए क्या करे?
ओके, छान आहे. बहिणीचं केलेलं छान आहे.
Okay, so they do talk about the fact in hushed tones that what really they want is that more and more benefits for them. But as some voter just told me, Christine, that the Pawar versus Pawar is more a personal battle, which means that they're going to weigh their options. They're going to decide who they want to vote for on the basis of what they are going to get or the expectations from their netas.
Right, and this, like you're mentioning, Pallavi, is definitely a prestige battle since NCP is a divided house over there, and of course Ajit Pawar is pitted against his own nephew. What exactly are you now seeing when it is about how much of an impact will this have? Because there is a voice now in Ajit Pawar where he has gone on record and spoken against his own family member, that is Supriya Sule, and he has further gone ahead and seconded the allegations against her as far as that cryptocurrency scam is concerned, the Bitcoin scam is concerned.
Well, if you look at the Lok Sabha electoral results from Maharashtra, whether it was a Marathwada belt or whether it was this belt, the MVA actually ended up doing quite well. We also saw one of the most aggressive tones of Sharad Pawar because after all, it was a question of a prestige battle for his own daughter, Supriya Sule, who was pitted opposite Ajit Pawar's wife. So that was the fight which was taking place over here. And we all remember those pictures of Sharad Pawar getting wet in the rain and appealing to people. Obviously, the MVA, but more specifically, Sharad Pawar is going to want for a redux moment as far as the assembly elections go. Lok Sabha and assembly vote along different patterns and on different issues. Over here, of course, it's going to be hugely contentious. Sharad Pawar, of course, is going to be appealing to people on the sympathy ground, on the ground that there has been a sense of betrayal from within the family. Ajit Pawar will make the point that even I am hurt, but I am fighting on issues and issues I don't agree with as far as Sharad Pawar is concerned. So it's definitely a legacy battle over here, which is why I'm saying that Baramati is going to become a benchmark or a barometer on the political relevance of the Pawars. Ajit Pawar also has his naysayers within the Mahayuti alliance. There's a sense of, I would say, a disorientation within his own party, and he would need to explain this and prove to the BJP that he is relevant. He's a real, asli NCP. For Sharad Pawar, he's a tall leader of Maharashtra, one of the tallest ones, a veteran, someone who also has very good equations across party lines. Should there be a hung assembly, and that's a big if, the Congress and the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray faction would look on the good offices or the trust factor which Sharad Pawar enjoys to ensure that MVA comes back to power. At the end of the day, the strength of the NCP, Sharad Pawar, comes in from their ground base in Maharashtra. Therefore, it's very important for him also personally to do well, that his party does win the maximum number of seats. And of course, we know it's a high-stakes battle for both the sides.
Right, Pallavi, thank you so much for all of those inputs there. And remember, we are also talking about elections in the state of Maharashtra, and there are other important players like Raj Thackeray, like Mohan Bhagwat. What do they have to say about the elections this time around? Let's take a look.
प्रजातंत्र में मतदान नागरिकों का कर्तव्य है और नागरिक कर्तव्यों को प्रत्येक नागरिक ने करना चाहिए. इसलिए जहां जब मेरा मतदान है, मैं वहां जाके पहले वो काम कर लेता हूं दिन में, बाकी सब काम बाद में करता हूं. अभी मैं बहुत दूर था, उत्तरांचल में था,
एक दिन मेरे कार्यक्रम का कम करके केवल इसके लिए मैं कल रात को आया हूँ। मतदान ये कर्तव्य है, मतदाताओं ने मत देना चाहिए। ये मैं बोलता हूँ तो मुझे करना है।
मला असं वाटतं की जेवढं मतदान कमी होईल तेवढं त्यांच्या पदरी काय पडेल हे गेल्या 5 वर्षात पाहिलं। जास्तीत जास्त लोकांनी मतदान करून एक तर मतदान केलं पाहिजे सगळ्यांनी, म्हणजे हा तर विषय आहेच, पण आपलं मत व्यक्त करणं त्यापासून बाजूला हटणं हा काय पर्याय नाही होऊ शकत।
आपका फर्ज है to come and vote, so please vote, and if you haven't, it's open till, especially the Parliament place is open till 8 PM, so please come and cast your vote. रणवीर हिंदी में यह आपका फर्ज है टू वोट। अगर आपने अभी तक वोट नहीं किया है तो प्लीज आइए, जो फैसिलिटी है पार्लियामेंट में, दिस इज ओपन टिल 8 बजे तक खुला है, सो प्लीज कम एंड कास्ट योर वोट।
थैंक यू सो मच। बढ़िया बात है, इंतजाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है। अरे मेरे को क्यों ढका? बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है। मैं देख रहा था कि सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है, बहुत सफाई रखी हुई है। एंड बस आज यही है कि सब लोग आए, वोट करें, दैट इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट।
आइए वोट कीजिए, ये हमारी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। ECI का मैं आइकन हूँ, तो बहुत समय से मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, लोगों को यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि आइए वोट कीजिए, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। यहाँ फैसिलिटीज़ भी अच्छी है, और जैसे कि मैंने अभी कहा कि सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने यहाँ पे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ की है, सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, मगर मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सारे लोगों के लिए अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहेंगी। पूरा जो पीरियड है, वोटिंग पीरियड, वो पूरे समय तक अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहे, यही मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ, और किसी को तकलीफ़ ना होए। आइए ज़रूर वोट कीजिए।
आज का दिन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। ये दिन 5 सालों में एक बार आता है। आज के दिन आप उन लोगों को चुनते हो जो आपको रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे असेंबली में। तो जो भी मतदार है, जो भी मतदार है वो पहली बार मतदान करने वाले, मैं उनसे गुजारिश करता हूं कि वो भारी संख्या में, भारी मात्रा में बाहर आकर वोट करें। बहुत सारे घर में आपके वृद्ध माता पिता या दादा दादी होंगे, उनको भी लेकर जाए मतदान केंद्र में, और अपना जो हक है वो आज निभाएं, अपने राज्य के लिए अर्पण करें।
हम लोग जो करने आए वो वोटिंग है, और वो सबका राइट है, वो सबका अधिकार है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये आज का दिन जो है वो वोटिंग के हिसाब से है। तो जो गरीब है, जो भी है, यंग ओल्ड जो भी है, वोट करना ज़रूर है।
Let's now take a look at the state of Uttar Pradesh, as there too voting is underway for by-polls into 9 assembly seats in the state. And it is marred with back-to-back controversies. First one is stone pelting that was reported in places like Muzaffarnagar and also Moradabad. Following this, Samajwadi Party also made a claim that certain voters are being deterred by the police officers, not allowing them to come and cast their vote. Now, taking stock of that complaint, the Election Commission issued a fresh instruction to the officers, asking them to step up the vigil. The BJP, on the other hand, has claimed that outsiders are casting votes in Muzaffarnagar and that women in Wales are not being checked, and some burqa-clad men too are casting their votes.
सब साईं खान कह रहे हैं इस पर्ची से वोट नहीं पड़ेगा, ये मना कर रहे हैं, सबको लौटा रहे हैं, सबको लौटा रहे हैं। ये नया और वोट डालने वाली पार्टी है, वो मना कर रही है। अंदर जो एजेंट थे उन्होंने मना कराया है उनसे, बोले पर्ची देखो, इनकी चेक करो। बोले ये फर्जी पर्ची लेके आए हैं, फर्जी और एक नेता आए भाजपा। हाँ, मैंने ये भी बोला, ये सामने भाजपा का नेता भी आए हैं कोई, और उन्होंने अंदर जा रही है। उन्होंने EVM पे मैंने बटन दबाया था, तो उन्होंने मेरा वोट चेक करा, बोली काहे का बटन दबाया। जो अंदर है, कौन है वो, जो पता नहीं प्रभारी है या क्या है, उनका मैं वोट डाला है। अंदर EVM पे खुद गई थी वो देखने, बोले आपने साइकिल का बटन दबाया है। मुझसे बोला ये चीज वोट नहीं डालने, किसी को पब्लिक लौट जा रही है वापस लाइन में से। कौन सा गाँव है? सीकरी, ग्राम पंचायत सीकरी। हाँ, जिसे पर्ची दी है छोटी वाली, उसका वोट पड़ रहा है खाली बस, और किसी को वोट नहीं पड़ रहा। कहाँ दे रहे बताओ उन्हें? EVM का देखने के अलावा है, जो बटन दबा रहे हैं उसे जाके देख रहे हैं, आ जाके लोग।
वो कहाँ मिल रही है छोटी पर्ची?
देखो जो छोटी पर्ची, छोटी बोले छोटी पर्ची लेके आओ,
वही मिल रही है। वो कौन दे रहा?
वो नेता वही दे रहे,
जो भी
जानने नहीं दे रहे कोई
दूसरे एजेंट। आपने वोट नहीं डाला? नहीं डाले?
भाई ईमानदारी से तो बीजेपी एक सीट जीत ही नहीं सकती। एक भी जनता आज जा चुकी है, कानून और व्यवस्था ध्वस्त हो चुकी है। डिवीजिव पॉलिसीज के चलते सभी लोग दुखी है। रुझान तो समाजवादी पार्टी के पक्ष में ही रहेगा, ज्यादातर सीटें हम ही जीते। झारखंड और महाराष्ट्र दोनों में ही इंडिया गठबंधन जीतने जा रहा है।
My colleague Arun Danta is now joining us on the broadcast. Arun, the BJP, of course, refuting all the allegations that are coming by way of Samajwadi Party, claiming that this is the law enforcers who are not allowing people to go ahead and vote. To that, the Bharatiya Janata Party is claiming that fake votes are being cast. Where do you see this political bickering really go from here on, considering this is a state that saw a huge amount of poster war between SP and the BSP and also BJP on the sidelines?
Well, it's a very crucial battle for both BJP and Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh. These 9 seats by election are very, very important, and therefore nobody is leaving any stone unturned, whether it is the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath or Akhilesh Yadav of Samajwadi Party. Now, on the voting day, we are seeing that how both BJP and Samajwadi Party are throwing allegations on each other. On one hand, Samajwadi Party has been making this allegation that BJP is not allowing their voters to cast their votes, and in fact, specifically, they raised the issue of burqa-clad women who are being stopped, who are being checked, and in fact, the matter was also raised to the Election Commission also, and there were certain sort of instructions which has come from the EC side to the local police to look into the matter. And in fact, we are given to understand that few officials, police officials, were suspended in this matter also. We just heard the statement of Samajwadi Party leader who's saying that BJP is frustrated. They know that they will not be winning this by-election, and therefore they're resorting to these tactics. On the other hand, we just heard Bhupendra Chaudhary, who's the chief of Uttar Pradesh BJP, saying that elections are being conducted in a fair and free manner. There is no role of BJP into this. Election Commission is something which is managing the entire administration and the state machinery during the elections time. So there is nothing of this sort which Samajwadi Party is alleging against the BJP.
Okay, all right, Arun, thank you so much for all of those details. In fact, there is more controversy that is coming to fore from Uttar Pradesh. Now we are learning of a young Dalit woman who was in fact found murdered. Her naked body was found stuffed inside a sack near Kanjara River Bridge in Uttar Pradesh's Karhal. The family of the woman has now accused a person named Prashant Yadav for her murder, alleging that political motives are behind this crime. The deceased family person have also alleged that the woman was raped before being killed. The family even claimed that the woman expressed her intention to vote for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Karhal by polls, which enraged Prashant, and Prashant allegedly threatened the woman with dire consequences if she did not vote for the Samajwadi Party.
हम किसी से डरते नहीं, मैं कमल में वोट देंगे, मैं किसी को नहीं देंगे। बाने कही तू दुरगिया है तो तू चुरगिया बना दी, कल वोट डाल के देख ली तू मैया की लाल और बस जाए पकड़ लिया। मैं जब विश्वास मनते माय नेताजी के द्वारा वारे बेटी हुए पार के दे
बेटिया कह रही थी हम बीजेपी में फूले वोट दिए, मेरी कॉलोनी बनवाई तो जो वो लोग साइकिल में वोट डाल गई नहीं डाल रहे तो हमारे की तो हम तो दिखाई तू मर गया तो दुरगिया तेरा नाम तो दुरगिया को मर गया तो बनाइए हम कल नहीं लेगो 12 और 1 बजे के बीच में डल लेगो वोट साइकिल में।
फिर कहाँ पे मिली?
अपने जब नदिया में डेड बॉडी मिली।
देखिए, कल रात को एक 23 वर्षीय युवती कस्बा करहल से गाय भोजन जाने के संबंध में पुलिस को सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी, जिसमें पुलिस तत्काल सक्रिय हुई। आज सुबह उसकी डेड बॉडी मिली है। इसमें उनके पिता के द्वारा मृतका के पिता के द्वारा 2 लोगों के खिलाफ अभियोग पंजीकृत कराया गया है। इसमें एक प्रशांत यादव है और दूसरा मोहन कठेरिया है, जिनको दोनों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। उनके माता पिता द्वारा ये बयान दिया गया है कि भाजपा को वोट देने से रोकने के कारण उसकी लड़की की हत्या की गई है, जिसमें विवेचना में शामिल करके अग्रिम विधिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
And Arun Dhanta continues to be with us on the broadcast. Arun, this is a huge allegation against Samajwadi Party. If at all Prashant Yadav is involved in this particular murder, this is going to spiral out of control for their campaign in these by-polls and also merit more chances for the Bharatiya Janata Party. How are they planning to defend these allegations?
Well, these are very serious allegations which are being leveled by the family members, and Karhal is a seat which is, of course, a bastion of Samajwadi Party, and they would of course be expecting a good result on this seat. But if something of this nature is happening in Karhal, family members are speaking on this matter, and in fact they are saying that how they are being stopped to cast their votes to the BJP. I think this is a serious matter, and therefore the investigation is something which will reveal the further details about this matter. But as we were speaking about, the importance of these by-election is something which is very significant. Both of them, whether it is BJP or Samajwadi Party, because last time around, if you remember, both Samajwadi Party and BJP were at 50-50 as far as winning percentage on these seats are concerned. So therefore, on one hand, where Yogi Adityanath, of course, is keeping a very, very close watch on these 9 elections, because he's somebody who has been on target since Uttar Pradesh did not augur good results for the BJP in 2024 Lok Sabha poll. So therefore, these 9 seats by election will, of course, be perhaps we can say decide the leadership roles for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, and therefore every leader of Uttar Pradesh has been focusing on these by-polls. And now when on the voting day, we are seeing both Samajwadi Party and BJP are at loggerheads with each other, blaming each other that how their workers are stopping their voters to cast their vote. This is something which was bound to happen. Now what exactly is going to emerge out of this murder, we'll have to see what exactly happened and who's behind this, who's responsible for it.
So how is the Bharatiya Janata Party really planning to take this matter up, Arun? Because the claims that are being made by the family members is that this woman who's allegedly been raped and killed was going to vote for the BJP, and that really led to her killing. We seem to have lost that link, but this is a huge amount of political controversy that is emanating from the state of Uttar Pradesh. This is a family in Karhal, a Dalit family that is accusing Prashant Yadav, a key figure in Samajwadi Party, of having not just murdered their daughter, but also having raped her. All this because she claimed to be voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party. A huge amount of political controversy that has erupted over this murder that is coming to fore from Karhal. We're leaving it at that. Let's now shift our focus. In a fresh setback for the Congress government in Himachal High Court now has ordered for 18 government hotels to shut down. Now, reacting to the same, the Congress has said that the decision is not linked to the financial woes that the state is facing, but because these 18 hotels have consistently been in deficit. The Congress government has even called the ruling as illogical.
हिमाचल हाई कोर्ट ने एक और फरमान दे दिया है। एचपीटीडीसी के 18 होटलों को तुरंत प्रभाव से बंद किया जाए। आइए जानते हैं पूरा मामला क्या है। हमारे साथ हिमाचल प्रदेश के एडवोकेट जनरल अनूप रतन जी मौजूद है। सर, अब दोबारा एक नया मामला आ गया है। कल जिस तरीके से सुर्खियों में था कि दिल्ली स्थित हिमाचल भवन अब नीलाम होगा, और अब आ गया कि 18 होटल एचपीटीडीसी के बंद होने जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, पहले तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि आपने फरमान शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया। वी आर इन ए डेमोक्रेसी, और हाई कोर्ट फरमान जारी नहीं करता है। हाई कोर्ट कानून सम्मत आदेश जारी करता है। और दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हाई कोर्ट के समक्ष ऐसा डाटा रखा गया था। हमने भी, सरकार ने भी ये बताया और एचपीटीडीसी ने बताया कि कुछ होटल जो है कई वर्षों से घाटे में चल रहे हैं और उनमें ऑक्यूपेंसी नहीं, और जो होटल अच्छे चल रहे हैं वहाँ पे स्टाफ की कमी भी महसूस की जा रही है। शायद ये प्रोसीडिंग्स हाई कोर्ट में चल रही थी, उसी के मद्देनजर हाई कोर्ट ने आदेश जारी किया है।
सर, जिस तरीके से ये सुर्खियां बन गई है कि क्या आर्थिक तंगी से जूझ रही है हिमाचल सरकार, जिसकी वजह से दोबारा ये कदम उठाना पड़ा है, जिस तरीके से हिमाचल हाईकोर्ट ने ये आदेश दिए, उसके बाद अब क्या कुछ हो सकता है सर? अब क्या
कोई सरकार आर्थिक तंगी से इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये हाई कोर्ट का एक अपना मानना है कि ये होटल्स, उनको एक डाटा पेश किया गया हाई कोर्ट के समक्ष। हाई कोर्ट ने उस डाटा को देखा, डाटा को देखते हुए जो रीजनेबल ऑर्डर हाई कोर्ट को लगा वो उन्होंने पास कर दिया। अब प्रदेश सरकार, प्रदेश का आर्थिक हालात, उससे इसका किसी प्रकार से कोई लेना नहीं है, सिर्फ मीडिया के उपज है और मीडिया इसको पैदा करना चाहता है अपनी न्यूज़ बनाने के लिए, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। 18 होटल्स काफ़ी वर्षों से घाटे में चल रहे थे। अगर घाटे में चल रहे हैं तो कोर्ट ने स्टेट से पूछा, स्टेट ने जवाब दिया और स्टेट उनको आगे बढ़ाने का कदम करेगी। जो भी पॉलिसी बनेगी, गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी बनाएगी।
जो होटल्स जो एचपीटीडीसी के हाई कोर्ट ने जो ऑर्डर किए हैं, मुझे लगता है कि ये तर्क संगत नहीं है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर होटल जिनका नाम मैं देख रहा हूँ ये सारे एचपीटीसी के मेन होटल्स हैं, जहाँ पर मैं समझता हूँ कि अच्छा कारोबार भी हो रहा है और इसमें बहुत सारे जो लोगों की रोजी रोटी का भी सवाल है। उसके साथ के इलाकों में भी जो है इन होटलों के कारण काफ़ी जो है फ़ायदा हुआ है आम जनता को भी। और ये शुरू में इसलिए बनाए गए थे कि जब हिमाचल में प्राइवेट होटल्स नहीं थे, होम स्टेज नहीं थे, तो टूरिज़्म को बूस्ट देने के लिए एक ये जो है पायलट के रूप में किया गया है। तो इनको बेहतर चलाने की ज़रूरत है, पर बंद करके इसका कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं निकल सकता है। इसमें तो जो है एचपीटीडीसी को जिस तरह से पिछले कई सालों से, कोई हमारी सरकार के समय का नहीं है, जो पिछली सरकारें भी रही भारतीय जनता पार्टी की भी, उनके समय इन्होंने शुरू किया था होटलों को जो है ये लीज पे देने की। अब जो है बहुत ह्यूज इन्वेस्टमेंट करके होटलों को जो है कौड़ी के भाव जो है पिछली जयराम की सरकार ने लीज पे दिया। ये जो तरीका है बड़ा गलत है। ये तो खुद चलाना चाहिए था। बढ़िया प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं और एक से एक सुंदर जो है सैनिक जगह पर ये सारे होटल्स लोकेटेड है, तो नुकसान होने का तो मतलब ही नहीं है। तो इसका मतलब इसको ठीक से प्रबंधन जो है लंबे समय से नहीं हो रहा है।
मैं इस वक्त कुणाल होटल में मौजूद हूं और जो लिस्ट आई है उसमें इस होटल का भी नाम है। काफ़ी बहुत बढ़िया एक प्राइम लोकेशन पर ये होटल है और यहाँ पर जो है देखा यही जाता है अमूमन कि काफ़ी चहल पहल रहती है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा सेमिनार, बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो यहाँ पर होती रहती हैं। लेकिन जिस तरह से एकाएक जो लिस्ट सामने आई है और उस लिस्ट में इस कुणाल होटल का नाम आया है, तो ऐसे में जो इस होटल में जो कर्मचारी काम करते हैं उनकी भी अगर उनका बात करें तो उनको पैरों के तले भी ज़मीन खिसक चुकी है। और क्योंकि जिस तरह से 25 नवंबर तक हाईकोर्ट ने कहा है कि इन होटल्स को जो है वो बंद कर दिया जाए और 3 दिसंबर को जो है स्टेटस रिपोर्ट दाखिल करने की बात हाईकोर्ट की ओर से कही गई है। उसमें देखना बड़ा दिलचस्प रहने वाला है कि क्या ये जो होटल्स हैं, चाहे वो कुणाल होटल है, चाहे धर्मशाला का धौलाधार होटल है या फिर कश्मीर हाउस होटल है, इन सब होटल्स जो हैं ये सब के सब प्राइम लोकेशंस पर हैं। और जो यहाँ कर्मचारी इस वक्त काम कर रहे हैं उनका भी कहीं ना कहीं यही मानना है कि यहाँ की ऑक्यूपेंसी निश्चित तौर पर कोरोना काल में प्रभावित हुई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद जो है यहाँ की ऑक्यूपेंसी बहुत बढ़िया थी। लेकिन जिस तरह से ये रिपोर्ट सामने आई है कि कुणाल होटल, धौलाधार होटल, कश्मीर हाउस जो है इनको बंद कर दिया जाए, तो ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा सवाल पैदा हो रहा है। देखना बड़ा दिलचस्प रहने वाला है कि जो होटल्स के कर्मचारी हैं, ये जो इनकी जो एसोसिएशंस हैं, वो इस पर क्या कदम उठाती हैं।
My colleagues Arun Dhanta and Rajendra Sharma are with us on the broadcast. Arun, coming to you first, the fact that the Himachal Pradesh High Court had called all these 18 hotels white elephants because of the fact that they have not been performing well and they have been rather unprofitable for the government. What does it really mean for the other HPTDC properties that they are juxtaposed against? And the fact that in defense, the Himachal Pradesh government really claims that there was some sort of a deficit that these properties really were into, and that's why this is an illogical decision. How much of a logical argument that really is?
Well, see, these 18, the guest houses or the hotels of HPTDC are, few of them are those who are at very prominent locations like Dharamshala, Kullu, Manali, where you have a maximum footfall of the tourists. And if these guest houses are not working properly in these areas, then there is some issue with the governance of these HPTDC guest house. And when the retired employees of these guest house have approached the High Court because they were not getting their dues, their pensions, and other funds, then High Court, in fact, went ahead and checked about all the hotels, the details, that how they are functioning and all, and then it was found that all these 18 hotels are not doing well financially, and therefore the decision was taken. The order was passed by the High Court. Now the challenge for the government is this: that how they are going to settle the employees who are already working in these hotels, how they are going to settle them in other government hotels, and also importantly the dues which these retired employees have not been paid, how and when those dues will be cleared by the government. And it's a huge rap on the face of the Himachal government from the High Court. Yesterday, of course, we saw that how Himachal Bhavan was attached by the High Court orders when the state government was failed to pay that upfront premium which was paid by the Mozambique for a power project in Lahaul Spiti, which has now reached to somewhere around 150 crore added to the interest with that. So I think that these are significant developments which are emerging in the last two to 3 days, specifically from the Himachal High Court side. Now this order to shut down these 18 premier HPTDC hotels before 25th of November, it will of course have some ramifications. Court has said that the employees who are currently working in these 18 hotels, they should be shifted to other hotels, and very bare minimum which is required to the maintenance of those hotels, they should be kept there. Other than that, everyone should be adjusted somewhere else. So how those things are going to take place, and how government of Himachal Pradesh will be protecting or saving their face from such embarrassment in coming few days, we'll have to see.
Right, Arun, thank you so much for that. Rajendra, this point that Arun was making, considering these properties, ये जो HPTDC के properties हैं, 18 properties की हम बात कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही prime locations पे हैं, इतनी सारी टूरिस्टी जगह हैं हिमाचल प्रदेश में. अब क्योंकि ये क्लोजर नोटिस आया है नवंबर 25 का, उसके बाद अगर कोर्ट अपनी इस डिसीजन पे अड़ा रहता है और हिमाचल प्रदेश सरकार की तरफ से कोई लॉजिकल कंक्लूजन नहीं आता है या एक्सप्लेनेशन नहीं आता है, तो फिर अब इन प्रॉपर्टीज़ का क्या होगा? क्या इनको गिराया जाएगा? क्या प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स आके इस जगह को लेंगे और अपने होटल्स खड़ा करेंगी? व्हाट हैपन्स आफ्टर दैट?
एक्चुअली अभी तक स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के पास लीगली बहुत सी ऑप्शंस हैं. ये फर्स्ट कोर्ट है जहां से ये वर्डिक्ट आया है, सिंगल बेंच का ये वर्डिक्ट है. आफ्टर दैट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है ऑप्शन फॉर डबल बेंच और सुप्रीम कोर्ट. तो अलग अलग ऑप्शंस अभी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के पास हैं. जो डबल बेंच है उसमें भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट आर्गू कर सकते हैं कि वी आर गोइंग टू मेक सम सिग्निफिकेंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव चेंजेस, क्योंकि कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर जगत सिंह नेगी से जब हमने बात की तो उनकी तरफ से स्पष्ट तौर पर कहा गया कि देयर इज अ बिग नीड टू इम्प्रूव सिग्निफिकेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल चेंजेस इन दीज होटल्स. और उन्होंने ये भी बात कही कि ये सिर्फ कांग्रेस टेन्योर में ही ये प्रॉपर्टीज घाटे में नहीं आई हैं, बट 10 साल का भी अगर हम बात करें ये प्रॉपर्टीज घाटे में थी. तो ऐसे में लेकिन कोर्ट की जो जजमेंट है उसका अगर हम रेफरेंस दें तो कोर्ट की तरफ से काफी स्ट्रिक्ट ऑर्डर में कहा गया है. और कोर्ट ने कहा कि अब जब स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की रिपोर्ट हम ऑब्जर्व करते हैं तो उसमें ये लग रहा है कि रनिंग ऑफ दिस प्रॉपर्टी इज apparently not financially viable for as now, and in order to ensure that public resources are not wasted by Tourism Development Corporation in keeping these white elephants. तो जो सबसे बड़ा कंसर्न इसमें है वो यही है कि पब्लिक मनी, पब्लिक एक्सचेकर इन होटल्स को रन करने में वेस्ट ना हो. लेकिन जो चिंता की बात है, जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स की बात कही जा रही है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी, वो यही है कि लोकेशंस जो वर्ल्ड फेमस प्रॉपर्टी हैं, चाहे चायल का होटल पैलेस है या फिर धर्मशाला का होटल धौलाधार है या फिर मनाली के 4 होटल्स कुल्लू के यहाँ इसमें शामिल हैं। तो ये इन तमाम की लोकेशन बहुत प्राइम लोकेशन है और टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है। तो ऐसे में अगर एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स किए जाते हैं तो बहुत सी संभावना है कि इन प्रॉपर्टीज को रन
needless to say, this is a fresh embarrassment for the Sukhu government in Himachal Pradesh. Let's see where does it go from here on. With that, I'm going into a very, very short break. News and updates continue on CNN News 18.
And I'm joined by a battery of reporters from Maharashtra who are in fact reporting on ground. Mayuresh is in fact reporting from Bandra East, tracking the Thackeray family. Payal is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Yesha from Thane, tracking Eknath Shinde. And Pallavi from Baramati, tracking Sharad Pawar. Now let me go first across to Payal, who is in fact reporting from central Nagpur, tracking Mohan Bhagwat. Payal, tell us what time is Mohan Bhagwat supposed to arrive there, and also given the fact that in Haryana we have seen how RSS played a very crucial role. What are you observing when it comes to Maharashtra, the role of RSS in the Maharashtra elections?
Well, to begin with, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, is already in the polling booth. He should be out within the next couple of minutes after having cast his vote. Remember, he came here at least 10 minutes before the voting really began. Because, you know, this is where the RSS headquarters really is. And this is a very, very important center as far as the BJP is really concerned. Because, you know, both, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or whether it's Nitin Gadkari, both son of the soil, or their allegiance to the RSS, and of course have been part of the RSS from their very, very childhood as well. So the RSS contribution is extremely important as far as the BJP is really concerned. The Jan Sangh is, you know, what they date back to. And we've seen what they were able to do, you know, in Haryana. So even if sources are to be believed over here in Maharashtra, they're working overtime. Their basic agenda, you know, Sharon, is to in fact encourage people to go out and vote. That last ditch effort to, I mean, campaigning has shut about 24 to 48 hours ago, but the last bit of effort to in fact take people, you know, to the polling booth, that's exactly what the RSS specializes in. And, you know, the workers have been working overtime. I'm given to understand that they're working in not just the constituency of the BJP is very strong, but also the constituencies where the Mahayuti is in fact, you know, contesting as well. So that's something which is going to be important to see. We'll see Mohan Bhagwat stepping out in a bit from now, and he'll probably be giving us a soundbite as well. But a very, very crucial election as far as Vidarbha on the whole is really concerned, given the fact that Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is contesting from the Nagpur south-west seat as well. So that's something which is going to be very important to watch out for. We're just keeping our cameras waiting for Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to step out, and he's of course accompanied by the other RSS, you know, office bearers as well. Any moment from now, Sharon, he should be out, and it will be important to see what his message really to the people of the country is, people of Maharashtra is concerned. And let's just see what message he gives to people of Maharashtra in terms of their importance to cast this particular vote, and whether he makes any other statement as well. That remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Payal. In fact, please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you as and when Mohan Bhagwat will cast his vote and will come out. Let me now directly go across to Pallavi, who is in fact reporting from Baramati. Pallavi, Baramati is once again seeing Pawar versus Pawar in Lok Sabha election. Supriya Sule won that seat. What have been your observation in Baramati? Which side is the pendulum going to swing?
Well, first of all, Baramati, as we all know, is a bastion of Sharad Pawar, and it was a hard-fought election which took place during Lok Sabha, where Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra took on Supriya Sule, and of course she won. Well, over here, the Pawar versus Pawar factor pretty much plays out on the ground, but you know, no one is going to talk about it openly. But many people do indicate that what works in the Lok Sabha may be very different as far as the assembly is concerned. In many more ways than one, it is a prestige battle really for Mr. Sharad Pawar himself. As we know, he's almost the fulcrum of the MVA. Both the Congress as well as the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena are depending a lot on his good performance. And should there be, and there's a big if about it, a hung assembly, then they are depending on Mr. Sharad Pawar's and his acumen, his maturity, and the fact that he has good equations across political spectrums to be able to swing the fortunes in favor of the MVA. But interestingly, in a late night development, there were huge allegations which were made by the BJP against Supriya Sule, and she of course rebutted it. She should be here at around 8 a.m. we are told to cast her vote over here. She's accused the BJP of dirty politics. The BJP hit by the Vinod Tavre, hit by those allegations of distributing money among the party workers and the voters. So those factors are going to be important. But I think at the end of the day, the local factors, Baramati is pretty well developed, is the sugarcane hub or bowl of Maharashtra. In that sense, there's a lot of development on the ground, but people are also deeply divided. The Pawar versus Pawar factor does have an impact on the mindset of the people when they go out to vote. For Sharad Pawar, it's of course a prestige battle. This is his turf area. He cannot allow this to go away from the NCP segment of Mr. Sharad Pawar. So in that sense, he's been camping here a lot. Supriya Sule certainly has been camping here a lot to try and ensure that at least the NCP candidates win from this turf of Sharad Pawar.
Absolutely. A lot at stake for the Pawar family when it comes to Baramati. Let me now go across to Yesha, who is in fact reporting from...
Welcome back. Manipur continues to remain on the boil. Even as tensions continue, curfew has been relaxed for 5 hours today in Imphal East and Imphal West districts. Although mobile internet services remain suspended, the government has now restored broadband connectivity, offering some respite to the residents struggling with communication.
The streets of Parliament-Kachil are busy this morning as the government allows a curfew break in Imphal East and Imphal West from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. People are making the most of this short time to buy daily needs after days of restrictions. The curfew started on November 16 after the terrible kidnapping and killing of 6 British civilians from Borbekara, Diribab. This shocking event caused anger and protest across the state, with some people burning and damaging the houses of MLAs and ministers. While mobile data is still off, the government has restored broadband internet services, giving some relief to the people. Schools and colleges are still shut down, leaving students and teachers unsure about what's next. Also, Chief Minister N. Biren Singh had a big meeting on November 18 with his minister and MLAs to discuss the crisis. However, Kokomi, an important civil society group, has rejected their plans and given an 24-hour deadline for stronger action.
And CNN News 18 spoke exclusively to Chief Minister of Manipur N. Biren Singh about the ongoing violence. He said that the primary reason for this crisis in Manipur is the illegal immigration from neighboring countries, the increasing number of unnamed villages and also mass deforestation by these very immigrants. He's also gone on to slam Congress leader Chidambaram for blaming him for the crisis, and Mr. Biren Singh also countered Mr. P. Chidambaram's argument, saying that it was indeed under Chidambaram that the doors were opened for people of Myanmar, that further complicated this matter. Listen in.
The situation is quite bad. Even your ancestral house has not been spared. This points to, many would say, a growing resentment against you for what people say is your mishandling of the situation. You seem to have lost the trust of even some Methi groups that you represent. What is your reaction to this?
That is very unfortunate. It is not doing by the others community. It is happening within the communities of Meiteis due to some misunderstanding and a politically motivated agenda. And now everything is improved and will get better soon.
One of the constituents of your government has just left you, quit you. And some of them believe that you fanned the fault lines by injecting religion and being partial towards Meiteis, and that's why Kukis don't trust you, others don't trust you. How do you respond to this charge, Chief Minister, sir?
Manipur is not like any other state. Here we don't have any religious-based talk, fight. Nothing is here. It is a propaganda. The present fight is not religious. It is purely fight between the indigenous people of Manipur and illegal migrants from the Myanmar and other neighboring country. And because of the huge illegal migrants influx in the state of Manipur. We are facing demographic imbalance and drugs menace amongst the youth, not only in Manipur, it has been spread to entire Northeast, and the drugs from the Myanmar, from the Gondal Triangle, is taking to the mainland India. Northeast is a forgotten part of the India before coming of Bhajpa government. कोई कुछ ख्याल नहीं है, nobody care. We are having 398 kilometer unguarded border with the Myanmar. Myanmar is a neighbor country of China. Why nobody bothered it? But only when the Pacific government comes in the center, the taking care of the Northeast people started.
Now, after exiting the office of the Chief Justice, Justice T.Y. Chandrachud has spoken exclusively to CNN News 18. Justice Chandrachud touched upon various issues, including Ayodhya verdict, Prime Minister's Ganpati Puja at his residence and more. He also spoke about how he remained calm while delivering the crucial judgments that continue to shape Indian politics. Take a look.
Two specific instances where you had personally sort of drawn flack for was one when you revealed that you had sort of prayed before you delivered the Ayodhya judgment, and more recently in this house, the Aarti that was performed with the Prime Minister. Those two specific instances, how would you respond?
Well, I've spoken about it earlier. Insofar as the first, merely because I prayed before a particular judgment does not mean that I prayed only before that judgment. I've made it very obvious and clear that, well, I'm a person of faith, and I do pray every single day. And I don't believe that I have to be hypocritical enough to conceal the fact that I'm a man of faith. And I believe that my faith has nothing to do with my ability to dispense justice. The other thing, I said a short while ago that we decide in accordance with the Constitution and the law. But having said that, it's equally important for judges to have a sense of equanimity, because all the work which we do is in arenas of conflict. People who come to court are involved in conflicts. Conflicts between husband and wife, conflict between states and the union, conflicts over, say, the sharing of river waters between two states, conflict between a corporate interest and a private body, so on and so forth. So across the spectrum. Now, what is it that keeps a judge rooted to ensure that you maintain that sense of calm in the way you conduct your proceedings, in the sense in which you hear citizens' problems, that you don't make short shrift, that you don't get irritable in the court, that you do not get drawn into the vortex of conflict before you. Everybody has his own formula, everybody has his own problem, or they have their own methodology of dealing with the areas of conflict that they have to deal with. For me, the time that I spend in meditation, in quietude at the beginning of every day, is what I believe is crucial to maintain that sense of equanimity. Having said that, and let me make it very clear, that I didn't say that I pray to a particular deity. I said that I spend my time in prayer, in meditation, in the invocation of God. And in that sense, I believe that the God to which I pray, the God to whom I invoke some sense of calm and equanimity in my work, is universal. So praying to God does not mean that you are praying to a particular religion or to a particular deity, but to that sense in the universe which defines our existence, that let the work which we do today